Namaste India and welcome to day 2 at the 5th edition of Arth, a Culture Fest 2023 promoted by ZEEL. On behalf of Team Arth, I wish that all of us in India and all of us across the globe rather have a year full of love and light. इस नए साल में हो आपका हर्ष नव, वर्ष नव, जीवन उत्कर्ष नव, नव उमंग, नव तरंग, जीवन का नव प्रसंग, नवल चाह, नवल राह, जीवन का नव प्रवाह, गीत नवल, प्रीति नवल, जीवन की रीति नवल, जीवन की नीति नवल, जीवन की जीत नवल. Friends, India's largest multi-regional culture fest is back for season 5. The Khoj for #India Ka Arth continues. Arth is a celebration of India and her roots. As you take in the wonder that is India, it is your individual interpretation that will be your discovery, your meaning, your Arth. So at Arth 23, we have conversations. Look forward to intriguing dialogues and thought-provoking panels. Some of the most respected minds in the country, intellectuals, journalists, authors, historians, and honorable members of parliament. The stalwarts include Anurag Singh Thakur, Smriti Irani, J. Sai Deepak, Kabir Bedi, Prakash Raj, Salvatore Babonis, Sanjeev Sanyal, Vikram Sampath, to name a few. At Arth 23, we have performances from Indian classical to colorful folk and tribal dance forms to performances in music, poetry, recitals, and more by some of the most celebrated dancers, musicians, singers, and poets. We are delighted to present performances by Javed Ali, Kutle Khan, Nilesh Mishra, and many more. At Arth 23, we have children. We have curated sessions, storytelling sessions, and workshops for children aged 3 to 14 through strategic partnerships with brands such as Amar Chitrakatha and Guru Leela. At Arth, we have food you get to relish, diverse cuisines and flavors of India. At Arth 23, we have workshops. Engage with award-winning artisans from different parts of the country and their workshops that give us a glimpse into the rich history and culture of India. And at Arth 23, we have art. 3 beautiful art exhibits curated artistically by Dr. Alka Pandey that truly represent the Indic narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, आओ खोजे इंडिया का अर्थ. चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं पहले सेशन के साथ. The first session of day 2 is Youth Voices Matter. And the youth of India is saying, चलो नई मशाल हो, चलो नई मिसाल हो. बढ़े चलो, रुको नहीं, थको नहीं. And then we're saying to them, आशीष रक्त तोल दो, स्वतंत्रता का मोल दो, कड़ी युगों की खोल दो, डरो नहीं, मरो नहीं, बढ़े चलो. India is home to a fifth of the world's youth population. India has more than 50% of its population below the age of 25 and more than 65% below the age of 35. This will create a demographic dividend that could play a critical role in achieving the nation's ambitious target to become a $5 trillion economy. These young people, by the way, they're driving a culture of innovation, of entrepreneurship, and of diversity. So yes, youth voices matter. And how's the Josh? It's high, sir. Let's take this joshful conversation forward by inviting our esteemed panelists on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first guest, the supremely accomplished Mr. Sudhanshu Kaushik, founder of the Young India Foundation. His organization has relentlessly been working on increasing youth participation in politics and increasing youth voter turnout. Please welcome on stage youth icon and youngest member of parliament, Mr. Tejasvi Surya, national president of the BJP's youth wing, a prolific lawyer. He's done some pioneering work in Bengaluru in bringing about the technological reforms in the Bengaluru Municipal Corporation that were much needed. This session is being moderated by the youth. Please welcome Arjun Singh Kadian. He is a reformist with the CMO of Haryana, a gold medalist from Hansraj College, Delhi, and he has numerous books that he's authored to his credit. Please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Pranam, Namaskar, and hello everyone. Glad to have wealth too, but then I would also like to call myself young. The age is on my side. On this conversation on at Arth Cultural Quest, we'll be speaking about why young voices matter. We bring in contexts, we bring in perspectives, and we talk about what young India or what it means to be a young voter, a young politician in India. I'm glad to have been joined by Adhyaksh ji of the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, which is the youth wing of the largest political party in the world, the BJP. I also have on stage with me Sudhanshu ji. Sudhanshu runs Young India Foundation, which goes about organizing voter registration events, among other things. I'd like to start off with you, Sudhanshu. Why don't you tell us what it means to be, or why young voices matter? You go around, organizing events. You've done that in university fests. You've done that in concerts, and you've been continuously traveling India, organizing these voter registration events. What do you think? What is your perspective on young Indians and what young Indians want?
Do young voices matter? I'm gonna take a risk and say, no, they don't. Young youth voices in India right now do not matter. They used to, pre-independence. We had an elaborate set of leaders, all young, below the age of 25, that were constantly participating in nation building. They were constantly seeking independence. They were helping each other out. Now you name it, right? People don't know this, but B.R. Ambedkar ji was able to actually become an MLC at the age of 25 from Bombay Legislative Council. You have people, whether it's Rani Lakshmibai, who led an entire rebellion before the age of 25. And then you have people that we look up forward to. Swami Vivekananda ji, who, a little bit above 25 and 30. You had obviously Bhagat Singh ji and the entire Freedom Revolutionary Party's fighters who participated in that nation building, made sure that their voices matter. But gradually so, since independence, since the Constituent Assembly in 1951 brought the age restrictions, the age criteria of when you can contest as an MLA or MP at the age of 25 and 30, the result has been that you have the largest youth voter bank, the electorate, voting for the oldest elected representatives. Now, PRS states, and this is shocking, so 670 million people, right? According to the census and UN data, 670 million people, 67 crore people are below the age of 25. Our average age of a parliamentarian in 2023, according to PRS, is 58 in the Lok Sabha and 64 in the Rajya Sabha. Now, we did some extra numbers. We compiled about 10 extra states and assemblies. The average age of an elected official at an MLA or MP level rounds about at 61 or 62. Imagine 670 million people are then represented by people twice or three times their age in most assemblies and parliament. And now you're going to say, that doesn't really matter. Representation, people are working for them. But here's some other facts. The Youth Commonwealth Report states that India actually figures in 130 out of 160 in their Youth Development Index. This was 2013 when they first released it. They haven't released another index after that. We've ranked number 1 in the highest youth suicides in the world. We hover between 30% to 40% of youth unemployment. We have one of the highest youth malnutrition rates. All this, because I believe, is a lack of representation, right? It's taken 17 Lok Sabhas to get to where we are. 17 Lok Sabhas, 17 different elections, where we currently have a gerontocracy. And if people who don't know what a gerontocracy, it's a really complicated way of saying young people elect a government that's run by old people, right? A government of old people. And so, you're going to ask me, okay, and I say this a lot, right? And I get asked, things are changing. They are. So, for example, pre and post 2014, right? And this is my experience working in youth development. If you go out, right? If you go into these, let's say the ministries, let's say into the assemblies, you have a lot more young people visibly there between the ages of 21 and 25. Not even, young kake, you're 40 years old. No, actually between 20 to 25 in the private staff of ministries, in the actual bureaucratic staffs of ministries, coming in and trying to participate. But that isn't enough, right? There needs to be more.
Okay, fair enough. But it's interesting that you make a mention of this because 9 years ago, a young man who's sitting right here delivered a TED talk speaking about young Indians in politics and the challenges, speaking about dynasty. 5 years later, he was viral all across India with another wonderful speech which spoke about tectonic change in Indian politics and democracy. Today, he sits here as a member of parliament from Bangalore South. He is also the president of the BJYM. Tejasvi, I want to know from you, what has changed in the last 9 years? Has your perspective changed? What do you say? How do you read the situation and the transformation that has come about?
Thank you, Arjun, and thank you, Vikramji and the organizers for having me here, and best wishes for Arth. I think the last 8-9 years, especially after 2014, has seen two very important areas of India's social life being very positively transformed. India's polity as well as India's economic sphere. Both has undergone a very perceptible and a very real democratization. I say this because post 2014, because I work with the BJYM, I work at the grassroots and I work the hurly-burly of politics every single day, I see a large number of young people participating with political activism, political parties, from panchayat to parliament levels, whether it is assisting parliamentarians, whether it is assisting ministries, whether it is working in their back offices, or for that matter, even taking an active interest in electoral politics as candidates and as participants themselves. I see a great deepening and democratization of the political space. The TED talk that you mentioned of mine 9 or 10 years ago had flagged three important issues or challenges, or rather I would say disincentives which discouraged young people from making the leap into electoral politics. The immense amount of money that is needed to win an election in India, the unfair advantage that or role that caste plays in Indian political parties, the muscle power or the organizational outreach that is needed to make a dent or an impact in politics. All of these three, in great ways, have been diluted in the last 8 years, 9 years, thanks to the Prime Minister's vision of establishing a political culture that places talent over dynasty, performance over pedigree, and the party especially has launched a systematic war against dynasty politics, parivarvad politics all over the country. And as a result, the inter-party democracy in the Bharatiya Janata Party, especially because I can speak for my own party today, is at the highest levels in any political party ever. While this is something that is, very encouraging, because in my travels all across the country, whether it is in the Northeast, just as we speak, Arjun, my Yuva Morcha state president of Meghalaya, Kristen, is contesting the MLA election in Meghalaya, and he is all of 26, 27 years old. And as we speak, in Nagaland, there are 2 or 3 constituencies in which the BJYM activists are contesting, and all of them are below the age of 30 years. In the recently concluded Tripura elections, in 6 important seats, young activists between the age of 27, 30, 32, 33, they got opportunities to contest. So the point I'm trying to make is 9 years ago, when I made the TED talk, I thought it is next to impossible for a youngster, someone like me coming from a middle class family, who doesn't have the money, muscle or the caste influence needed to make big in electoral politics, to even get considered for an electoral seat. That was the context in which I had made that speech. But today here I am, having been elected to the parliament, thanks to the party's support, the party which made sure that even a youngster with only 13, 14 lakh rupees in my bank account could contest a Lok Sabha election and win. And I'm not just an exception. You go all across the country today, whether it's in cities like Mumbai, or whether it is in the northeast of India, the examples that I mentioned now, you find young people coming from all castes, coming from different socio-economic backgrounds, finding space, finding voice in the mainstream political party setup in India's largest political party. I think this is a massive change which indicates a deepening of India's democratic roots. While this is something that has happened at the political space, the same kind of democratization has also taken place on the economic space. Today, I come from the city of Bengaluru, which is home to almost 50% of India's startups and almost 40% of India's unicorns. You speak to any young co-founder, founder, or a newly minted millionaire, billionaire in India, most of them come from subaltern communities. Most of them come from tier 2, tier 3 backgrounds, rustic Hindi-speaking, Kannada, Tamil-speaking backgrounds, who have now established the unicorns that India is so proud of. So, the last 9 years, India has witnessed not only first generation political startups, political leaders, but India has also witnessed a great amount of first generation economic startups. India has seen a first generation of millionaires and billionaires, which shows that both in the democratic sphere as well as both in the economic sphere as well as the political sphere, there has been a great democratization that has taken place over the last 8-9 years. If I can just take 30 seconds more, Arjun. I also think that one of the big reasons that this has been made possible is because a lot of institutional and systemic roadblocks or hindrances which otherwise would have disincentivized, discouraged young people from taking this risk, making these leaps, starting a company for that matter, raising funds for that matter, or for more importantly, looking at the political space from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Every political party was like the private Jagir of a political party. This war on nepotism, the war on dynasty politics that the Prime Minister has led, has given hope to a lot of young people to come to mainstream politics. The war that has been led against crony capitalism and making sure that India's economic space is more meritocracy oriented and allows for fair and free competition has encouraged and given strength to a lot of young people from modest backgrounds to dream big even on the economic sphere. So I think we need not paint a very gloomy picture of what it is out there. I think India is at a very positive, very optimistic point in time in its history.
Absolutely, fair enough. And it brings an important point in this conversation, which I'll take it up again. But before that, Sudhanshu, like I've spoken about, the voter registration events, they're mostly, and I gather it from the social media and outreach of your organization, many of those events are being organized in tier 1 cities. What do you think is what is the pulse of this new India that you're talking about?
So before that, Tejasvi made a really good point about, I don't mean to be gloomy about, young India right now in the 21st century. I'm actually very optimistic. I'm bullish on India, and especially India's youth, right? But that doesn't mean that I stray away from being practical, that yes, we have the unicorn founders. But my question is that ability to access the economic power and the political power, has it devolved? Now, we will have people like Tejasvi who have been highlighted, who have gotten that, and many more. As you said, I was just in Meghalaya. You have a very young crowd. I mean, the average age in Meghalaya is 21 years old. So yeah, you will have leaders there. But I think what I'm more concerned about is how far and the ability for us to make these things accessible. So the reason that I'm saying that is there are still systemic roadblocks that come in the way. Now, you talked about nepotism. You talked about money power. Those are there. They have been. They were prominent before 2014. They might still exist today. But what other roadblocks that come in the way, and what we've realized in our work, are the voting barriers. Now, you just talked about Bengaluru. You talked about the access to economic capital. But how many of those people that are working in the startups are able to vote? Now, it might be easy for people in the audience or critics to say, oh, because they're not interested. I call bullshit on that. They are interested. They are passionate. They are invested in India and building something. But the issue is how do they vote? ECI, the CEOs, are so redundant in terms of getting access to when they can change their electoral roll. You have certain dates, certain timelines, and there are reforms coming slowly, but are they adapting to the pace at which India's youth is adapting? And so my question and my concern is we have to fix on those systemic roadblocks, whether it's the voter registrations or plus also in terms of contesting. I work also with young people helping them contest at a local level. Sarpanch, Punch, only between the ages of 21 and 25. And the biggest roadblocks don't come from the family as people might think. They don't come from the money power, right? The biggest roadblocks come from, oh, how do I even fill a nomination paperwork out? How does it, and will it get accepted by the bureaucracy? Will I be able to actually contest? So that access of information, that access of opportunity is still missing, and that's what we need to work on. I can answer your second part, but
where there's a will, there's a way, definitely. But then, taking you back to the question, what do you think is the pulse of New India?
Okay. Look, I think we're very optimistic. Now, there is frustration, right? I was just in Meghalaya. Everyone in Meghalaya, right? All they talked about was economic opportunity, economic opportunity, economic opportunity. People are studying by the droves in Shillong, and they're coming out unemployed. So yes, there is frustration, but like you said, there is potential, right? There's the fact that people are eager. People are eager to build in India. People are eager to invest in India, not just from, afar away abroad, but we have to also look at the practicalities. 200,000 students, capable students every single year leave India and go to the United States. 150,000 students every single year leave India and go to Canada. 100,000 leave India and go to the United Kingdom. What's happening there? Why aren't we using them? Why aren't we getting them back? So there is a sense of frustration. Now, that is being resolved. So in 2013, at the same time that Tejasvi, you had a talk, a leader from Ahmedabad also dropped into Delhi in February of 2013, and he spoke at Sri Raj College of Commerce. And that man was Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he exclusively started the 2014 general election campaign from SRCC to talk to young people, right, to talk to the media. And he said one thing. Someone asked him, what do these ambassadors think of India? And he said that, people ask me that, what's your outlook on India? And every other country, and he says, every other country you look at, Europe, America, wo buddhe ho chuke hain. But India's potential is the youth. And he actually went on to say, basically, that we need to bring more young people into politics, and which, as you said, he's done, but he went a step further. And he even talked about the age and limitations of why are there not MLAs contesting below even a certain age. You talked about people contesting between the ages of 27 to 33, but I'm thinking even more. When we can have 18, 19-year-olds, and I know this might be ridiculous for you all to hear, at the UK House of Parliament, in the Senate and House of Republicans at the age of 21, why can't we have that in India? There are aging demographics, but here, 670 million people below the age of 25.
Fair enough. Tejasvi, how would you like to rebut?
Well, there's nothing to rebut in the sense of, because there's not the one point that Sudhanshu has been making even in his first intervention is about lowering the age of voting and lowering the age of contesting elections, and that is something that can be debated. But insofar as the points of, economic opportunities that are needed for the country's young people, and that's being a point of debate all around the country, and the unemployment as an issue, I think one must see this from the perspective of how the country has grown economically the last 9 years. The incredible amount of economic opportunities that is today available before the young people all across the country in every state. The country's economy has grown in the last 9 years. The per capita income has nearly doubled in the last 9 years. Even the formal registration of jobs in the EPFO database indicates a 3 to 4 times increase in the number of registrations in the EPFO website. The amount of money the country has spent in creating physical infrastructure, capital infrastructure expenditure in the last 9 years is the highest in almost 7 decades, which has, of course, translated in creating an incredible amount of universities at the pace of creating almost one university per week. More number of medical education seats made available in the last 9 years than was what made available in the last 70 years. A new national education policy being introduced. The number of airports almost being doubled in the last 7 years. All of this indicates at more opportunities, economic, political, social, otherwise, to the young people of India. All of this is happening at an incredible pace. There can always be a demand that the pace of economic progress must increase in India because we have such a large number of young population to cater to. And the government of the day is cognizant of this fact, is why people all across the country see hope in the Prime Minister's vision and blueprint for creating this kind of a fast economic roadmap for India. So I think the point on increasing economic opportunities for young people is something that the government of the day is very cognizant of. And there is no government before this government that has lifted more number of people below the poverty line than this government has ever done. And one thing that I would want to say at this point is, because howsoever we may deny the fact that economics will not play a role in empowering young people to make choices towards politics or not, or taking a career in politics or economics for that matter, if the basic aspiration or a fight of a young person every day is to make his ends meet, it's impossible for him to explore other human potential avenues of any aspiration or any endeavor. So the biggest roadblock, the biggest barrier that prevents any youngster from taking any risk, whether it's to take up a career in politics, in bureaucracy, or for that matter in to start a new venture on an economic front, it's the ability to be financially sound and financially stronger. And I think that is what the government of the day, the last 9 years, has tried to bring the basics, create the basic social security, so that the young people can now aspire to do other things and just not be worried and bogged down by the survival on a day-to-day basis. So seen in this context, I think there is huge optimism, huge positivity that I see everywhere. And in my travels all across the country, I see more and more young people who are penchant to make this leap towards leadership, take on these roles. And I see this coming from different communities all across the country.
Absolutely. That is what I want you to focus upon, because you make a mention of what is the young India wanting in the cities, and there's a young India in the villages or tier 2, tier 3 towns. There must be some contrast. There are caste, community barriers, there are religious barriers, and there are also economic barriers. So how do you see that? Because seeing it from the organizational or Sangathan perspective, you have a vast experience in terms of you go on Pravas, you've been utilizing social media, leveraging it to the fullest, and you and the party essentially gets the largest sense of what the young India wants. How do you picture that in the backdrop of, you've spoken about economics, in the backdrop of technology, in the backdrop of voices which were so far unheard of? How do you contrast that, and how do you take it forward from there?
It's a very interesting question that you have posed, Arjun. I would want to put this in this manner, because Sudhanshu made this point of how things have kind of positively changed over the last 8-9 years, and he sees large number of young people participating in government spaces. The Nehruvian consensus, if I can use that word, was mostly the upper class, upper caste consensus, which made access to resources both politically as well as economically the domain of only a select few. The last 8 years, I keep going back to the point that I made in the very first intervention, the last 8-9 years has seen a deepening of democratization, both at the political, social as well as the economic space. Recently, I was in a small school in a very remote part of Karnataka, and a very young, bright girl with lots of hope in her eyes spoke of how she sees Draupadi Murmu as her role model. So whether it is the story of a prime minister selling chai on a railway station, making it big and becoming the prime minister, it has inspired a generation. In the same way, examples of and representation, very conscious representation in important public offices of people like Draupadi Murmu is inspiring an entire generation. And if you were to understand what is the BJP's success in, say, Uttar Pradesh, in Madhya Pradesh, in any of these states that the Bharatiya Janata Party is repeatedly winning elections, in Gujarat for that matter, it is because every small community, every single section of the society, howsoever small numerically, has found political expression and representation in electoral politics. Which is a very big thing, because these communities earlier could not have even dreamed of having a substantial part of the political pie. But today that has been made possible. In the same way, if you list the founders and co-founders of the top 20 unicorns in India, find out which are the schools, colleges they studied in, the languages that they're comfortable in speaking, where they come from, an overwhelming majority of all of them are from what you refer to as tier 1 and tier 2 cities. Not many of them are from the IITs or the IIMs. Many of them come from Madan Lal, Gangaram, whatever, these type of schools, colleges which are not considered to be the Ivy League of India. But these are also the people creating wealth. So in that sense, I would say that the democratization that has taken place in the last 9 years is something that has broken the Nehruvian consensus, which made access to opportunities and privilege, confined it to the upper class, upper caste, English speaking, tier 2, the metropolitan elite of the nation.
Now,
last word there, because we're running out of time and then we have to take quick.
Absolutely. So Tejasvi made a really good point. You brought about the importance of symbolism. Very, very true, whether it's the prime minister himself, the president, but symbolism also comes down to young people, right? Of course, you and I, we are privileged to be here, but symbolism in terms of, can a 21-year-old also be able to contest? Can a 21-year-old have the same access if they're, credible and worthy and have merit to be able to get there? And as you said, Tejasvi, I think it's really interesting. You're advocating for, and which I agree with, that, this access to economic capital has devolved and has made it, and like you said, one has to think about apne khud ke roti kapdi makan, right? Everyone has to be based economically well to think about politics. But if you're saying that, then can we then move forward? Can we take the needle forward where, BJYM ensures that at least in the next general election, right, in the manifesto, we are going to commit to decreasing the age of candidacy. We're going to commit to make sure that more people between the brackets of 25 and 30 can come out and contest a certain number, a certain quota, whatever it is. If you're saying that, okay, now they're good or getting better, we can now think about building this nation. We can all participate. And I would love for there to be some progressive move on that.
Sudhanshu, I think for the third time you have made the point on decreasing the age for contesting elections. And I say that this is something that we can always debate. But what I am focused on, what BJYM is focused on, what the party is focused on, the Prime Minister's vision, is to actually give young people an opportunity to contest elections. You spoke of how filling up the nomination form itself is a challenge, right? But let me tell you that this is not a challenge for a BJYM or a BJP Karyakarta who gets a party ticket, because the party has has set up an institution where there are lawyers, where there are people who are aware of the system, how it works. They come, they help us fill up forms, they help us open bank accounts. The party takes care of things.
But for that, you have to get a ticket.
There are hundreds of people. There are hundreds of people all over the country who have made use of this opportunity. Every year, the BJYM and the party at all levels throughout the country, at the block levels, the booth levels, organizes voter registration camps. And I think just last year, even during COVID, just the city of Mumbai, my Yuva Morcha president from Mumbai gave us a report that every single ward saw a rise in 3,000 to 4,000 new voter registrations that the BJYM alone had conducted. So whether it is increasing voter registrations, whether it is allowing or creating platforms for young people 25, 30, 32 to go and contest, empowering them with all kinds of resources that is needed, I think that's a very, very big thing that is happening. My only ask because Sudhanshu is a well-meaning youngster who wants to see more young people participate in India's politics, my only request for you would be this, Sudhanshu. In addition to championing the idea of reducing the age of elections from 25 to 21, which I think, though important, is not going to be extremely not tectonic or path-breaking, what I would suggest you to do, though I know it's not my place to suggest anything at all, what I would suggest you to do rather is to champion the cause of destroying all dynasty-based political parties. That is going to give more opportunities for young people. Launch a tirade against all of the political parties which make politics and political parties a fiefdom of one political family. When the Shiv Sena becomes truly democratic, then more number of young people will start seeing hopes of becoming and joining the Shiv Sena and becoming leaders of Shiv Sena, because they see if they are more capable and talented and hardworking than Aditya Thackeray, then they can rise up and become leaders. If Congress will tomorrow decide that any youngster who is capable, any youngster who is really committed to the party's cause, he is going to be given an opportunity, and the party is not going to push down everybody's neck, Rahul Gandhi and his idea, then I think India's democracy is going to benefit a lot. If you can champion this cause of destroying and dismantling dynasty-based politics in all other political parties with the same gusto with which you are championing the idea of reducing the electoral age, I think we will actually be creating a more vibrant platform for young people coming from modest families, non-political families. They will be having more opportunity and access to make a mark and make a dent in India's political space.
We'll consider the championing, but also...
This can go on for hours, guys. But quick question from the audience. We are running out of time, but anybody, if they have a question. Anyone? We have a young boy there. Please do say your name and direct your question to whoever you are.
Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Manas, and question is from Sudan. There.
Maybe scream it.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Manas, and my question is from Sudhanshu sir, that we have been continuously seeing that 52-year-old man in this country called young. So how can we get rid out of this?
No, this is not just a political problem. This is a cultural problem that obviously is showcased in politics. India is an ageist society, right? We think a 45-year-old, a 50-year-old minister with 3 kids as old as me can be considered young because they work out, right? They look slim fit, to young hoga. And this doesn't just equate to politics. It's all around. We have the 3 cons of Bollywood, who we consider still young, etc., who are now nearing the age of 60, right? So I think that instead of just saying, okay, it's in politics, we as a society need to figure out that why are we so ageist, that we just devalue someone's experience only by the number of years they've spent here in the world and how long they've lived, right? But it's about the ability of what they've seen, what they've done, and that necessarily doesn't mean there's a time constraint. So I think we really need to work on us being ageist, and that will exhibit once we get better in politics. We will get more young people. We will get not just one Tejasvi Surya ji, tens of Tejasvi Surya jis, and tens of other young people. For example, Chandrani Murmu, who's the only person right now in parliament below the age of 30. She's actually about to turn 30 next month, but she is the only person who technically can represent 750 million Indians below the age of 30.
Fair enough. I think with that...
Still don't think that it's the Congress party's dynasty politics that is the problem, that a 52-year-old is still considered a young, but it's a cultural problem of the nation. Is that what your assessment is?
No, absolutely not. Actually, it's a cultural, it's the existing parties and not just the Congress. Name them all. Whether it's the BJD, whether it's the JDU, whether it's, parts and unfortunately some parts of the BJP as well, because the minister that I was referring to is a current minister, right? It's an existing throughout all parties, but again, sir, that's because it's a cultural issue. Our parties value or exhibit the cultural ageism that we have. And that's what we need to solve.
Sudhanshu, that is what he has been trying to defend or argue for the last 30 minutes. Regardless, I thank both my speakers. We had a wonderful conversation and I hope this tradition continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the moderator. Thank you to the panelists. And I believe that age is it's just a number. It is truly, truly all about ability. Whether you're young or old, you just need to deliver on the job. Period. By the way, I'm young too. So, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing to you now a performance. Yesterday in the evening, I had the honor to introduce Sri Shivananda performing Yakshagana for us. And I said this yesterday when I was introducing him to the audience, that we at Arth, at Team Arth, we push our limits, we delve deeper, we strive stronger to bring you that one dance form, that one form of music that we think hasn't really been seen too much on national platforms. And yet again, we have one more coming up for you. It's called Abhang. Now, Abhang is a form of devotional poetry. It's sung in the praise of Hindu god Vitthal, or Vithoba, as he's lovingly called in Maharashtra, a form of Lord Vishnu. It is said that listening to Abhang can bring about changes in your vibrational frequency of your energy. This morning, Abhang is brought to you by Dr. Pandit Pushkar Lele. He's from the Gwalior Gharana. He is one of India's leading classical vocalists. Of course, he's been honored with many an award, including the Suramani Award and the Sanatan Sangeet Award. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be delighted. Those of you watching us online, get more of your friends and family to join in. You're watching us at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. And here comes Abhang on day 2. Enjoy.
हरे जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे जय 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 राम कृष्ण हरे जय 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 राम कृष्ण हरे जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे जय जय राम 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 जय जय राम राम जय जय राम जय 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 राम 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 जय राम जय जय राम कृष्ण हार गळा कासे पितांबर आवडे निरंतर आवडे निरंतर आवडे निरंतर हेची ध्यान मकर कुंडले 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 मकर कुंडले तळपती श्रवणी मकर कुंडले
Next, an Abhanga by Sant Eknath.
काया ये पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया ये पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया ये पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया ये पंढरी काया राजा एक मेरा केला ऐसा गोपाळ काला ऐसा गोपाळ काला ऐसा गोपाळ काला ऐसा गोपाळ काला होत से काया ही पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया ही पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया ही पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल देखिली पंढरी देहि जनीवानी देखिली पंढरी 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 देखिली पंढरी आ पंढरी 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 देहि जनीवानी देहि जनीवानी देखिले पंढरी आ देहि जनीवानी एका जनार्दनी एका जनार्दनी एका जनार्दनी वारी करी काया हे पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल काया हे पंढरी आत्मा हा विठ्ठल 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 दूसरा कुछ है मन में? This is a very simple abang by Sant Tukaram, in which he says that Lahanapana dega deva, make me very small. Don't fill me with ego, crush my ego, and make me so small, as tiny as an ant. Lahanapana dega deva, mungi sakhare sarava. ऐरावती रत्न थोर त्यासी अंकुशाचा मार, जया अंगी मोठेपण, जिसके मन में बहुत गर्व है, जया अंगी मोठेपण, तया यातना कठिन, उसको यातना भी बहुत कठिन है। तो बहुत सीधा साधा सरल शब्दों का एक छोटा सा अभंग है। अंकुशाचा मार, ऐरावती रत्न थोर, 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 त्यासी अंकुशाचा मार, त्यासी अंकुशाचा मार, जया अंगी मोठेपण, जया अंगी मोठेपण, नया यातना कठीण, लहानपण देगा देवा, मुंगी साखरेचा रवा, लहानपण देगा देवा, झाडे जाती 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 महापुरे झाडे जाती महापुरे 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 झाडे जाती तेथ लव्हाळ वाचते महापुरे झाडे जाती तेथ लव्हाळ वाचते जया अंगी मोठेपण जया अंगी मोठेपण तया यातना लहानपण देगा देवा परवे जाण 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 तुका म्हणे तुका म्हणे 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 तुका म्हणे परवे जाण बरवे जाण बरवे जाण 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 तुका म्हणे बरवे जाण भावे लहानहून लहान तुका म्हणे बरवे जाण भावे लहानहून लहान जया अंगी मोठेपण जया अंगी मोठेपण तया यातना कठीण लहानपण देगा देवा मुंगी साखरेचा रवा लहानपण देगा देवा मुंगी देवा आ देवा 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 लहानपण देगा देवा मुंगी साखरेचा रवा मुंगी साखरेचा रवा मुंगी साखरेचा अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, 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 चालला नामाचा गजर, चालला नामाचा गजर, चालला नामाचा गजर, नामाचा गजर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, अवघे विठ्ठलाची मूर्ती, ध्यानी विठ्ठलाची मूर्ती, टाळ घोष कानी येते, टाळ चंद्रभागा नीर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, चालला नामाचा गजर, चालला नामाचा गजर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर. पिडा टळूनी जाती, पिडा टळूनी जाती, पिडा टळूनी जाती, देहाला लाभे मुक्ती, देहाला संतांचे माहेर, अवघे गरजे पंढरपूर, अवघे गरजे
I would want to clap. Would you all want to put your hands together once again? Magical. And as I said earlier, when I introduced them, it only happens at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. Bahut bahut dhanyawad. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, India, which was once known as Vishwaguru for its flourishing civilizations, for being the center of excellence for education, medical discoveries, mathematical innovations, cultural treasures, and much more, is now saddled with many a challenge. In ancient India, the public greatly benefited from the Indic values of governance, such as dharma, ahimsa, nishtha, upeksha, and satya, which were the lifeline of the early ages. It seems more and more each day that there is a need to revive the Indic social, moral, and spiritual values and integrate them into the fold of governance in present-day India. We must learn from our ideal past and apply it for an ideal future. This conversation, I think, has already begun in power corridors. At Arth, we are bringing this on to a public platform. Please put your hands together for our session guests, policy movers, and makers. Our first guest is scholar Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow at the Institute of Peace and Conflict. Being a defense economist, he has regular columns in News 18, First Post, Print, Economic Times, and Business Standard. A defense and policy expert at the Stimson Center, Washington, D.C., Mr. Anurag Saxena, an adept policy expert and financial board advisor, has held global roles at Deutsche Bank and Credit Suisse. His invaluable inputs and views have been featured in the Washington Post, Financial Express, Sunday Guardian, amongst many others. Shri Priyank Kanungo, chairperson of the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, has been working relentlessly to protect children and taken cognizance of the deprivation and violation of child rights. Please welcome Sandeep Khoj, well-known social commentator and believer in the India growth story. This session, everybody, will be moderated by leading finance and public policy specialist, Mr. Rajiv Mantri, director of Navam Capital, that supports investments in India. He is the founder of the India Enterprise Council and has been featured in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Put your hands together, everyone, and welcome on stage our panelists and the moderator. And let's get this first conversation of the next part of the afternoon going. Policy Making 2.0. And while they join me on stage, I'd like to urge you all, our audience seated here, and also those of you who are watching us online, you could share your experience, your thoughts, your reactions, your views on Arth Culture Fest promoted by ZEEL on Instagram and Twitter. Our handles are @Arth_live. On our Facebook page, @Arth Culture Fest. And you could use the hashtags hashtag Arth Culture Fest and hashtag India Ka Arth. Let's begin this session, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming our moderator and the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. Before we discuss on embedding Indic values in governance systems, I'll ask the distinguished panel with me today to talk about what Indic values mean to them. So, should we first begin with Abhijit? My friend Abhijit, the defense analyst.
Okay. So for me, it's Indic values is always going to be from the prism of security and foreign policy. And for me, that's very much Chanakya, who was the first capitalist. He was the father of the Austrian school of economics, It's, I call it the Chanakya school of economics, but they call it the Austrian school of economics. So first, common sense. No sentimentality, a lack of sentimentality almost to the point of being antisocial, ruthlessness, absolute ruthlessness, and there's the Alcoholics Anonymous prayer, God, give me the strength to change what I can, the fortitude to bear what I cannot, and the wisdoms to see the difference between the two. And for me, Indic values is the difference between Swadharma and Rajdharma. Swadharma, you can be a wonderful person, but you have absolutely no right to impose your Swadharma as the Rajdharma. Rajdharma is not nice. It is not meant to be nice. It is not meant to be kisi. It is not meant to be Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It is meant to be ruthless. That is Indic.
So if I can interject here, if you had to, you mentioned Chanakya, and I presume Chanakya would be an archetype of Rajdharma as in your construct. So if you had to pick a similar thinker or a similar figure for Swadharma, who would it be? So that maybe the audience can relate to that more.
See, the problem with the examples of Swadharma are unfortunately that they impose it as Rajdharma. And for me, the most visible examples of that would be Mr. Mohandas Karamchand and Ashoka. Taking your personal belief systems and converting it into state policy, which becomes very dangerous. People don't realize this, that Ashoka's empire collapsed within Ashoka's own reign. 20 years after he went and sacked Kalinga, the Kalingans came and sacked Patliputra. Right? Everybody seems to forget that for whatever reason. Gandhi again, he had very high values of himself, but to impose that on the state as state policy, I think that's where you get to the part about, the Alcoholics Anonymous prayer.
Okay. So, Rajdharma as broadly an Indic value that you believe we need to embed into our governance systems. Next, can I request Sandeep ji, if you want to talk about Indic values and what they mean to you?
To me, it means, doing what is right while staying true to your own values, so to speak. I don't know, it's contradictory. It's similar to what Abhijit said, but what I would say is stay on course for the purpose, what you're really trying to achieve, and if that is in consonance with the larger scheme of things which you feel is good for society, good for mankind, good for the entire world, and the whole idea of, staying away from the fruits of it for yourself, and to some extent, therefore, to me, what is proposed in the Gita sounds much more closer to Indic value, because of the similar reasons. You do something which is right, and you do it right because you feel right without any personal, agenda in the whole situation, because you're doing it for a much larger cause. That's how I see Indic value.
Okay, so if I can summarize that, it would entail essentially doing the right thing, but obviously that has different connotations, different meanings to different people.
No, right thing is you see, it's not for the end per se. Even if you want to practice, let's say, on a geopolitical scale, if you're trying to extend India's influence or the Indic influence across the world, you're not doing it for hegemonistic reasons. You're doing it to spread certain value systems and which you feel is what the world should be guided by, which is, in sync with the natural laws. And you're not doing it just because you want to make India powerful to put somebody else down, but you think that is the natural course of action by which humanity should evolve, the universe should evolve, and we are more in sync with that. To that extent, we are pursuing that. And therefore, the whole point of your personal morality, your personal choices don't come into play. So that's what, at one level, I talked about the Gita, Arjuna, or Krishna. In a modern context, I see Vivekananda doing that.
Okay, so I guess we can describe that as doing what is in the greater good. To put
and again, without bringing yourself in the way.
Fair enough. Okay. So can I request Priyank ji now to elucidate on what Indic values are?
देखिए मेरी नज़र में इंडिक वैल्यूज के
माइक ऊपर ले लीजिए।
मेरी नज़र में अगर हम बात करते हैं तो जो सभी के लिए
नहीं माइक होल्ड करके रखिए थोड़ा
जो सभी के लिए भले की बात करें, जैसे मानस में है कि परहित सम धर्म नहीं भाई, तो जो परोपकार की बात करें, जो सभी को साथ लेके चलने की बात करें, या हम आगे चल के स्वामी विवेकानंद से लेकर के एकात्म मानववाद में भी जो प्रिंसिपल्स को देखते हैं, जो इस तरीके की पॉलिसीज की बात करें जो आखिरी पंक्ति के अंतिम व्यक्ति को आगे लाने की बात करती है। अगर इस दुनिया में हम एक पिरामिड की कल्पना करते हैं तो उस पिरामिड में सबसे आखिर के आदमी को मेन स्ट्रीम करने के लिए जो वैल्यू सिस्टम काम करता है वो इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम।
अंत्योदय कहते हैं।
डेफिनेटली अंत्योदय। तो अंत्योदय आप किसी भी काल में देख लीजिए, राजनीतिक सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण से वो बदला गया। जैसे अभिजीत जी ने आर्य चाणक्य का एग्जाम्पल दिया, मैं उसी एग्जाम्पल पे वापस आता हूं। एक बच्चा जो स्लेवरी में था, उसको बेचा जा रहा था गुलामी करने के लिए, उसको एक टीचर ने रेस्क्यू किया, टीचर वाज चाणक्य, और वो देश का सम्राट बना। तो परिवार केंद्रित ऐसी व्यवस्था जहां सरकार का दखल परिवार के भीतर नहीं है, जहां बाजार परिवार और सरकार के नियंत्रण में हो, वो इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम
नहीं। और इसकी बहुत एक लंबी परंपरा रही है भारत में, तो ये एक अच्छा एंगल है शायद मैं कहूँगा इंडिक वैल्यूज को के बारे में सोचने का, उन्हें समझने का।
डेफिनेटली। देखिए, जब मैं व्यवस्था की बात करते हैं हम, तो व्यवस्था बाजार, परिवार और सरकार इनके बीच में बटी हुई है। जब हम भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में इसकी बात करते हैं तो हमारा परिवार समृद्ध है, परिवार स्ट्रेंथन है। जैसे मैं अपने कार्यक्षेत्र के बारे में अगर आपको इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम के बारे में बताऊं तो भारत में अनाथ आश्रम नहीं होते थे, भारत में ऑर्फनेजेस इन्वेडर्स के साथ आए। हमारी परंपराओं में तो परिवार की परंपरा है। भारतीय परंपराओं में मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल देके बताता हूं। जैसे झांसी की रानी लक्ष्मीबाई की कहानी हमने सुनी। उन्होंने एक बच्चे को गोद लिया और उसको उसके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल उस समय के जो उसके फंडामेंटल राइट्स थे कि उसको इनहेरिटेंट प्रॉपर्टी का राइट हो, उसको राज करने का अधिकार हो, वो राजा का बेटा था, उसको राज करने का अधिकार, वो देने को ब्रिटिशर्स ने मना कर दिया। रानी तलवार लेके ब्रिटिशर्स के ऊपर कूद गई अपने बच्चे के अधिकार के लिए। भारत का नाम तो जिन सम्राट भरत के नाम पे पड़ा, वो फैमिली वैल्यू सिस्टम का या इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम का एग्जाम्पल है अपने आप में। देखिए, सम्राट भरत को उनके पिता ने उनकी माँ के साथ अबेंडन कर दिया था। अगर हम यूरोपियन वैल्यू सिस्टम पर बात करें या किसी और दुनिया के सिस्टम की बात करें तो माँ बेटे के राइट्स के लिए हम कोर्ट कचहरी कर रहे होते, झगड़े कर रहे होते। लेकिन एक गुरु थे, उस गुरु के आश्रम में, कर्ण ऋषि के आश्रम में उस बालक का पालन पोषण हो रहा था। उन्होंने सम्राट दुष्यंत को एहसास कराया, बच्चे को वापस पहुंचा, बच्चा भारत का सम्राट बना और सम्राट भरत के नाम पे भारत का नाम। तो ये हमारे यहाँ का इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम है।
तो इसे इस रूप में ले सकते हैं कि परिवार जो फैमिली यूनिट जिसको बोलते हैं
वो केंद्र में होना।
वो
डेफिनेटली केंद्र में होना चाहिए।
वो नीतियों में या फिर कोई भी तरह की पॉलिसी मेकिंग में फैमिली यूनिट को एक प्रोमिनेंस दिया जाए।
डेफिनेटली पिछले 2014 से सरकार लगातार ये कर रही है। लेट मी गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, वन मोर एग्जांपल। हमने एक त्रासदी देखी एक 15 साल पहले सुनामी की। तमिलनाडु में, चेन्नई में सुनामी के बाद उस इलाके में ऑर्फनेजेस की बाढ़ आ गई थी। हर कोई बच्चों को ऑर्फनेजेस में डाल के पाल रहा था। दूसरी ट्रेजेडी हमने देखी कोविड के रूप में। मैं आपको बताता हूं, कोविड के दौरान, कोविड या किसी और कारण से जो भी बच्चे अपने माता पिता को या घर के अर्निंग मेंबर को खोने के कारण परेशानी में आए, उनमें से 1% से भी कम बच्चे ऑर्फनेजेस में, क्योंकि सरकार ने पॉलिसीज चेंज की, फैमिलीज को स्ट्रेंथन करने पे काम किया। तो अगर आप फैमिली सिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथन करते हो तो वही इंडिक वैल्यू सिस्टम।
वेरी वेल पुट। अनुराग, इफ आई कैन कम टू यू, आप बताइए कि इंडिक वैल्यूज को आप किस रूप में देखते हैं और आपके लिए इंडिक वैल्यूज का क्या महत्व है?
तो इस डिस्कशन का वी कैन फ्रेम इट इन टू वेज. One is we can talk about what are indic values. The other way is we can exclude ki what are not indic values, which is what I would like to focus on. Right?
So एक negative framing.
एक negative framing. Now, अगर आप, if you look at the current version of the constitution, the laws, the policies and the enforcement today, it was framed on some pre-existing system. कोई Westminster system बोलता है, presidential, parliamentary, prime minister, whatever. Net, these are all imported systems from different parts of the world. Right? जिसकी हम लोग ने खिचड़ी बना दी, उस खिचड़ी को आज तक खींचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. अच्छा, उस खिचड़ी को लेके डिबेट होगा, बिकॉज कहीं पे खिचड़ी को पोंगल बोलते हैं, कहीं पे खिचड़ी बोलते हैं, कहीं पे कुछ बोलते हैं, नहीं. नाउ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग टुडे इज कि आपको पिज्जा खाना है और आपको मुर्ग मलाई टिक्का भी खाना है, तो आपने मुर्ग मलाई टिक्का लेके पिज्जा पे डाल दिया, तो ना वो मुर्ग मलाई टिक्का बना, ना वो मुर्ग मलाई टिक्का है, ना वो पिज्जा है. सो ओनली वियर्ड पीपल वुड प्रिफर रैंडम बिश मैशेस लाइक दैट. तो मेरे हिसाब से व्हाट वी रियली नीड टू फोकस ऑन, अभी 25 साल हैं फॉर इंडिया टू कंप्लीट 100 years ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस. तो आई थिंक जिसको बजटरी फाइनेंशियल इस पे जीरो बेस्ड बजटिंग बोलते हैं, वी नीड टू गो बैक टू द ड्राइंग बोर्ड. एंड आई एब्सोल्युटली एग्री विद अभिजीत जी, with Priyank ji, we need to go back to the drawing board and say कि भाई, who are we as a community, regardless of how we have defined ourselves based on lenses which we have imported, right?
But let me challenge that for a second.
Just okay. Give me 30 seconds, right? And anyway, Modi ji ने अभी अमृत काल का announcement किया है. Now, what I would like us to focus on कि जब मंथन होता है, हम अमृत की बात तब तक नहीं कर सकते जब तक हम विश को डिफाइन ना करें. हमें यह सोचना है कि विश क्या है, उस विश को पहले एक्सक्लूड किया जाए, तब जो बचता है बाय डेफिनेशन वो अमृत बचता है. सो इंडिक वैल्यूज फॉर मी आर एनीथिंग दैट इज नॉट प्रेमाइज्ड और व्यूड फ्रॉम एन इंपोर्टेड लेंस, हाउ मच एवर वी माइट हैव एक्सेप्टेड इट और नॉर्मलाइज्ड इट. बट या,
so just to play devil's advocate a bit here, one can argue that a civilization like India, जो इतनी प्राचीन संस्कृति सभ्यता जो है, उसका बहुत सारी अलग कल्चरल सिस्टम से मिश्रण होते रहा है for centuries. So now, how do we disentangle what is foreign, what is not foreign? Are we being xenophobic here? Because if we start applying purity tests, then where do we draw the line?
You see, the definition is, in my views, very simple, right? Anything that originated from the historical boundaries of India, as represented through our Indic texts, documents, etc., should have a veto over any. Whenever there is a conflict between anything which originated in India versus outside, we need to look at the outside very seriously and very critically. It still may make sense, but we accept it because it makes sense to our cultural archetype. Now, on your second question about diversity in India and assimilation, may I refer back to famous philosopher Sunny Deol ji, विश्वात्मा में एक गाना था जिसमें एक लाइन थी कि क्या लाइन थी कि एक घर में भी हर एक से हैं अलग, देखते हैं अलग, सोचते हैं अलग, हम अलग क्यों ना हो, हम बने हैं अलग, प्यार ने कर दिया पर हमें एक सा. The fact that an oppressive Brahmin like Abhijit ji can sit on the same stage as a relatively lower caste person like me and have a conversation represents the diversity and the unity which we can form internally within ourselves once we recognize what internal and external actually means.
Okay. ठीक है. So with that kind of backdrop in mind on what Indic values are and what the perceptions of Indic values are among the panelists, let me raise another question on how these relate to the systems of governance. So my view is systems of governance should be designed from the perspective of efficacy. कि क्या काम कर रहा है और हमारा लक्ष्य क्या है, क्या जो व्यवस्था है उस लक्ष्य के लिए उचित है. तो पर इसमें एक सवाल आता है कि आइडियोलॉजी versus practicality. So I would invite one of you to or some of you to comment on this. That do we sacrifice practicality in favor of our ideology if it comes to that, or how do we blend the two if the two are at odds? So
I'll get inside here, Abhijit, before you do, because you'll have lots of. I think. See, first of all, Rajiv, one comment I wanted to make to put things in perspective, what all of us were saying, and in one way or the other. I think we've been brought up by a system, ecosystem, the Macaulay system or whatever, where we think the repository of wisdom has been in the West, outside India. Whenever you talk of something which is civilizational, when you talk of democracy or you talk of a parliamentary system, you always refer back to the Greeks, the Romans, and then you talk about the Westminster and US, etc., and as if we are really aboriginal and natives, from who didn't know anything about it. And today, therefore, whenever there is a criticism thrown back as what's happening in the last 8 years or whatever, the immediate reference point is how it is done elsewhere. I think that is a mindset, first of all, we need to get out of. And we very conveniently pick on certain bits to justify our actions. Like when we were talking, Pravinji was talking about family values. Our family values are picked up selectively to justify family-based parties. We said this is family and why we should do. But the concept of family there used to be, it was the family, even if say a ruling family, they would choose not by default who is becoming the next king. They chose by competence. They chose, when you're giving the example of Ramayana, who was chosen, it was not the eldest brother or not, it is basically seeing that who has those attributes and confidence. So when you're looking at many of these things, when you're talking of efficacy, sometimes we are held back because of this false constructs which we have in the framework that unless you do it that way, you cannot be correct. Okay, whether it's be it in matters of secularism, be it in matters of governance, we could be having our very, as you said, set standards which are relevant for our country, relevant for our society, relevant in our own context. And we should be unapologetic about it as long as we are honest about it and we are not distorting facts. That is where I would get to. So it's not a question of one is better than the other, or it's always a matter of interpretation. And here I will differ slightly with Anurag that if somebody were to try and interpret an Indic text, you could interpret it in various ways or various facets of it. But it has to be judged, as you said, the ultimate test has to be what is right for our own people in the given circumstances.
So I'm going to disagree slightly with Anurag here and I'll tell you why. See, जो ideology होता है, वो एक set of first principles होता है. आप कैसे, वो cut copy paste नहीं है. उसका application में हमेशा ये होता है. जैसे आप religion को देख लीजिए. कोई भी मजहब ऐसे होगा जो बोलेगा धर्म के नाम पे हथियार उठाओ. Mahabharat yahi hai. What is Krishna's, what is the Bhagavad Gita? It's when Arjuna says, I cannot kill my own brothers. And Krishna is telling him, you have to, this is dharma, you have to do this. The question is, how do you interpret it? Okay. So it is a set of first principles that is left up to you to interpretation based on your social development. And this is where I think we need foreign examples, because remember, we are still a pre-industrial state. We are a mixed economy of agrarian and services. Manufacturing is still not that. We haven't been through the industrial revolution the way the West went through.
It's still a small segment of the economy.
Exactly. So, industrialization is the key process that changes society completely, along with urbanization. We're having urbanization in India, not industrialization, right? So, how do you then interpret things? See, it's with policy, I was always told there's two things about policy. One is policy should change as times change, but you have to show continuity. Right? Because a lack of continuity in policy is usually called policy schizophrenia, which is very dangerous. यानी कि लेफ्ट विंग गवर्नमेंट आएगा, सब चीज नेशनलाइज कर देगा, फिर राइट विंग गवर्नमेंट आएगा, सब चीज प्राइवेटाइज कर देगा. ऐसे चलता रहा तो देश भाड़ा फूट जाएगा, है ना? सो ऐसे नहीं हो सकता है. तो द मेन थिंग आउट हियर इज how do you apply it? And because some countries, there will be best practices in other countries, I don't have a particularly negative view of bringing in the experiences of application. The thing is, India is very unique in that sense. Ki, have you ever seen a country of 1.4 billion people that industrializes while being a democracy? सब जो democratize हुए थे, industrialize हुए थे, सबके सब में तानाशाही था ना. जापान में तानाशाही था, मेजी ईरा एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट. अमेरिका में वाइट सेग्रीगेशन था.
और उनकी ये पॉपुलेशन नहीं थी, उनकी साइज नहीं थी.
उनकी साइज नहीं थी. तो हर चीज का आपको मॉडिफाई करना पड़ेगा, है ना? जैसे हर बंदे के लिए ड्रेस, जैसे क्लियरली अगर मेरा पठान सूट आप पहनेंगे तो आप दिखेंगे नहीं, मेरा पठान सूट ही दिखेगा. वैसे ही अगर मैंने आपके ड्रेस पहनने की कोशिश की, वो तो फिर कुछ पहन ही नहीं पाऊंगा, तो नेचुरल स्टेट में आ जाऊंगा. तो ऐसे तो इसमें प्रॉब्लम ये है. तो इसीलिए हर चीज का अडेप्टेशन जो है ना, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. सो अडेप्ट, डोंट क्लोज योर माइंड टू फॉरेन इन्फ्लुएंसेस. दैट्स द मेन थिंग.
No, and you were talking about Gandhiji. So Gandhiji is, I think Gandhiji had said that I want the windows of my home to be open and all the winds to blow through. Something to that effect, if I'm quoting him correctly.
He did. I think the issue always is that when you keep getting it consistently wrong and you are unable to have a self-accountability metric. Right? And this is what you remember when Gandhi met Savarkar. Savarkar told him, Gandhi, you have a right to do your experiments. But it is personal experiments, fine. You can't do experiments on the country. You don't have the luxury to do that. Okay? So there has to be, and that is where academic rigor comes in. Understanding what will work, what will not work, set up accountability standards, and failure standards. You know, so for example, I think every policy paper that comes out, कुछ उधर statement होना चाहिए कि भाई ये सब पैरामीटर्स हैं जिसपे हम पॉलिसी का सक्सेस को नापेंगे, और अगर इसमें से 40%, 30 या 40% फेलियर हुआ, हम एक्सेप्ट करेंगे कि ये पॉलिसी जनरली फेल्ड हो गया है. ठीक है? सो these are good ways of measuring policy. So I'd say accountability, जहां हर जगह पे हमारा तो it was a different setup from the West. Here village level पे एक level of accountability होता था जहां सरपंच अपने गांव को accountable है. फिर एक राष्ट्रीय लेवल पर accountability होता था जहां मंत्रिमंडल अपने राजा को कंट्रोल करती थी. हमारे इधर आपने देखा होगा राजाओं में उतना पावर नहीं होता था जितना से चीन के सम्राट में होता था. चीन के सम्राट तो रेगुलरली अपने प्रधानमंत्रियों का सरफरोशी की तमन्ना एक्चुअल में ये कर देते थे. ठीक है ना? तो वो सब नहीं होता था. सो देयर वाज क्लियरली चेक्स एंड बैलेंसेस. Right.
And a decentralized approach.
And a decentralized approach. It was a federal. ये आजकल बोलते हैं अरे फेडरलिज्म है, तो हम क्या कर रहे थे?
And you want to respond to that?
Just a very quick response. And I agree with what Abhijit is saying here. And I just want to take this whole Sarpanch point that he made and extend it a little. So I was having a conversation with Smriti ji, I think a year or year and a half back. Now, jab foreign multilaterals, when they reached out, asking about women's participation in active politics, right? The stand she took was very simple. You are asking very specific questions ki parliament mein, what is the percentage of women that have contested, what is the percentage of women that have won? Or at state levels, how many women MLAs do you have versus male MLAs do you have, right? Our India's response, Smriti ji clarified this very nicely, was to say that we will not answer a question the way you have framed it. Right? Why? Because participation in democracy, we define democracy very differently from the way you define democracy. We don't have a Senate, we don't have a Congress, we don't have an upper house, lower house. Well, we do have a Congress, almost. But she therefore said that we will provide you information from a Panchayati Raj level, because that is the way we govern ourselves. Now, just because you don't govern yourself like this, आपको पंचायती राज की हवा नहीं है, उसमें हमारी गलती नहीं है, right? So I think we need to do so. We need to speak our language. And going back to the to disagreeing with Abhijit's disagreement, I think what has happened is, when you sit down with a psychologist, they'll tell you कि when you have normalized something so deeply that it becomes a part of your deep inner identity, of your subconscious, it takes you need a huge balance on the other side of the lever. Very often, what we have imbibed, you are wearing a shirt, I am wearing a jeans, we are wearing clothes, all of us, that are not indic by our very nature, and we've not thought twice about it, and it is not a problem, right? But after centuries and centuries of colonization, I believe that there needs to be a fair amount of weight on the other side of the lever, because if we try and be overly centrist at this point, we may be able to correct, but not as much as we need to correct, right? So I am very proud when we wear our symbols, when you see the conversations that, as far as India Pride project is concerned, right? We have engaged at a policy, there are questions that are asked in Parliament, there are bills that have been, that, we've tried to stop from coming into Parliament. There are backroom conversations we have. The nature of those conversations is not a delta conversation with a baseline in mind. It is a new conversation altogether. कि ठीक है, पहले 65 सालों में क्या हुआ, आज लॉ क्या है, उससे हमें मतलब नहीं है. हमें क्या चाहिए, उसकी बात करते हैं. Right? Let us not say कि current policies are this, let us see if we can deviate 10%, 20%. And as a startup guy, you will understand, right? You think in terms of multiples, you don't think in terms of percentages.
And there is limited utility to talking about the past, right? Like, you got to do what you have to do in the future, obviously.
Absolutely, and that has to be defined by who we are. You see, a lot of my Banya friends tell me कि देखिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट तो हम लिखते हैं, रखते हैं इनकम टैक्स एक्ट के लिए. आई एम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एज वेल, सो आई हैव डेल्ट विद अ लॉट ऑफ वो लाल बही खाता जो होता था. जैसे कि देखिए बही खाता हमारे लिए तो साल शुरू होता है दिवाली पे या इस पे या उस पे. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को फॉर्म भरना है तो उसको रखा हुआ है हमने. So there is almost a double bookkeeping system, even mentally in people's minds, कि बही खाता अलग चल रहा है, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट अलग चल रहा है. Why should we tie bonuses to, let's say, foreign festivals or the Gregorian calendar? I think this is a very deep conversation, but right now, all of us in practical life are, मतलब दो नाव पे हम लोग के एक एक पैर हैं और तीसरी नाव बीच में घुस रही है. We have to decide कि हमारी कौन सी नाव है. And start with that as a baseline, regardless of what our laws, policies, structures say today. Of course, you can't be a purist. There will be some kind of balance that is needed. There will be some kind of best practices we will observe from other nations. But you can't wish for a pot of honey at the end of the rainbow if you're focusing on cheesecake all the time.
But coming back, Rajiv, to the public policy thing more specifically, I think we should take a few examples of where in public policy like Abhijit started with defense. If you were to take any particular area, let's take, for instance, healthcare. Okay, if that is a public policy we are deciding, how does our healthcare have to differ from, say, healthcare across the world? Now, you have an Obamacare model that need not be, Modi care model need not be the same or ought not to be the same.
So, I especially think in areas like that where जहाँ हमारी आबादी सामने आती है, हमारा population size सामने आता है, you have to do things differently.
You have to do things differently, and there the value system is, here it is different, because, and that's why the state has to sometimes step in. Like Mr. Modi ji talked about during the Gujarat elections, I remember, about Ayushman Bharat. He said that in a place like Gujarat, and I can relate to a place like Calcutta also, there are the youngsters have moved out of the country, and they are not here, and the parents might be reluctant to ask them for financial help, anything for their treatment. Now that's when the state steps in to look after the elderly, the elder care system which comes in, which may not be relevant abroad, where people are either sent to assisted living, or they have old age homes, or they have their own insurance to look after. These people may not have taken insurance all their life, and it's not their fault that our average longevity has increased due to healthcare system, and they're living longer and therefore requiring medical support. I wouldn't be too worried about what dress we are wearing. Okay, even the Japanese have embraced Western clothes, so do the Chinese when they go out. But they don't compromise, say, on the language just to be heard by other people in English. They will continue to speak in their language. And that's what we are beginning to do.
But I do love the fact that our Prime Minister does not wear a suit and tie.
No, that's...
For example.
So I'm saying he doesn't. But even if he were to wear at that point in time, or if he doesn't wear, but his other ministers wear, which is perfect.
Sure.
I appreciate Mr. Jaishankar's choice of ties. He's an excellent collection of ties. So that's perfect. I have no issues with that. As long as he is in our foreign policy, he is able to assert what is in India's interest and not get cowed down by what other countries may, through their lens, are. I think that is where the public policy bit, which you are talking about, if you were to get specific into these areas, whether it's education, healthcare, or even when you look at your industrial policy, who talks so much of MSMEs or anything in other countries? For us, that's very, very important, because we have always been a society where your cottage industry, the villages have played a very important role in the, value creation. So if you are going back to local, as we are saying, or this one district, one product, these are, I think, you're going by Indic values rather than trying to go into mass production, big factories, and the rest of it. Doesn't mean mass production is not important. It is important, but at the same time, preserving your local culture is equally important, and we shouldn't give it away.
देखिए, हम जब वैल्यू सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो वैल्यू सिस्टम हमारी संस्कृति का ही एक भाग है. संस्कृति को रिप्रेजेंट हमारा वैल्यू सिस्टम करता है. और आपने कई सारी बातें पहले बताई कि हमारी संस्कृति रोमन्स की तरह, ग्रीस की तरह और दूसरी सभ्यताएं आई चली गई, नष्ट नहीं हुई. ये हमारी संस्कृति का एक नेचर है कि वो पुनर्नवा है. संस्कृति कहीं की भी जो कायम रहेगी वो पुनर्नवा होगी तो ही कायम रहेगी. तो जो अच्छा है, जो ग्राह्य है, वो ग्रहण करती है. दूसरी बात जो आपने बोली कि लेफ्ट आएगा तो ये करेगा और राइट आएगा तो वो करेगा, इट्स नॉट अबाउट राइट और लेफ्ट. अगर हम आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, एक ऐसी आइडियोलॉजी जिसके कोर में नेशन फर्स्ट होगा. अब आप एक ऐसी आइडियोलॉजी की कल्पना करिए जहां प्राइम मिनिस्टर हिमसेल्फ बच्चों से बात करते हैं उनके एग्जाम स्ट्रेस को खत्म करने के लिए. तो आप अपने लोगों की, अपने सिटीजन्स की, अपने फ्यूचर की, आज जो देश के बच्चे हैं वो 39% हैं, 40% हैं, 55 करोड़ हैं, लेकिन वो कल की 100% आबादी है. ये जो सोच है, ये सोच आपको नेशन फर्स्ट की तरह सोचने पे मजबूर करती है. और उसका परिणाम होता है कि आपकी कोई भी पॉलिसी आप उठा के देखिए, आप किसी भी पॉलिसी को जब बिना वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट के बनाते हैं ना, जब आप लोगों के लिए बनाते हैं, लोगों के साथ कंसल्ट करके बनाते हैं, जैसे हमने जो सबसे बड़ा पॉलिसी रिवॉल्यूशन देखा इस जमाने में, वो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का देखा. कैन यू बिलीव भारत में 2 लाख से ज्यादा कंसल्टेटिव मीटिंग हुई एक एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ड्राफ्ट करने के लिए, और वो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो ये बात करती है कि मलयालम की किताबें केवल मलयालम में क्यों हो, वो हिंदी में भी ट्रांसलेट हो क्यों। देखिए, हमारा कल्चर, हमारा साहित्य, ये नेशनल रिसोर्स है, ये सारे बच्चों को बराबरी से अवेलेबल होना चाहिए। भले ही वो कर्नाटक में पैदा नहीं हुआ तो कन्नड़ लिटरेचर से महरूम रह जाए, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अब जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की गलत इंटरप्रिटेशन के कारण, बस खत्म करूंगा 30 सेकेंड्स में, जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के गलत इंटरप्रिटेशन के कारण बहुत दिन तक हुआ, अब ये वक्त है कि जो हम नेशन फर्स्ट की आइडियोलॉजी के साथ पॉलिसी मेकिंग करते हैं तो वो पीपल्स पॉलिसी कहलाती है। मसलन हम आर्टिकल 29 की बात करें, आर्टिकल 25 की बात करें, तो जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में डेमोक्रेसी के साथ सेकुलरिज्म के प्रिंसिपल्स की बात थी, जो इक्वलिटी की प्रिंसिपल्स की बात थी, वो थी इंक्लूजन के लिए। लेकिन हमने उसको एक तरफा देखा और हमने इसलिए केवल एक्सक्लूड कर दिया बच्चों को उनके राइट से। खासतौर पर यहां बात कर रहा हूं बहुत स्पेसिफिकली उन बच्चों की जो अपने राइट टू एजुकेशन के फंडामेंटल राइट से महरूम रहे, केवल इस कारण कि वो मुसलमान पैदा हुए और उनको आपने उनको पढ़ाई में शामिल नहीं किया। ये सरकार ने हमको बोला कि आप इस पर रिपोर्ट बनाइए, इस पर काम करिए। और ये जब हम नेशन फर्स्ट की आइडियोलॉजी के साथ सोचते हैं, सबके साथ के लिए सोचते हैं, अपने देश के बच्चों को ये मानते हैं कि ये बच्चे ही देश का 100% भविष्य है, तो हम ये ढूंढ के ला पाते हैं कि 1 करोड़ बच्चे आज भी फंडामेंटल राइट टू एजुकेशन से महरूम होकर मदरसों में हैं और उनको मेन स्ट्रीम करने पे काम शुरू हो पाता है।
नहीं, और इसी तरह से अब कुछ 10 मिनट और रह गए हैं, तो मैं जल्दी चाहूंगा कि हम एक थोड़ा सा डिस्कशन करें ऑन वेयर आर द गैप्स दैट वी आर सीइंग। कौन से क्षेत्रों में कुछ कमियां रह गई हैं जहां हम शायद नहीं देख रहे हैं वो जिस तरह की इंडिक वैल्यूज। जैसे अभिजीत ने बात करी थी अबाउट सिक्योरिटी एंड डिफेंस, तो वहां कहां गैप्स हैं इन आवर सिक्योरिटी पॉलिसी, इन आवर फॉरेन पॉलिसी? इफ आई कैन आस्क अभिजीत टू एक्सपाउंड ऑन दैट अ लिटिल बिट।
तो हमारे गैप्स भी बहुत इंडिक हैं। हमारा ट्रेडिशनल प्रॉब्लम क्या रहा है कि हम आर्काइविंग बहुत अच्छा करते हैं पर रिट्रीवल नहीं कर पाते हैं, क्योंकि हम इस पे लिखते थे, लीव्स पे लिखते थे, और लीव्स तो डिसइंटीग्रेट हो जाते हैं। रोमन्स और ग्रीक्स वो सब तो पत्थर पे लिखते थे, जो हमेशा रहता है। जो सुमेर मेसोपोटामिया में था वो तो क्ले पे लिखते थे, जो हमेशा के लिए रहता है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि आजकल भी आपका जो मेमोरी स्टोरेज है वो बहुत होता है। अगर आप सरकारी डिपार्टमेंट में देखेंगे कितना सारा एक चीज के लिए कितने फाइल्स बनते हैं।
देयर इज लॉन्ग इंस्टीट्यूशनल मेमोरी, वेरी लॉन्ग, बट
डज इट ट्रांसमिट, ये क्वेश्चन होता है। जैसे कभी कभार जब मैं गवर्नमेंट डिस्कशंस में हूं, क्या होता है कि वो एक टॉम क्रूज का पिक्चर आया था द एज ऑफ टुमारो। उसमें क्या है कि अर्थ पे एलियन इन्वेजन हो रहा है। एलियन क्या है, वो टाइम को बार बार रिप्ले कर सकता है। तो जो अर्थ के जो डिफेंडर्स हैं वो देख रहे हैं कि भाई ये क्या हो रहा है कि ये एलियंस बार बार वही रिप्ले करके हमेशा जीत जाते हैं अल्टीमेटली। ठीक है ना। मेरे को भी कभी गवर्नमेंट मीटिंग्स में लगता है भाई यही कॉन्वर्सेशन हमने लास्ट टाइम किया था, ये फिर से क्या हो गया, नया सेक्रेटरी आया, नया जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी आया, या फिर से ब्लैंक स्लेट। नंबर 1,
उसी विषय में कितनी कमिटीज बन चुकी होती है, कितने सारे रिव्यू
ओवर एंड ओवर अगेन। ठीक है, दिस इज नॉट द फर्स्ट आत्मनिर्भर डिफेंस प्लान दैट वी हैव हैड। गलतियां वही हो रही हैं जो पहले भी हो चुकी हैं 30-40 बार। ठीक है। दूसरी बात क्या है कि पॉलिसी इधर बहुत साइलो में बनता है, क्योंकि बाबुओं का भी ये होता है ना, ये मेरा टेरिटरी है, तू मत इधर आ, तू अपना काम देख, मैं अपना काम देखूंगा। तो क्या होता है, पॉलिसी ऑपरेशन की तरह होता है। अगर आप ओपन हार्ट सर्जरी के लिए जा रहे हैं, पहले जीपी ने सब काम ठीक से डायग्नोज किया होना चाहिए, फिर जो एमआर ये करता है या एक्सरे लेता है, मैं आई एम सॉरी मैं डॉक्टर नहीं हूं तो पता नहीं क्या सब जाता है, उसको ठीक से ये लेना चाहिए, उसने आपका हार्ट का ही एक्सरे लेना चाहिए, आपका दिमाग का नहीं लेना चाहिए। फिर जो एनेस्थेटिस्ट है उसने आपका सब ठीक से मेजरमेंट करके आपको ठीक से बेहोश करना चाहिए। फिर वो आपको याद है श्रीदेवी जी का एक मम्मी वो न्यूयॉर्क में स्लोन केटरिंग हॉस्पिटल गए थे और राइट साइड ब्रेन सर्जरी होना था, लेफ्ट साइड में कर दिया उन्होंने। है ना? तो डॉक्टर को भी पता होना चाहिए कौन सा साइड खोलना चाहिए, है ना? क्या वो जिसने वो औजार क्लीन किए हैं और शार्प किए हैं ठीक से शार्प हुए हैं या नहीं हुए, ये भी होना चाहिए. तो ब्लड मॉनिटरिंग और ये वाइटल साइंस मॉनिटरिंग भी बिल्कुल सही होना चाहिए. तो ये सब एक साथ होता है ना, सभी डिफरेंट डिफरेंट डिसिप्लिन है पर एक साथ ऑलमोस्ट एक डांस की तरह कोरियोग्राफ्ड काम करना चाहिए,
ऑर्केस्ट्रा के जैसे,
ऑर्केस्ट्रा की तरह. जी बिल्कुल. तो जैसे आपने देखा था हम आने से पहले कितने स्वर में गा रहे थे, पर अगर आपने मेरे को उधर बिठा दिया तो आप सब सोचेंगे ये कौन सा गधा ई कर रहा है इधर आके. तो इधर बहुत ये होता है कि हम सबको सब गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट को अपना जो ईगो है ना, वो ईगो को क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में? ईगो. अपना जो अहंकार है उसको छोड़ के थोड़ा बी लेस टेरिटोरियल एंड वर्क टुगेदर. नॉट वर्क टुगेदर फॉर शोइंग योर इंटेलिजेंस. देखो मैंने इतना सुंदर सा नोट लिखा, इतना शेक्सपियर डाल के लिखा मैंने नोट में ऑफिशियल फाइल में, है ना? So that is a very important thing.
That itself is anti-indic. Your
yes,
ego.
It is anti-indic. We're very verbose. To be verbose is to be
also
indic.
No, not about your verbose, but the ego bit. Bringing ego into play in policy making or into the area, it is human, but I think to some extent it's anti-indic.
I just want to flip the conversation on this because we've hardly left with any time. Now, we've been discussing कि सरकार को क्या करना चाहिए, ब्यूरोक्रेसी को क्या करना चाहिए, स्टेट सेंटर फला डिमका. Now, I would like to flip the conversation to say कि बस हमको क्या करना चाहिए, and I think that is more important. आज सुबह ही चाय पे एक दो लोगों से चर्चा हो रही थी and the discussion came on सदगुरु and महाशिवरात्रि और ये क्यों हुआ और वो क्यों हुआ and all that stuff. And I was thinking in my head कि बस ठीक है, अगला क्या कर रहा है वो अलग स्टोरी है, अपन क्या कर रहे हैं उसकी बात करो. And this is where I would have a very, which is why a lot of people on our side don't like me personally, because I seem to be very critical of people or their lack of progress, right? We seem to be very wedded or interested to the idea of whining rather than the idea of winning. One exercise I would like any of you viewers, whether you're watching it on YouTube or live, list out all the indic causes that you believe in, whether it is right to education, whether it is regional language training, whether it is Murti should go back to a temple, whether it is Kashmiri Pandit should relocate, whatever it is. आप ये 10 मुद्दों की एक लिस्ट बनाइए. वहां पे आप एक अगला कॉलम बनाइए कि which of them have delivered measurable and visible results. Yes, no आप लिखिए. उसके अगेंस्ट आप लिखिए कि where have government changed policies for these results to be effectuated. And I think that is where our problem is. हमें ट्विटर पे लिटफेस्ट में हल्ला करना बड़ा पसंद आता है. किसी को इंटरेस्ट नहीं है कि वो साउथ ब्लॉक में जाके बैठे, नॉर्थ ब्लॉक में जाके बैठे, शास्त्री भवन में चप्पल घिसे. Nobody bothers कि आपने पार्लियामेंट में कितने क्वेश्चन पूछवाए, आपने कौन सा बिल डलवाया, रुकवाया, सिस्टम के साथ आपने कैसे एंगेज किया, राइट? We want to comment on the system and we don't want to change it. So I think कि जैसी प्रजा है तो राजा भी वैसी ही है. हम खुद ही अपने आप, we don't hold ourselves responsible for results or ensuring that the cause we believe in is acted upon. Why do we expect a political leader or a bureaucrat, which is a second or third order effect, why do they expect them to deliver on our agenda if we are not willing to deliver on our own agenda? If all we want to do is to write books and get famous and outrage and scream, then then there's no point expecting anybody else to care for it.
No, I would just to add counter view on that. I would say कि some of these activities that you mentioned are important to sensitize people, right? Most people don't know what is an issue and what isn't.
I just want to elaborate.
अगर कोई लिखेगा नहीं या कोई बोलेगा नहीं तो लोगों को पता कैसे चलेगा?
नहीं, देखो, ब्राह्मण को अपना काम करना जरूरी है, बट उसके बाद 3 लोग और भी हैं जिसकी कमी हमारे साइड पे है. And let's face it, we need to be very, very clear that ideas are important, spreading the ideas are important, but at the same time we need somebody who's willing to actually get stuff done. Along with the talking and conversation, the doing is equally important, which we seem to dilute in the way we treat people around us, in what we tend to respect at a proportional level.
मैं जस्ट 30 सेकंड में कंक्लूड कर आपकी बात को एलॉबरेट करूंगा. जो आपने कहा एकदम ठीक बात है. सरकार, आज की सरकार कमीशन मोड में नहीं है, मिशन मोड में है. कमीशन हम कोई लॉन्ग टर्म कमीशन नहीं बनाते, मैंने इस सेंस में कहा है. मिशन मोड में काम करने वाली सरकार है. और बीइंग ए पार्ट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में ये कह सकता हूं कि जब कोई पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन हो रहा है, पॉलिसी चेंज हो रही है, नई स्कीम्स बन रही हैं, तो पब्लिक डोमेन में डाली जा रही हैं. लेकिन ये मेरा अनुभव है कि एक पर्टिकुलर माइंडसेट के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और लोग जिनका काम विघ्न करना है, जिनका काम बिगाड़ना है, मतलब वो इतनी मेहनत करते हैं कमियां निकालने में. अगर उतनी मेहनत करते तो अच्छे सजेशन दे पाते, वो तो दे रहे हैं. पर जो लोग लिट फेस्ट में आके बात करते हैं, वो उन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, उन वेबसाइट्स पे जाके तब वहां कमेंट्स नहीं दे रहे. ये आपकी बात को मैंने एलॉबरेट किया.
चलिए ठीक है. आई थिंक डू वी हैव सम टाइम फॉर क्वेश्चन? Maybe we have time for a couple of questions. How does this work? Someone takes a mic and just ask them to take it, pass a mic. Do we have time for questions? अपना नाम बताइएगा और फिर please ask.
My name is Jason Kushwa. Good afternoon, all the panelists. So my question is, since we can say that in policy making, in public policy making, Indic values should have some essence. What about, can we say the same when we talk about foreign policies? Can we say that initiative by Indian governments like Operation Dost, Operation Maitri have been made by keeping the Indic values in mind? And if yes, then why we are not helping other neighbors, or like we can say our Pakistan when they were in crisis? We helped Sri Lanka, we are not helping Pakistan.
Your question is, if we are helping Sri Lanka, why aren't we helping Pakistan?
हमने ऑपरेशन दोस्त चलाया ना,
so that
दोस्तों के लिए है ना.
No. When I'm saying that why we're not helping Pakistan, this doesn't mean that I'm in favor of that. I'm just want to know like whether Indic values plays an important role in making foreign policies too.
Abhijit, you want to quickly reply on that?
Yes, Chanakya's foreign policy, you see. Be ruthless with your enemies, be very kind to your friends. It's very Indic.
One last question. We can take one more question.
Hi. मेरा नाम अनामिका है. मेरा क्वेश्चन अभिजीत से है. Am I loud? Am I audible? Yes. तो मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि सिक्योरिटी कॉन्टेक्स्ट में प्रैक्टिकल और स्पेसिफिक सेंस में इंडिक वैल्यूज का पॉलिसी में एम्बेड होने का मतलब ये है कि अक्रॉस द पार्टीज, चाहे कोई जो कोर इश्यूज है हमारे, जैसे पाकिस्तान पॉलिसी, कश्मीर पॉलिसी या इमिग्रेशन पे, अक्रॉस द पार्टीज हमारी सिमिलर ब्रॉड पॉलिसीज होनी चाहिए फर्स्ट. एंड हाउ चैलेंजिंग एंड प्रैक्टिकल इट इज जब हमें पता है कि सिस्टम अंदर से ही सबवर्ट हो चुका है.
So, if I applied an Indic lens to this, I would tell you, how did Krishna bring different factions on board into the Pandava Confederacy that fought the war? ठीक है, you remember how that entire thing happened कि दुर्योधन आए और अर्जुन एक साथ आए. अर्जुन नीचे बैठे उनके पैर के पास, दुर्योधन उनके सर के पास बैठे, और फिर उन्होंने ऐसे उठे ताकि कृष्ण भगवान पहले अर्जुन को ही देखें. तो अर्जुन got the first question. Guile. See, some of it is very practical. I mean, everybody talks about guile. But say Chanakya talks about it in much more specificity than say Machiavelli does. Right? So, Indic again, it's so much based on, a policy doesn't necessarily have to be Indic. There's a certain universality to policy as well. It's the nuance and the explanation of it. And I think one of the things of foreign policy is, how do you take something Indian and make it palatable to a foreign audience? There's an interpretational role as well. But that's basically what it is. I think our policy is very, very, it started becoming very Indian in that it started using guile and chal and chaluness and things. पहले तो हम वो क्या ये होता था, वो अमर चित्र कथा में एक वो विलेज इडियट होता था ना, सुपंदी की तरह पॉलिसी होता था. तो वो सुपंदी पॉलिसी गया, अब थोड़ा थोड़ा सा, इमीडिएटली नहीं चेंज हो सकता है, थोड़ा थोड़ा, अभी भी थोड़ा सुपंदीपना है, पर थोड़ा थोड़ा चेंज होगा.
Okay, so just some, Anurag, you want to say something?
This is not about the panel or even the topic. This is just an observation on the nature of the questions that are being asked. The two questions, while very relevant, were about why is the government not doing this? Why is the foreign minister not doing this? What is the government's view? Blah, blah, blah. I'd just like to very quickly end by suggesting that while we ask this question, when we say, why are you so Gangan? We should also ask ourselves, why are we not being Gangan? Right? And please figure out what Gangan means and you will find the answer.
Gangan. Good afternoon, panelists.
I think we've totally run out of time. So thank you to the panelists for their valuable and insightful comments. And with that, I'll hand over back to the...
Thank you. Geetika. For those of you who don't know what Ganga means, you know what to do. मैं तो ये वाला announcement खत्म करके जाके देखने वाली हूँ. Are you all enjoying all the content we've put together for you at Arth? Say yes. Thank you. हाँ भी बोल सकते हैं. Okay. So next up we have for you yet another performance. Beautiful Bihu from the beautiful state of Assam. I was just reading how Bihu is a word that's derived from the Diori language word called Bisu. And it means excessive joy. And I completely agree. Dancing Bihu, of course, brings excessive joy, but watching it also is so much fun. I remember performing Bihu at an annual day function when I was in school, I think in Kendriya Vidyalaya in West Bengal somewhere. I had such a ball performing it. We have for you Bihu coming up, ladies and gentlemen. But this entire performance will begin with a glimpse of Hatriya, which is a classical dance from the state of Assam. And then you will witness a Bihu being unfolded here on this stage. Now, Bihu is really a confluence of three Assamese festivals, Rongali Bihu, Kongali Bihu, and Bhogali Bihu. And what you're going to witness today is Rongali Bihu. Present-day Bihu is a synthesis of diverse elements from different ethnic groups such as Tibeto-Burman and Thai, but it has its roots in Indian origins. Please put your hands together and welcome talented performers from the state of Assam with this next presentation, Hatriya, leading into Bihu. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye bhai. Enjoy.
Shri Krishnaya Namah. Shri Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya cha Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Govindaye Namo Namah Pankaja Nabhaya Namah Pankaja Maline Namah Pankaja Netraya Namaste Pankajam Graya Vasudevang Sutam Krishnam Kamsachanura Mardanam Devaki Hridaya Nandanam Krishnam Vande Jagat Guru Krishnam Vande Jagat Guru Krishnam Vande Jagat Guru.
Joyo joyo judukulo komolo prakako nakako konthako prana joyo joyo jagatoko bhakatoko भीति नीति करो निराजनो नीति करो निराजनो জীবন কম্পক কালীয় সর্পক দর্পক কয়লি সুৰ দৰ্পক কয়লি সুৰ
By Z, and goes without saying we're having a lot of fun. Okay, this next session is very special, and I'd like to introduce it by saying those lines from a Hindi poem and go like this. Khoob ladi mardani wo to jhansi wali rani thi. You know, I was her junior in college at the Mass Communication Research Center, and I kind of knew even then that this girl was going to help change the world. And well, she did. She today is one of the leading broadcast journalists in the world, I'd say that. She is someone who's known for a remarkable, trailblazing, path-breaking career of over 20 years. Of course, she's been recognized with over 40 national and international awards. The Padma Shri included, India's fourth highest civilian honor. She is founder of Mojo Story and columnist with Hindustan Times and Washington Post. She's been applauded many, many times for her frontline reporting in some tough spots, hot spots across the world, including the very recent frontline reporting that she did during the COVID pandemic and the world's largest lockdown. बोलना जरूरी है नाम. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए बरखा दत्त के लिए, please. She's quite a woman and quite an achiever. And she's here today at Arth, a culture fest. Barka Dutt in conversation with Sandeep Ghosh, social commentator. And believer in India's growth story. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you for the kind introduction.
So no introduction to Barkha. She doesn't need any introduction. And thank you, Barkha, for coming in. You know, one of my ex-bosses, a maverick editor, Avik Sarkar, had once told me, Indian media has produced only one celebrity, and that's Barkha Dutt. I asked Avik Babu, how do you say so? He says, take Barkha to any gathering with any other celebrities and keep her on one side, you see which way people, move and congregate. But this was 20 years ago, but I think Barkha still remains a celebrity, and we'll come to that. How does she reinvent herself to stay at top? Just now, when she was being introduced, they said that she's got 40 national awards. She was reminding us that it's actually 60 and more. And in fact, my joke with Barkha is at some point in time, Lata Mangeshkar refused taking awards, saying she had got too many and Barkha should, also retire. But,
retire?
From awards. Awards, because you're meant for bigger things. Again, that I'll come to. Barkha, tell me, thanks for coming. You are I think the only left of center person who has come here. Why do others avoid these kind of gatherings? Why people from your ilk? You say that you are an equal opportunity offender, but why are others so shy?
Thank you, Sandeep, and hi everyone. Thank you for coming to listen to this conversation. Firstly, Sandeep, there is an assumption there of labels, and I have all my life fought labels, whether left or right. I prefer to call myself a free thinker. I prefer to be somebody who challenges dogmas. One of the reasons that I'm an equal opportunity offender is that I don't actually choose camps. I decide basis an issue what my position is. It doesn't mean I don't take positions. I just take my positions when needed basis what I think about a particular issue. And I think because I'm an adamant, aggressive free thinker, you'd be surprised that I probably have as many people on the left and right who like me and as many people on the left and right who hate me. I think I'm quite unique in that way. And I always say it's okay to be loved or hated as long as you're not ignored. That's all actually a journalist really looks for.
Yeah, Barkha is a celebrity, who not only gets trolled, but anybody who's seen close to her get trolled. Like I am no celebrity. Somebody introduced as torchbearer. I said, she is the torch, I am the bearer. But even I'll get trolled for having this conversation with her.
So will I, for being here. So that's the point, that we live in such a bizarre sort of time. I always say, I grew up in a very close from here. My father's home is 5 minutes from Sundar Nursery. Was originally a refugee colony called Jangpura Extension.
Right.
And many families that came in as refugees from Pakistan who had lost everything at that time were allotted small plots of land, and it was a kind of very middle class, salaried neighborhood. And I always remember this time when, you may walk into your neighbor's home and you'd have a conversation about something and you'd never agree. And the conversation would end by somebody saying, some uncle or auntie, "Acha bache chodo samosa kha ke jao." My point is, what happened to the spirit of "Acha chodo samosa kha ke jao"? How did we reach a point where, because of ideological differences, some imagined, some real, we can no longer talk to each other, we can no longer have friends across the political divide? I find this absolutely bizarre and idiotic.
And people get othered or cancelled and the rest of it.
Absolutely, and I'm totally against it.
Good to hear that. But glad that you mentioned your dad, Barkha. All of us knew about your mom and how she has inspired you. And after your dad passed away, I see a lot of, emotional connect, and you remember him often. How did he influence you? And what's the points which you know, a lot of us children, when a parent passes away, then you start realizing the influence. What is that about your father?
Yeah. So, just to give everyone here some context, my mother was one of the first women journalists of her generation. A lot of people a certain age remember me from Kargil and often thought I was the first woman to report on camera from the front line. But actually my mother covered a war before I did, before I was even born. She covered the 1965 war between India and Pakistan. She died when I was 13 years old. So for my sister and me, my sister is 4 years younger than me, my mother was this larger than life figure in my head and my heart. And she had influenced, in a way, everything we would do henceforth.
Right.
My father, by contrast, an Air India official who then left to sort of, be almost like a full-time inventor. He liked to invent things. He was in tourism, a little bit of sort of media, but travel-related media. He was a very gentle soul. My mother was the flamboyant personality. My father was the gentle soul. And it was only when we lost him to the pandemic that I realized that, this man had brought up 2 girls single-handedly. Right. Very, very progressive father for his generation and even otherwise. We were able to literally go out and be whoever we wanted to. And one of my big regrets, I have many regrets and many points of guilt after he died, but one of my big regrets is that somehow we were so shaped by the idea of my mother that we almost took my dad for granted.
Right. My abiding picture of his is you had put up, I think he was making a Meccano.
Yes.
And a very elaborate Meccano.
Yes.
But tell me, Barkha, I remember that time you were on the road, in fact, when he was unwell and you had to rush back, take him to the hospital. So that was the period, you were covering COVID, and the rest is history, your book, which has been acclaimed all over. But looking back in hindsight, what do you think about India's management of COVID? Do you think now that there's so much data coming out of how other countries fared, how China has done, I was in many of your shows where you criticized the vaccination policy. What would you say, with the benefit of hindsight?
Well, I think that's an interesting question. And I think one thing that we can safely say is that every country had challenges and struggles that were unique to it. Every country faltered at different steps and then learnt from those mistakes. For example, I've always said that in our case, we learned from every wave. So for example, in the first wave, public transport was shut, right, during the lockdown. I think then when we saw that migrant exodus, which I covered extensively, by the time the second wave came, if you remember, there were localized lockdowns. It was left to the states, but there was no shutting down of public transport. So those are examples, I think, of how, like so many other countries in the world, we were groping and fumbling in the dark and learning, as it's called, on the job. It was on-the-job training, OJT. Now, I just feel that it's a needlessly polarized conversation. How did we do? Now, I'll give you my example. When I first saw, before the second wave hit us, aircraft of the Indian Air Force taking vaccines to neighboring countries, I remember tweeting saying, I feel so proud as an Indian to see this. Later, I realized that these vaccines had gone to neighboring countries on the assumption that the second wave in India would be like the first wave. It didn't turn out to be like that. There were some miscalculations. There was some sort of exceptionalism that didn't sort of bear fruit. And so we hadn't ordered enough vaccines, and this helping neighboring countries had to stop. Now, Sandeep, I say to you that if at that point we say that the vaccines should have been rolled out earlier, I think it's a legitimate critique, but I don't think it should be converted into a either you're with the country or against the country in a time of crisis. I think the job of journalists is to shine a light on the problems citizens face. At the same time, you have to recognize that this was a global pandemic. So when we talk about uncounted deaths, yes, there have been uncounted deaths in India, but so have there been in the United States of America. People have said, oh, Washington Post and New York Times didn't write about it. It's not true. Washington Post and New York Times also wrote about mass sort of yards where bodies were lying uncounted. So I feel like this is a kind of test question. You know, there's a test question of how patriotic you are depending on how you say your country has performed. No, because I'm a patriotic Indian, because I love my country, I, as a journalist, believe it's my job to say what I see. And that will keep changing. It doesn't remain frozen in time.
So, you know, as you said, it gets recalibrated both for the government, the people, how people react to the whole thing. I remember all of us were paranoid at the first wave to even step out of the house, but now we are far more confident, and same would apply to journalists. But do you think, Barkha, that, you know, India got a fair coverage? Or right now, as you say, in hindsight, I don't see anybody from the media world saying, oh, India handled it better than many others.
So I'll give you an example of two very different kind of stories I did. One very positive, one critical, right? So my critical story was that I believe that the government delayed, because of this miscalculation of the second wave, the purchase of vaccines. And, you know, had the vaccines been purchased sooner, many people would have got their 2 shots much sooner than they did. But when this stabilized, when the supply side stabilized, and the sort of way that vaccines were reached even in the furthest corners of the country, we saw volunteers and community workers going through snow and hail, through forests, over rivers, up the mountains. I mean, I remember writing saying that it's incredible, your history or your experience with mass immunization shows. We did the job between the, you know, getting it online and the dissemination, the distribution. I thought we did that effectively. Now, I am the same person. I saw both of these things. I thought one was a very big mistake. I thought the other was a stupendous success. I think as a journalist, I should say both. And I think I should, you know, be recognized for the fact that I said both. I don't want to comment on what other media did because, you know, we all have to do what we think is correct.
No, that's fair. And as long as you say, and that's one reason that you say, but the only problem is we all tend to see today in black and white.
And that is the problem with the public discourse these days. We have labeled people, we have boxed people in. Those people don't fit in the boxes you've put them in. And this is true for all sides.
Absolutely. Now, I started, Barkha, by talking about this reinvention bit, which is something really I admire. You know, you started off as a kid reporter, you grew up with the channel, and then now you have made the seamless transition into the digital world. What would be your message to youngsters among this crowd, or many people who will be seeing us, this show would also be looking for cues, because we have seen, you know, many big names in journalism. Once the umbrella or the label goes off their head, they all falter and they are not able to. How do you manage to do that?
Yeah. So first, 2 or 3 reasons that I left television. One was I got tired of being an employee, and I knew that I either had to reimagine something for myself now or never. I either had to make peace with the fact that I would be a certain kind of employee forever for the rest of my life, or I had to step out and take a risk. 2, I think television for me had started to lose its charm a little bit. There were only these kind of shouting matches between extreme voices on prime time. And I wasn't enjoying it so much. I also felt I was losing my own touch as a reporter. You know, a couple of times you've used the word celebrity in this conversation. I'll tell you honestly, if you ask me how I think of myself, I don't think of myself as an entrepreneur, as an editor, as an anchor. I think of myself as a reporter. What makes me tick, what keeps me alive, what keeps me up at night is the fact that I'm a reporter. I'm crazy for the next story, the next story, and the next story. I felt television had stopped reporting. So that was the second thing. Thirdly, and it's no secret, I had some disagreements with the channel, NDTV, that I worked at. although there was a perception, again, ideologically, NDTV has been boxed this way, that way, but for me, who was an insider, I felt that some of my stories were censored and I was penalized, though I saw myself as the victim. And so, for me, the working environment, and it happens, I guess it happens in organizations you spend a long time in. I learned a lot from NDTV. As a young person, I gained a lot of everything I learned from them. But as I grew up, we stopped seeing eye to eye on everything. Right. And it was a kind of inevitable, I suppose, growing up that happens in organizations. Some people outgrow an organization. Promoters and employees don't always see the same way. Every journalist here at some point has had an argument with some promoter. Lastly, I felt that the content consumption, I mean, how many of us even watch TV on TV anymore?
Right.
We're all watching content on our phones. And so I felt like I wanted to take this chance. I am proud to say that our platform Mojo means magic, has been built. What has it been built on? It's only been built on pure hard work, reporting, good conversation, good interviews. You've been on some of our shows. We try very hard to not be chamcha or morcha. You know that's one of my phrases, that I think the problem with the media today is that you're either sycophantic or you're activist. I want to be neither. And we try very hard to retain that spirit on our platform. We've got to 900,000 subscribers. We're awaiting our 1 million threshold. And I think we've done it without taking sides. And I'm proud of that.
No, that's fantastic. And I think there's a lot of lesson for youngsters today, with the churn going on in media. When things happen, there is displacement. What do people do next? Whether they venture on their own or get into YouTube or, they look for another channel. But when you talk of chamcha and morcha, it's a matter of perception. People on the other side will think you are very much part of the morcha, maybe a sophisticated morcha than others. But do you think the morcha is also fair to you? Because I'll ask you a very pointed question, this is not about personalities. Yeah. I know you are still kind of haunted or hunted for the Radia days and Radia tapes, whereas there are a lot of other, issues which happened lately in the last 1 year, which in the morcha world, which seem to have been just buried under the carpet. What would be your reaction to that?
So I'll tell you, the Radia tapes is an issue that has been used to selectively attack me both by the left and the right. So that's one point. And I said to somebody recently, when there was a recent controversy in what you would call the morcha world, I said that it's been 10, 11, 12 years. Yeah. I'm still asked this question. And here in the sort of activist space, if you ask a question within 10 days of something happening, they'll say, why are you going on and on about it? So certainly there is this sort of double speak. But equally, Sandeep, it exists on the chamcha side also. In the chamcha side also, there were people who were embroiled in the same sort of so-called controversy. They have been forgiven because they've taken a side that their base likes. This side has been forgiven, so-called forgiven. We'll have another conversation one day on, I actually think I was a victim of that entire issue and not at all a perpetrator. I was just too young and too taken aback, I think, to respond in the way that I might today as I've sort of grown up. But the point is that both ideological camps have used this issue selectively to target the people they want to and protect the people they want to. It's a non-issue. It just points to the polarized reality of our time.
And I suppose it gets back to the professional values of that whatever you do it with rigor and do it with professionalism rather than you do it with an agenda when you're not really doing your due diligence.
But isn't the problem that both sides accuse the other of an agenda? And the point is the toughest space today is, I think, for people like me, I dare say, who don't want to be identified by these sides. We don't want to be boxed in. And what happens there is if this is a gathering that is seen as right of center, and if I were to go to a gathering that is seen as left of center, trust me, the questions that will be asked to me will be as tough in both centers.
Anyway, I'm not being tough. Everybody would say
I've been rather. You know what I mean.
No, anyway. That's the point. So, Barka, coming back to the awards we were talking about, what next? Pulitzer or Nobel? What are you?
One of the unfair things, and this is where I really want India to change the symmetry of how the world looks at us. One of the things that really bothers me is the Pulitzer is the most highly regarded prize in journalism, right? But I'm not sure how many of you know that you can only apply to it if you're an American citizen or an American media organization. So that is very unfair to me. I think I did some of the best work of my life in the last 2 years, right? But I can't apply for, or I can't be considered for the Pulitzer because I'm not American and my organization is not American. And one of the things that really bothers me is this asymmetry of power. We have always, there are great things to learn. I studied in an American university at Columbia. I write partially a column. I write for Indian newspapers also. I write for the Washington Post. But one of the things that really bothers me is that the world's biggest awards are still recognized to be located in the West. And we need to create, maybe with the exception of the Max Essay, which is closer home, but we need to create awards and recognitions of stature that emerge from our part of the world.
So that's a very interesting point, and that's what I was going to ask you next. That you've done the Padmas and been there and all that. If, let's say, the present government were to institute an award like this and offers you that award, would you accept it?
Why not? I don't think I got my Padma Shri from the UPA, and I would not think I get, if I ever did, an award from the BJP. I believe in the Indian state. The Indian state is bigger than any government. This is not Sonia Gandhi or Narendra Modi's India. This is our India. This country belongs to all of us. The state is supreme. I believe in the constitution and the symbols of the Indian state. So why not?
So what about award opposite which people did? Did you support?
Everybody has to navigate their relationship with the state, with the government of the day, with institutions of power in their own way, right? We've had the idea of award Vapsi from the time of Khushwant Singh, right? This is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first government with which there will be people who will feel that. I see the state, I have to underline this, I see India as larger than any government. I see my compact as a citizen with the state as larger than who I vote for. And I see these recognitions as coming from the Indian state. They are given to you by constitutionally held positions, and those transcend who you vote for at the ballot box.
Last question, Barkha. I'll stick to the time limit. How do you think this government could have related more to journalists of your ilk? I recall you at some point in time saying that they cut off access, which is not fair.
Yeah.
But they don't reach out. You think they could do something more differently to
I do think that there is a access journalism is used as a bad phrase. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to contest that idea, because the thing is, journalists need to go into government buildings and meet people to do our job at one level. We need to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you an example from the American polarized environment, where Donald Trump as president would get into regular battles with the White House press corps. And one day he got so angry, he cut off the access to the CNN correspondent who would routinely stand up and argue with him. And do you know, the entire press corps, where Fox and CNN may not have been ideological compatriots, MSNBC may not have seen eye to eye with Fox or CNN, but the entire press corps was united in saying, we will boycott your press conferences till you restore the credentials of the CNN reporter. Now, unfortunately, our media has no such unity. We just don't stand up for each other enough. That's the first point. Secondly, it is important to have access. I've had a PIB card for many, many years now. If you're going to curtail my walking into a government building, my meeting a source, you're stopping me from doing my job. So yes, I will say every politician of any party wants to control journalists. There will always be an adversarial relationship, and there should be, between journalists and governments, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't meet each other, have a civil conversation, agree to disagree, and I would certainly urge this government to be less adversarial and less sort of ideological, in sometimes real, sometimes imagined, in how it interacts with journalists.
Thank you, Barkha. That's been wonderful, and thanks so much for...
Thank you.
Yeah, despite everything, coming over. And it's been my pleasure, and I'm sure the audience enjoyed it, though it's a brief interaction. Thank you very much for being a lovely audience and letting me be the troll without giving you a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
House at Arth, a culture fest. एक बार फिर से तालियां हो जाएं. And thank you, Sandeep, for sharing that most impactful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are sharing your experiences on Facebook, Instagram. As I said many a times, our handles on Instagram and Facebook are @Arth_live, and on Facebook @Arth a Culture Fest. You can also use the handles #Arth a Culture Fest and #India Ka Arth. Moving straight into the next session. Authentic facts of India's history, the factual narrative, and Indic interpretation. Is that not what you would want your child to know? I just feel that being armed with the right knowledge of our history, the present generation will better march into the future, clear, confident, and constructive. Now, just a few weeks back, I came home from an event in Port Blair, which I hosted as MC, where the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, participated in the ceremony to name 21 unnamed islands of Andaman and Nicobar Islands after 21 Parambir Chakra awardees. I came back and I sat with my daughter, Devika, and I told her about Netaji and his invaluable contribution to the Indian freedom struggle, a struggle that was not just carried out by a few leaders that we hear a lot about, but by many other heroes and heroines whose stories need to be told with as much gale and gusto. These are my thoughts and my peripheral views on the matter, but I will now hand it over to the Vidwans for a comprehensive and emphatic discussion on reimagining Indian history, opportunities and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start by welcoming Abhas Maldahiyar, an architect and an urban designer who is also a keen historian and an avid storyteller. Please welcome Meenakshi Jain, a senior fellow of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. Her areas of research include cultural and religious developments in medieval and early modern India. Her recent publications of interest are Flights of Deities and Rebirth of Temples. Also, please welcome our next panelist, Dr. Omendra Ratnu, director of the NGO Nimitekan, that is helping displaced Hindu refugees from Pakistan, also founder of the Dharmanch Foundation. Please welcome esteemed educator and social commentator Srijit Datta. He applies his scholarly insights on rekindling the Indic consciousness. And moderating this session is the most distinguished historian, Alopal, teacher at the Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education. Please welcome him too.
Good afternoon, everybody. My honor. I am not a historian. I read history books and I teach history. So we are talking about reimagining Indian history. So I'd like to reverse the order a little bit. Let's talk of challenges first with our panelists, and then we'll talk of opportunities. So good afternoon, Meenakshi ji. I want to start with you. You have had quite a distinguished and exceptional journey. So can you appraise our listeners what has been your journey and what has been the challenges you have faced?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it has been a long journey. I taught in Delhi University for a long time. And while I was teaching there, I realized how large parts and significant parts of our important past do not figure in the curriculum at all. And I'd just like to give you one or two examples. One is that when I was teaching Sikh history, the syllabus only had teachings of Guru Nanak and Kabir. So that seemed perfectly all right until I learnt later of the injustices and the cruelties that the Mughals had meted out to the Sikh gurus. So under the pretext of including the teachings of Guru Nanak, there was no reference to the persecution that Sikh gurus faced in the entire Mughal period. That was one dimension. And just to give you another dimension, the entire Maratha history. We were not taught anything about the Peshwas or even Shivaji. Shivaji was referred to in a most derogatory manner. But the fact that the Marathas built an all India empire when they posed such a threat and challenge to the Mughals and even to the East India Company, this was a story of such valor that was just totally missing from our textbooks. Now you're talking about the struggles. Actually, I realized how difficult it was to challenge the dominant left narrative. When I first wrote my book on Ayodhya, I based my book on meticulous research, but 4 leading publishers rejected my manuscript one after another. And the reason that they gave was, I said it's very meticulously researched. And they said, yes, it is meticulously researched, but it is arguing the case for the temple. So how can we publish a book which is making the case for the temple? So, it's all very well today that we have come quite a long way. But the struggle has been totally a very, very difficult struggle. And at an individual level, some of us may have got out of the clutches of the left dominant school and narrative. But we must remember that the history curriculum that is taught in the schools and the universities is still dominated by the left narrative. So in the curriculum that is taught in the universities of Delhi and JNU, I can talk about, we still do not hear anything of the Mughal persecution of the Sikh gurus. To just give you one example, we do not hear anything of the proud Peshwas. There is so much narrative that is just totally missing. So it will take quite some time for us to rectify the errors and the omissions in our narrative, and that is what I'd like to emphasize in the first round.
So I never missed this opportunity to tell this in a public forum. Meenakshi ji was commissioned to write a textbook on the medieval era, and it was pulled down by the UPA government. It is today in archives.org. But anybody who wants to make a correction with their children outside the curriculum, please download it, please read it. My school allows me to use content that I choose, and I use it for my students.
I just want to add one thing, since you talked about the textbook. The textbook that was written by Professor Satish Chandra was in all the schools for at least 20 years. And it said about Jahangir. Jahangir ordered the execution of Guru Arjan. But it never mentioned Jahangir ordered the execution. It was very finely worded as the death of Guru Arjan by Jahangir. Now, a 15, 16-year-old child who doesn't know the history of what happened to the Sikh gurus, how can he make out from this one sentence, death of Guru Arjan by Jahangir? So that will give you some idea of the absolute meticulous way in which a group of our historians try to whitewash certain episodes of our past and to exonerate the views and the deeds of our rulers and other sections of that society. Thank you.
So our panel is pretty interestingly composed. So we heard from a career academic in Meenakshi ji. Now I'll ask you, Umendra ji. He is a surgeon by profession, and yet he has a passion for history. What brought you to write about history, and what are the challenges you have faced?
What brought me to history was a tweet by Shri Sanjay Dikshit ji, where he mentioned the Battle of Diver being the most important battle of the life of Maharana Pratap. I, coming from Rajasthan, prided myself in being a very educated Hindu and a history buff, and I said, I have never even heard of Diver. So I went to Diver, which is about 280 kilometers from Jaipur. I saw the physical evidences of the war, and I said, if this is the situation with a so-called awakened Hindu, what about the Hindu masses who have no idea what's going on. So I started writing about Battle of Dever. And in the process, when I came across the original sources of Rajasthan history by Shamil Das Ji Dadwadia, James Todd, Professor Rajendra Bhatt, Professor L.P. Mathur, I was flabbergasted by the saga of the Sisodia dynasty, which fought Islamic invaders consistently without even one king thinking of compromising for 1,000 years. So I said, I being a Charan with the Bard community of Rajasthan, I said, this is my duty to take this, my art of storytelling, and backed with reasonable historical accuracy. I don't boast that I'm a historian. I've not dug up the archaeological evidences. I neither had the time nor the inclination. That is a thing for the history scientists to do. But I have put the history in this book, Maharanas. And if anybody among the audience or the friends sitting here, do read the prelude and do read the 10th chapter. Because I cried tears of blood when I was writing that chapter. 10,000 Hindu women gave themselves to fire on 25th February 1568, the third Saka Johar of Chittor. Nowhere in the history of mankind has Islamist invasion faced such a valorous resistance as they faced in Mewar. So the challenge here is the historians of this country have not only fiddled with the history of this country, they have destroyed it. I can perfectly understand how lonely ma'am would have been in her fight with these thugs. And on a civilizational plane, as a very committed Hindu, my angst against these historians is, you spread lies in the history telling of this country. There should be a neutral commission constituted by international historians. Let them judge. If these people are found as culprits, they should be penalized, their degrees taken away from them, and a Truth and Reconciliation Commission set for the wrong that has been done to Hindus. To end my challenges thing, I'll quote a poet in 4 lines, because at the end of the day, we ourselves are also responsible for this darkness, this dark spot of Hindus about their own history. We could never connect the dots that if Islam had swept over the Indian subcontinent, how are we 100 crores today? We could not even come to the linear conclusion of this fact. So, to sum it up, these 4 lines, and this reflects on the darkness, the sloth of the Hindu Samaj, not to do with the historians. खुरो खस तो रुके, घोड़े के खुर रुक जाएं, रास्ता तो चले, let the path move. मैं अगर थक गया, काफिला तो चले, let the caravan move on. चांद सूरज बुजुर्गों के नक्शे कदम, all beautiful things, huh? चांद सूरज बुजुर्गों के नक्शे कदम, खैर जाने दो इन्हें, हवा तो चले. वाइस कहते हैं रिलीजियस आदमी को, अजब शहर है वाइज ये तेरा. वाइस कहते हैं रिलीजियस आदमी को, अजब शहर है वाइज ये तेरा, मस्जिदें बंद हैं मैं कदा तो चले. And pay attention to this last line. बेलचे लाओ, हिंदू समाज को मैं चुनौती देता हूं, बेलचे लाओ खोदो दिल की तहें, बेलचे लाओ खोदो दिल की तहें, मैं कहां दफन हूं कुछ पता तो चले. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Abbas also has an interesting journey. He is an architect by profession, but also a very interested person in history. So Abbas, what's your journey? What have been your challenges? And how do you reimagine history.
Good afternoon to everyone. So, as my profession goes, I am an architect. And I do always see that somehow architects and historians have Janmantar ka rishta. Because what I will build as an architect will become the case study for the people in future to dig the history. And then that will tell you the tale of the past. So somehow architects and the historians always will have this very interesting relationship of the past and the future and the present. Now, yes, as far as my journey is concerned, it certainly has had a strong reflection of my father. He is a historian. He retired as a professor of history. And my childhood would just pass in through listening the anecdotes of history while he will give extra classes to the students who would come in the house to get a few more. But those tales would be there embedded in my mind. Somewhere the stories of the kings and the queens will always be very fascinating. But as Dr. Vikram Sampath says that a student's life with the history or dabbling with the history just stops after he is out of the school. But fortunately, I became an architect and I had a subject called History of Architecture. While dealing with history of architecture, a lot of interesting aspects came in. We do read history of architecture for, say, 5 semesters out of 10. But while we were reading in detail about the Roman architecture, Greek architecture, but there was very less emphasis put on to what we do in India. There was not much about the indigenous history. But yeah, like any other Macaulay Putra, even I was more fascinated towards knowing more about the West. And that's when, entering into the architecture school, I got influenced with the idea of communism very strongly. And when I say it, I say it from utmost sincerity because in architecture we come across a lot of movements which are political in nature, like we categorize the buildings and the architecture in terms of modernism, postmodernism, and that's how we read it. And if an architect does have an interest into looking into this literature much more, they will get into the political aspect of this art movement. And if you read the modernism and postmodernism, and when you get into the works, how it originated, like from the works of Derrida and all, you will tend to fall into the trap of communism if somehow a rational iota of you has made you to believe that my past or my traditions have some malices. And that was the case with me. But yes, fortune shined upon me, and it was a journey to the Ajanta caves. I'm sure that people would be aware about the great Ajanta caves. And that's where my sting with the communism just stopped. So I was out there for a study tour, and I had gone there as one of the lecturers. I was teaching at a college that time. And while I went to into the caves, I found something very interesting, unlike of the cave architecture. When you enter inside any of the caves, generally you step up further. But within the Ajanta caves, there are depressions. You step down into the caves. I was curious to understand that why these caves have got the depressions. Then I got in touch with one Professor Deshpande from Aurangabad. He's a very senior architect, and he's considered of very high esteem in academia of architecture. Then what he told me was something very surprising and very interesting. He asked me the question that you see that there are so many paintings inside the caves. How are they made? I said that of course they will need the light inside the cave. What was the source of light back then? So the source of light was either the fire or it has to be sunlight. There was nothing else. If you use the fire to have the light inside, then the carbon will spoil the paintings which are there because they are organic in nature. So then he asked me, then how do they get the light? I just thought for a while, but I couldn't come to the answer. Then he showed me a model, a wooden model, what he had of the Ajanta caves, and he brought a torch and put some water inside that section of that cave, of the wooden model, and the light reflected back. He told me that the people used to use a concept of the reflection of light to do the painting inside. And I was like, the people whom I thought to be the superstitious one, they were so brilliant that they were using the so-called snail's law to generate light and hence do the painting. And that's where the journey began. And then I thought that I will write a book around the mysteries of Ajanta caves, basing it to be a fiction. I wrote that book. It was a tale of fiction, and it went to a very popular literary agent. Someday I will do name about that agent as well someday. So everything is going very fine. It's 2015, and the award Vapsi scenario happens. It's around October, if I'm not wrong. The agent has taken up the book, very eager to publish it. I have been showered with a lot of praises that this book is going to break so many things, like how a person will just tell you when he or she is wanting to sell the product. But award Vapsi happened and I got a regret email that somehow our ideologies don't match. But mind you, I was still a communist in 2015. 2014, Modi reign had not made me a so-called right-wing. I was still a communist. I got a cultural shock that a kind of rejection is there. And then I started looking into the aspects of history back then. And then what I started finding, they were just baffling. One by one, like you say that you start removing the carpet and yeah. So, because yeah, we are in a dearth of time. So, largely I would say that it was the instinct with the communism and then how I got back out of it that brought me into relook into the history more seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, and very, very interesting indeed. So the second academic in the panel, Srijit, tell us about your journey and so far the challenges you have faced to bring forth your narrative.
Yeah, thanks, Alodi. I think the challenges in writing and reading Indian history, as I see them, are very well summarized by one particular essay by Rabindranath Tagore, which he had written at the time of what we call Bongo Bongo, the first attempt to partition Bengal that was done by the British administration, led by the then Viceroy Lord Curzon. So writing in 1905, Tagore pointed out in this particular essay, which he titled Bharatbarsher Itihas, simply History of India, that the history that we read in our textbooks in order to pass our examinations is nothing but the tale of a particular period in India's time, India's life, in the life of the Indian civilization, which is nothing but a nightmare when the sun of India had already set. And then he goes on to point out that there is something called the national spirit, which is very, very difficult to pinpoint. And people who are from other countries, for example, people from the British Isles or from France, even they would find it very difficult to put in a few words or define what their national spirit is, where the life of the nation, from where they come, where they belong, resides. So that is the main challenge. For me, it is not so much of reimagining or rewriting. I think it's simply writing of history, because history is essentially a narration. It needs a narrator. And much like translation, it needs to be written anew with every passing age, because as time progresses, we get enriched with new information and we have newer insights, deeper insights. So therefore, time itself necessitates us to write history with every passing age. For me particularly, the kind of matter that I'm looking into right now is the history of the Bengali revolutionary nationalists who had been active between the period of 1905 and 1945. And the main challenge that I see in writing their history, or whatever written material is already out there, is that the approach that has been taken so far in telling their story, narrating their history, is that of an out-and-out materialist and economic approach. The problem with this approach is, and I'll give you an example of it, the story goes like this. they're trying to explain the phenomenon of how the Bengali revolutionary nationalism as a historical phenomenon came up. And the explanation would be, it is very complex, but I'll give you the bare basics of it, that there is a class which is called Bhadralok, and also there is an angle of caste in here, because the Bhadralok class, which is an economic class, all belong to the so-called upper castes, and therefore they are supposed to be privileged and chauvinistic, proud. And it also happens to be the case that these people were at the forefront of those Indians who had gotten themselves educated into the English system, which were newly introduced around 1835, in 1840s onwards, and the universities came up in Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, in 1856 and 7. So these people gotten themselves educated in the English system, and they were expecting to be finding the creme de la creme positions in the British administration's day-to-day running, like in the administrative services or in the universities and so on and so forth. But the reality turned out to be not so, rosy. And they were bitterly disappointed. And it is this disappointment, this is this angst of the economic class called Bhadralok, which propelled them to take up arms against the British. I think this is a very, very, not to call it crooked, but one-sided, to say the least, view of this entire phenomenon. I think there is an entire cultural process that had been set into motion by people like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, and even going back, right from the Vaishnavite movements in Bengal led by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and so on. And then came all these people who got exposed to Western ideas, Raja Ram Mohan Roy and the Brahmo Samaj. And then came Sri Ramakrishna, Vivekananda. All these people have a major role to play in setting the stage for the phenomenon of Bengali revolutionary nationalism to rise. This particular viewpoint is more or less absent in the present historical narrative about this particular phenomenon, and I'm trying to capture that.
It is not only absent, but I will also say this, that the right wing has some very interesting notions about the Brahmo Samaj and Raja Ram Mohan Roy that keep cropping up, and I'm waiting for this book to come out so that, the records are set straight in the way it should be with the context of the time. It's a little shocking to me, but since I am no historian, I'm waiting for someone to do a scholarly work to look at this aspect very, very in detail and with references of the time. Thank you so much. Can't wait to read what you come up with. Meenakshi ji, before I talk to you about the opportunities that you see today, there is something I want to, I'm a little tired myself of this left narrative. But tell me one thing. After they had the hegemony, has anything in terms of primary data source, secondary data source, new research, new angle, improved or enlightened or shed light on their narrative as opposed to the nationalist historiography? Has anything changed since that we keep on bringing them back to discourse?
Actually, their relevance now is only confined to a few universities. Because what has happened in the last 2-3 decades is that the ordinary person, ordinary individual, has shown us the way we can bypass this entrenched group. Social media has been such a powerful instrument in disempowering the entrenched leftist narrative. You see, what has happened is that because of the writings of certain individuals, like I can name Vikram Sampath, Sai Deepak, I include myself in that, we have created interest in ordinary people who are not necessarily historians. And they have been prompted to present their view, their community's view, their family view of what the past was, the remembered view of the past. Now, it is very interesting that when I began to research from what I don't call a right narrative, but from a nationalist perspective, I think this word right and left, at least the right is not a misnomer, and the proper word should be nationalist historian or nationalist viewpoint. And when I started looking at our past, I was so totally amazed that till the advent of the so-called left historians, the people of this country were so in tune with the heritage. They were so in empathy. They never had to be told, this is your history. They knew about it. And the most important event in the last 1,000 years, which so many people have referred to, is the attack on our cultural spaces in the long medieval period. The attack was so severe that in the entire North India, there was no sacred structure left standing. Even in cities like Mathura and Kashi, whatever you see today is created after the 18th century. But you scratch beneath the surface and you're absolutely amazed at ordinary people who took pains to record, to write what they had gone through, what they had seen. It is absolutely phenomenal. You've all heard of Mahmud Ghaznavi. Perhaps you do not know that there is an eyewitness account of his invasion of Somnath, which was written by a person who was live and witness to that. We know of Mahmud Ghaznavi, but how many of us know that we recorded it? There is another person, Jin Prabhasuri. He traveled all over North India in the 14th century, recording the destruction of every shrine. And he tells his community, don't be disheartened. The images are as powerful as before, even though they are mutilized, even though they have been mutilated. In the south, we have the princess of Vijayanagar. Ganga Devi is her name. She is writing when the Turkish invasion from the north are destroying South Indian cities. And she writes a Sanskrit kavya. She's the Vijayanagar princess. She writes a Sanskrit kavya, Madurai Vijay. And she says that, the goddess came to my husband in a dream and handed him the sword of dharma. And she said, get up and do your duty, restore dharma. So, this kind of native voices. At Tirupati, we have a 100 stanza poem written in Telugu in the medieval period, talking about the attack on Tirupati. So all these native voices, they were there, but we were not looking to them because we wanted to present history from one particular point of view, and that was a Western perspective, imported perspective, but we never wanted to see India through Indian eyes. So this opportunity that we have now got, which everyone is participating in, because the ordinary people, for example, people who are sitting in the audience, they don't have to be told, get the Marxist history out of your mind. It's already out of their mind. Because, they are the bearers of our cultural heritage. Really, it's not a laughing matter. I really believe it very sincerely that these people, they knew about it. And they are the ones who encouraged us. The kind of people who see any talk of ours on YouTube is much more than will read our books. We don't expect so many people to read our books. It's not necessary for them. But the popularization of our alternative viewpoint is due to this young generation which is sitting in the audience, which is viewing our, YouTubes and encouraging us and prompting us in every way. So on behalf of a newly rising class of historians, I have to thank you all for your support. Thank you.
No, Meenakshi ji, actually I love the fact that you don't deride the youth because there is such a lot of lament of those were the golden days that it actually sickens me. So yours is really a breath of fresh air for all those skeptics who think we are going down the drain. Umendra ji, what opportunities do you see now? Do you see forums like these, readership, responses to your writing or videos? What are the opportunities you see?
Certainly, the left was having a field run. And then Mahadev blessed us with internet. Left and their jihadi facilitators will not survive internet. The truth, सत्य हर चौराहे से बोला जाएगा और बोला जा रहा है. अब आपको मैं थोड़ा सा एक चैलेंज देता हूं, थोड़ा संवाद करते हैं। जब हम भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप के ऊपर हिंदू मुस्लिम संघर्ष की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि मैं शब्दों की घालमेल नहीं करता, आई डू नॉट इग्नोर द एलिफेंट इन द रूम, एंड द एलिफेंट इन द रूम इज इस्लामिक जिहाद, जिसको हमारे पुरखों ने 1400 साल से रेजिस्ट किया है। इयन ऑस्टिन, एक ब्रिटिश हिस्टोरियन, लिखता है, अगर हिंदुओं ने इस्लाम की बहती हुई धारा को भारत में नहीं रोका होता, पे अटेंशन टू दिस, अगर हिंदुओं ने इस्लाम की बहती हुई धारा को भारत में नहीं रोका होता तो पूरा का पूरा विश्व इस्लामाइज हो जाता। डू वी रियलाइज क्या इस स्टेटमेंट का क्या सिविलाइजेशनल इंप्लीकेशंस हैं? तो फिर ये जो लेफ्टिस्ट थे, ये किसकी दलाली कर रहे थे? दे वर पिंपिंग जिहाद. That is the scale of washout. So go and read this book, Maharanas. Honestly, I wish somebody could write about the Kakatiyas of Andhra. Somebody could write about the Gaudas of Karnataka. Somebody could write about the Solankis of Gujarat. Somebody could write about the Jats of Delhi. How every inch of this beautiful Vedic bhumi has resisted the Islamic invasion. Now, coming to my question, if we think of 3 kings in the 1400 years Hindu-Muslim saga, what are the 3 names that come to your psyche? Can somebody from the audience tell me? Shivaji Maharaj. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
Vijayanagara
is again.
Yeah, but
Pratap का तो नाम बोलोगे?
महाराणा प्रताप.
महाराणा प्रताप एंड गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी. अब मेरे प्यारे हिंदुओं, ये तीनों के तीनों राजा 16वीं शताब्दी में हुए थे, जिनमें 2 तो 17वीं शताब्दी में हुए थे। और भारत पर पहला इस्लामी आक्रमण कब हुआ था?
Anyone?
I'm just putting a mirror in front of you. 712 AD. या इसको एक फ्री बुक मेरी तरफ से, जिसने भी बोला है, कम से कम 8th century पे तो आ गया. Do we understand the collective Hindu consciousness responds to the Hindu-Muslim conflict which has been going on for 1400 years in the 16th century? We have no collective memory that the actual Islamic invasion of India started by Muhammad bin Qasim in 712 in the 8th century. Forget the names of the kings. Bappa Rawal, Rawal Jaitar Singh, Rawal Allad, Rawal Khuman, Rawal Ratan Singh. So, that is the scale of washout. But coming to opportunities, they will not survive internet. And about last month, I came across these 2 lines, which is amazing in the sense that in a nation infested with the disease of Gandhi's ahimsa, a poet is writing, युद्ध नहीं जिनके जीवन में वे भी बड़े अभागे होंगे. The glory of war. युद्ध नहीं जिनके जीवन में वे भी बड़े अभागे होंगे, या तो प्रण को तोड़ा होगा या फिर रण से भागे होंगे. That is the opportunity, as ma'am has talked, the youth clapping to Sanatan Hindu Dharma rising, reclaiming its lost glory, reclaiming that we were never defeated by the forces of jihad. And that, इनका अब्दुल हाली करके कोई है, कोई इस्लामिक राइटर, वो लिखता है कि जो अरब का जो काफिला था, रेड सागर लाल सागर होता हुआ, वो गंगा के मुहाने पे आकर डूब गया. तो हमें बहुत गर्व से अपने हिंदू होने पर और हमारे यशस्वी पुरखों के त्याग के ऊपर अंतिम बात करूं. मैं 1 साल में या 1.5 साल के अंदर एक चुनौती देने वाला हूं हिंदू समाज को. 25 फरवरी 1568 का तीसरा साका अकबर द डिबॉच ने करवाया था. उसको हमारे देश में अकबर महान करके पढ़ाया जाता है. यह निकृष्टता हमारे साथ होती है. and we make movies on him. We make movies on the person who murdered 40,000 Hindus in one day. And this is the Islamic scholars saying, not a hate monger like me. So, when I give this call to the Hindus of this nation, 1 lakh Hindus have to come to Jantar Mantar and force this government that remove the name of Akbar the Great from the textbooks of this country, and that chapter should be dedicated to one and only Maharana Pratap Singh of Mewar. Thank you.
I don't think removing is a good thing because he did exist. But I think repositioning and contextualizing is what's important. Removing is probably not the solution. Abbas, now come to you. While you talk to me about opportunities, since you are not a career historian, you will be attacked for ahistoricity or lack of academic training, and that entire thing will come to you. So what are the safeguards that you need to have even as you exploit the opportunities ahead of you right now? What are the pressures of excellence in academia? Take mine.
So, as right now I'm working on a 6-volume series on the history of, quote, Mughals, unquote, who are actually not Mughals, because they call themselves Timurid Gurkhaniyas. So it's more of a European interpretation of calling them Mongols because of the lineage, how they were trying to draw it too. Now, when my book would be coming out, there would be certainly a lot of murmurs. I have already seen a lot of things happening while it was pushed to the publisher. The question was raised that you change the narrative. So I have been publisher to publisher and back and forth, a lot of things have happened. Now, I had to safeguard myself from a very principled point of view. And that principle was laid by Jadunath Sarkar long back. So while he was leaving the profession and he was retiring in 1957, he wrote to his pupils and to his pupils. And he said that the time has come when we have to look into the scientific exploration of the history. We have to command the language of the authorities who have written it. Now, this what the Jadunath Sarkar said gave me the opportunity as well as the challenge. Challenge lied in understanding the language of the authorities who have written it. So, when I was researching into the Mughal history or the Timurid history, the primary manuscript which exists is definitely in Persian right now, because Akbar had translated the Turkic version of it, and that's how it exists. So, internet, as Dr. Omrindo said, that has definitely come out as a boon. So, I started learning Persian at my own. So, internet gave me this opportunity to somehow control the language of the authorities who have laid the primary sources. So, when my book comes out, so at least people can't blame me that I don't know the language of authorities, because those whom I'm gonna rebut or rather bring a case contrary to them, many of them are not very well aware about the Persian. So that's the point number one. Second point is this, that I have certainly looked into referring to a lot of works of the so-called left-leaning historian as far as the economic condition of India is concerned in the Mughal period. Yeah. So they have collated a lot of data. So that's certainly helping me out. And if you put across an analysis across it, so say a period of Akbar is being spoken about, then say if the GDP is increasing and if GDP per capita is decreasing, so you see two kind of graphs. One is going up while the money with the people is declining. So it certainly means, by analytical point of view, that people are being oppressed. So these are the kind of safeguards which I am applying. At the same time, as far as the scientific exploration, which was dictated by Jadunath Sarkar, that you have to look into it, I got very serious about it. And that whole saga of 712 AD of bin Qasim, I am still not been able to swallow in, because the first source which spoke about it came in 892. That is the works of Al-Balduri. Then further we had more writing. Then Chachnama appeared, which is said to be based on writing, 8th century writing.
But Chachnama was actually commissioned by somewhere around 13th century, if I'm not wrong. It was around that period. So Bin Qasim, a 17-year-old guy who ravishes whole of the Sindh, and the civilization from which he is coming from will not talk about him from around 150 years. This was not possible. Now, I also started exploring into the history of Islam at the same time because it was important. It is the period when the hadiths are being written under the Abbasids. And lots of hadiths are compiled, lot of contradictions exist in the hadiths, lot of exaggeration happening in the tale. And this Al-Balduri is also under the patronage of the Abbasids. So that kind of gave me a rationale or a hint that perhaps this story is not exactly the way it has been told. There was something more to it. So I do see that there is a dark cloud in front of me right now, but I want, as a next level of project, I want to explore more into it, perhaps somehow getting into the Sindh, getting hold of some local Sindh literature, that what they say more about it may just shade more light what exactly was in and around 712 plus 10 years or minus 10 years, what we would call a exact primary source. So, yeah, so that's, to summarize, again, I'm seeing the time is ticking out. So, yeah.
Don't worry about time, I'll manage it. Srijit, India today, what are the opportunities you see for a scholar like you, who is trying to not rewrite or reorient, but literally set a narrative, which is actually very refreshing, because it's high time we stop debunking, but actually set our narratives. So, what do you see ahead of you?
Well, Alodi, opportunities galore, as I see it. Because India is such a vast place, the history of oppression, persecution, colonization, and the experience of it is highly localized. You know, there is a particular kind of all these experiences that have been gathered and chronicled, as well as written in the form of history by professional historians, trained historians in the south, in the western parts, and also in the eastern parts, in the north, you name it. And much of this information is written in the local languages, you know, the languages like Bangla, in Gujarati, in Marathi, and so on and so forth. So one of the opportunities, as I see it, is to bring out the information for a much more national and even international readership and disseminate this localized knowledge among them. For example, you know, talking about the particular interest which I am working on right now, the revolutionary nationalism from Bengal. It starts with the Swadeshi movement. And when we talk about Swadeshi movement for an English reading public, the only books that come up, maybe Sumit Sarkar's, very famous book on Swadeshi movement, and talking about the phenomenon of revolutionary nationalism, we have something like Jaya Ghosh's Bhadralok Terrorists, or something of that sort. That is the title of the book. So these books are the only ones that we have. Whereas I see that from where I come from, in Bengal, there are very good historical accounts written by professional historians like Professors Haridas Mukherjee and Uma Mukherjee, who have extensively worked on this particular field with particular attention given to Swadeshi movement and the phenomenon of revolutionary nationalism. Of course, they have also written in English. They have English books written, but they have written a vast amount of work in Bengali. So we'll have to mine these sources, and we have to bring it up to a national, wider readership. That is one. The other is, we have such narratives that are being passed as history, although they are written in more of a populist kind of a genre, where a certain kind of illusion is created about especially the Mughal era. And again, this takes back to what I was talking about in my opening statement, with the people who are the thought leaders in the 1905 era regarding during the time of Swadeshi movement. And they saw their main challenge as well as opportunity to be the creation of a national education. which is why people like Sri Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore, and Raja Subodh Chandra Mullik, all these people came together and they started a movement which was called Jatiyo Shiksha Parishad, or the National Council of Education. And they said, they were unanimous in their thinking, they said that the mainstay of this sort of national education would be a national history which has been written from an emic perspective or from the insider's perspective. I know Dr. Jain has been talking about this, and also yesterday we saw some of the respected speakers talk about the necessity to go on producing scholarship, and there is no other easy way out of this. We have to get our hands dirty, we have to go to the archives, but with a new perspective which has been hitherto shoved to the sidelines. You know, for example, we have such renowned historians like Dr. R.C. Mojumdar, who had faced this sort of persecution, if I can call it that, and therefore we have to own that insider perspective and write historical narratives about our country. We have to point out as far as we can, as best as we can, where our national spirit lies. That is very, very important. Once that is defined, then we will have a consensus on, and an intellectual consensus, not just, you know, from the perspective of feeling, which is very, very true, because we are talking about nationalism which has as a very big element the element of love. It is our love for country, and I'm sure many of us will agree that love is very, very difficult to define. But we'll have to intellectualize it, and that will give us a sort of platform, a sort of perspective, a solid thing on which we can stand and talk about our country in our own way. That's where the opportunities lie.
Thank you very much. With that, we end the discussion. To questions for the audience. We have about 8 minutes. Speak into the mic. Wait for the mic to reach you. Keep your questions short. Desist from giving opinion. Just keep them short and direct.
Good evening to all of you. My question is about the Indian architecture. My name is Ashish. As we see that all the Indian citizens mostly aware about the Mughal architecture, and everyone knows about Pietra Dora and Indo-Islamic architecture and all. But very few of people know about the temple architecture and the different styles of the architecture coming under the temple architecture. So why this Indian architecture is thriving with this kind of mentality, and why it is under the lamp of the knowledge?
So, in the opening remarks itself, I stated that I'm a student of architecture, and there's a very interesting subject called history of architecture. So, if we as so-called professional experts of the subject are not given much light of what's happened in India, now, again, when we talk about Indian architecture, interestingly, our focus again comes down to only temple. But Indian architecture, of course, revolves around a temple, because we had the Republic of Temple system altogether, how you say. But there was a lot of indigenous methods of building the houses. Now, right now, when you look at the buildings, right, what you see perhaps in Hyderabad, the same building would be seen in Bangalore. The same building would be standing somewhere in Delhi if it's an IT building. So there is no sense of respect to the climate, and there is no sense to respect to the context. Now, we have failed to understand the indigenous architecture, which was very much practiced among the common people. Now, this has happened largely because, of course, one sense is ignorance, and we always look upon the West to copying the ideas. Being a designer, I can always say that we feel very happy doing something which has happened in the West and bringing it back here. Even client will be even more happy to explore into it. So, what is happening across in the commercial sector, that will further even influence in the academia when it comes to understanding the past. That imprint certainly carries forward, and we are not taught much about it.
Can I also add something to your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. It's a very interesting question that you have asked, and I want to draw your attention to a very openly stated Mughal policy. And we have farmans, for example, of Shah Jahan, which he said, in no highway or main road is any architecture or building to be seen except a mosque or an Eidgah. So all the sacred structures of every other site were pushed to the sidelines. I'll give you the example of Delhi. You know, Delhi, the Shah Jahanabad, old Delhi, it was just opposite the Red Fort, which was where the emperor used to live. And so all the main roads on Purani Delhi or what we call Chandni Chowk area, all the lanes, by lanes, all had mosques. Even a place like Katra Neel, which was totally occupied by Hindus, only had mosques on the main streets. Now, when the British occupied Delhi, they did a census of the architectural buildings of Red Fort and Shah Jahanabad. All right. And they found that they could find no temple in Chandni Chowk or the city which was predominantly Hindu. So they said that Shah Jahanabad is the area where the prominent jewelers, Dariba, we still have Dariba. All the prominent traders, jewelers who were Hindus were living there. How is it that there is no temple in Shah Jahanabad or Chandni Chowk? And you'll be surprised when they did a house-to-house survey what they found. They found that these havelis of the Hindu merchants and traders, they had high walls, and inside the wall there were small openings that we call alas. Where you still have alas where you can put something. And that is the size to which Hindu temples had been reduced from what they were when we saw them at the Qutub complex. So, this constant attempt on imperial orders to push out of public view the architecture and sacred structures of every other community is the reason that you asked this question. And this is something that we should all know. Thank you for asking this question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my question is to Dr. Jain, and I'd like to know if there are any primary sources that relate to how temples used to function back in, let's say, 100 AD or along those...
Hear the question actually. Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, is this better? Yeah, so I'm just asking if there's any primary source that tries to showcase or describe how temples used to be in the ancient times and how the temples acted as a source of income for the people. And
see, there are ancient texts which describe Nagra style of architecture, for example. There were two main styles of architecture, temple architecture, Nagra and the Dravida style. The Dravida style survived almost intact because the attacks from the north were not as severe as they were. Attacks from the north were much more severe than they were in the south. In the north, no temple before the 18th century survives. But when temple construction resumed in the 18th century, then they went back to the Shastras, and the Nagra style is based on that architecture. There are absolute important texts that have survived, and a temple architecture of the north is built on that style. Thank you.
One last question, quick answer.
नमस्कार, मेरा क्वेश्चन है डॉक्टर रत्नू की तरफ. मुझे एक बात पूछनी थी कि ये राजपूत हैं हम लोग राजपूत अपने हिस्ट्री पे बहुत हमें गर्व है, लेकिन ये जो नाम है राजपूत, ये जो कहेंगे सरनेम है, ये बहुत सारे मुस्लिम्स ने हाईजैक किया हुआ है और वो अपने आप को राजपूत कहते हैं. तो इस बारे में आप कुछ कहना चाहें. और दूसरी बात ये है कि हम प्रैक्टिकली जो हिंदूज हैं उनके लिए जो कुछ कर रहे हैं, आप कर रहे हैं, आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कर रही है, तो उसमें किस तरह से आम हिंदू हिस्सा ले सकते हैं. ये दो क्वेश्चंस हैं मेरे. थैंक यू.
धन्यवाद इस प्रश्न के लिए. राजपूत अगर कोई मुसलमान अपने आप को कहता है तो वो अपने आप में एक पैराडॉक्स है, एक कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है, क्योंकि जो इस्लाम का मुख्य जो क्लेम है वो ये है कि दे आर अ क्लासलेस सोसाइटी. तो वो राजपूत समाज से वो आइडेंटिफाई कैसे कर रहा है वो उसके किसी मौलवी वौली से पूछ के बता दे. मेरा ऐसे व्यक्ति को केवल एक ही सजेशन है, कोई मुसलमान यदि अपने आप को राजपूत कहता है तो मैं उसे कहता हूं, हाँ भाई तू राजपूत है, पहले घर वापसी कर ले. एज सिंपल एज दैट. अगर आप हिंदू बन जाते हैं तो आप फिर कास्ट सिस्टम आपको अडॉप्ट कर लेगा. आप राजपूत बने, आप ब्राह्मण बने, आपको जो बनना वो बने. थोड़ा सा आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है वो आपका प्रश्न की. निमित्त एकम जो हमारी संस्था है पाकिस्तानी हिंदुओं के लिए, उसकी वेबसाइट पे जाएं. देयर आर ओनली 2 थिंग्स टू बी डन. आप इस इशू पर कम से कम अपनी चेतना को तो जगाएं. 1 करोड़ हिंदू पाकिस्तान में कुत्ते की जिंदगी जी रहे हैं केवल इसलिए कि वो हिंदू हैं. They begin a life at a disadvantage just because they are born in as a Hindu. We must be sensitive. 100 crore Hindu Samaj must be sensitive and reach out. At least start talking about the genocide that's happening in Pakistan. Enough data is available now. Citizenship Amendment has been passed by a sovereign country's sovereign parliament. What more endorsement of this genocide needs the world needs? So at least the Hindu Samaj has to take cognizance of that. Number 2, go to the website, give 100 rupees, 200 rupees, dharmansh. The cost of taking one Hindu out of Pakistan is 8,000 Indian rupees. We need all the money we can to take the Hindus out of the Pakistan. Thank you so much. I will deviate it.
On that note, we end this session, and we have just about shot off the time limit. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Khojo.
At all of you, wow. If the cameras can catch what we have here in the lawn, it's fantastic. I'm delighted. Let's just happily put our hands together for Arth, a Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL. Kitne sare log hai, wow, amazing. Okay, are you all set for the next session? Having fun at Arth? Are you flowing towards meaning? Say yes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way, the next session. Poetry, especially Hindi poetry, has always impacted me, celebrated with me when I rose and picked me up when I fell. Now, these lines penned by one of my favorite poets, Bharat Ratna Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, have always helped me rise from the ashes again and again. And they go like this. टूटे हुए सपनों की कौन सुने सिसकी, अंतर की चीर व्यथा पलकों पर ठिठकी, हार नहीं मानूंगा, रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पे लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, मैं गीत नया गाता हूँ. So when I read that, cinema was bringing alive this great man on big screen. I was curious to know who was going to essay the role of this multi-layered, multi-hued, and multi-dimensional man. Arey, naam to lene do. And I smiled when his name popped up on the screen. Give this man any role, taaliya ho jaye. Give this man any role, and he will make it his own with his signature style. He keeps it very real. He keeps it effortless. He is one of those actors who doesn't need a big part or a great film to own a character. He can simply elevate the story with his impeccable performance. I am very soon going to welcome on stage in our midst Diggaj Abhineta Pankaj Tripathi, who of course predominantly works in Hindi cinema, but also has appeared in a Telugu and many a Tamil film. He's worked in more than 60 films and many television shows, and has established himself as one of the finest actors of Hindi cinema. Tripathi is the recipient of several awards, including a National Film Award, a Filmfare Award, a Screen Award, and an IFA Award. पंकज, आप अलग तो हैं ही, आप उत्तम और अटल भी हैं. आइए इस सेशन की शुरुआत करें इस महत्वपूर्ण फिल्म के प्रोमो के साथ. मैं अटल हूं. ओके वैसे आप लोगों ने मतलब प्रीमेच्योर तालियां बजा दी थी, बट नाउ इज द मोमेंट. ही इज एन एक्टर I absolutely love watching on screen. Really, इतना मजा आता है इनकी एक्टिंग देखकर. And in conversation with him is news anchor and Braveheart journalist Shivangi Thakur from Z News. मोबाइल फोन है सबके हाथ में, आंखों से देख लो पहले. Put your hands together. इंडिया की नई पीढ़ी. And welcome on stage, fantastic actor, दिग्गज अभिनेता पंकज त्रिपाठी. At Arth, a culture fest. Namaste, देखिए. और जोरदार तालियां. और. Over to you, Shivangi.
पंकज जी हैं, जरा जोर शोर से तालियां हो जाए. पंकज जी, आपकी जनता है, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. कुछ प्यार आप इन पर लुटाएंगे आज. थैंक यू गाइस. तो आज हमारे साथ पंकज जी हैं, और पंकज जी आपके बारे में क्या कहूं, शब्द कम पड़ जाते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप तारीफ सुनना चाहें तो जरूर बोलूंगी.
बोलिए बोलिए.
देखिए, पंकज जी को मैं बहुत सालों से जानती हूं, और जब कहते हैं ना कि सफलता आती है तो इंसान में बहुत बदलाव आते हैं, पर इनमें मैंने कोई बदलाव नहीं देखा है, सिवाय आजकल ये स्नीकर्स वगैरह पहनने लगे हैं.
वो तो इसलिए कि पैदल चलना पड़ता है तो पहनना पड़ता है ना, तो उसके वजह से.
अच्छा, आज बहुत खास मौका है, यहाँ हम इसलिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं क्योंकि पंकज जी एक ऐसा किरदार निभा रहे हैं, आप सब जानते हैं, जिस किरदार को वो हम सबकी इंस्पिरेशन है, अटल जी. लेकिन पंकज जी, आप उनको बहुत मानते हैं, और जो आर्ट है उससे आपका काफी लगाव है, जिस तरह के आप व्यक्ति हैं. तो जब ये प्रोजेक्ट आपको ऑफर किया गया, आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या था, क्या कहा आपने, क्या सोचा आपने?
अच्छा, मैं रिएक्शन के पहले मैं देख रहा हूं कि कुछ हम लोगों को इतना पीछे क्यों बिठाया गया है, कोई कारण है? हाँ, लोग बहुत दूर हैं, हम इतने पीछे हैं.
चले हम यहाँ बैठे,
अपनी कुर्सी आगे कर लें.
आइए, प्लीज हेल्प गाइस. थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू. ये है पंकज जी आपके लिए, आपसे दूर नहीं जाना चाहते हैं.
भाई, आपके लिए फोकस है ना तीनों कैमरे के लिए, करेक्ट है? आप ऐसे कर दो. हाँ, डन.
पंकज जी, विद योर परमिशन एक छोटी सी अनाउंसमेंट करने भेजा है मुझे. हाँ, मैं बोलूं? अच्छा, मुझे पता है ये आपका प्यार है, इट इज लव नॉट डव, बट हमें एक छोटी सी इंस्ट्रक्शन मिली है, बिकॉज वी आर इन अ स्पेस दैट इज एडजॉइनिंग द प्रेजेंस ऑफ a VIP, so we've been told to keep the noise levels a little bit down. Is that okay? So, hey, shh. So when you want to express your love for him, just raise your hands and do this. Okay? Promise? Shh. Keep it down, guys, or we'll have to shut it down. So that is why it's as serious as that. Yeah? Thank you. We love you all. Thank you, Pankaj ji.
अच्छा, मैं आसान तरीका बताऊं? अपने फोन का टॉर्च जला लीजिएगा जब जब आपको पंकज जी को प्यार लुटाना हो, है ना?
हम लोग जितना साइलेंस में हो उतने साइलेंस में बातें करेंगे, ठीक है? मेरी आवाज तो सुनाई दे रही है ना?
अच्छा, पंकज जी आज आते वक्त ट्रैफिक में फंस गए थे, लोगों का प्यार आपको फंसा लिया या कैसे, क्या हो गया पंकज जी?
नहीं, कोई महत्वपूर्ण व्यक्ति आए हैं, वो फंसा लिए.
अटल जी के किरदार की हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, आपका लुक जो आया है, तो सबसे पहले तो कितना काम करना पड़ा, और जब आपने खुद अपना पहला लुक देखा, व्हाट वाज योर फर्स्ट रिएक्शन?
मैं भी थोड़ा सरप्राइज हुआ कि अच्छा, मैं ऐसा लग सकता था क्या, और उसमें क्रेडिट मेरा नहीं है, क्रेडिट जो लुक डिजाइनर हैं, राहुल नंदा जी हैं, मेकअप आर्टिस्ट जो हैं, जिन्होंने मेकअप हेयर किया, उन सब का बड़ा योगदान है. वो तो चेहरा हमारा होता है तो हमारी तारीफ हो जाती है, बट बैक स्टेज में बहुत लोग होते हैं फिल्मों में या लुक डिसाइड करने में, तो वो उनकी इक्वली उतना ही क्रेडिट उनका है।
लेकिन एक्टिंग आप ही को करनी है, उस किरदार को आप ही को जीना है, और वो एक ऐसा किरदार है जिससे आप प्यार करते हैं। तो जिस किरदार से जब आप प्यार करते हैं, उसे जीने का मौका मिलता है, तो वो अनुभव कितना अलग होता है, क्योंकि आप एज एक कहते हैं ना, एक व्यूअर की तौर पर उनको देखते हैं, एडमायर करते हैं, लेकिन जब उनकी जिंदगी जीने को मिलता है तो क्या क्या समझ आता है, या कितना अलग एहसास होता है, या अपने आप में कितना बदलाव आता है।
बिल्कुल, वो रिसर्च के दरमियान पता चलता है कि हम किसी भी बड़े व्यक्तित्व का, अटल जी हों या अन्य कोई व्यक्ति हों, तो हम उनके व्यक्तित्व के सिर्फ उन्हीं पहलुओं को जानते हैं जो मीडिया में, अखबारों में छपा है, या उनकी अपनी चुनौतियां, अपने संघर्ष, अपनी यात्रा को नहीं जानते हैं। मैंने अभी प्रिपरेशन तो नहीं शुरू की है, लेकिन फर्स्ट हाफ सुन के आया हूं कहानी का पिछले हफ्ते, और ऐसी सूचनाएं मिली जिससे मैं भी अवगत नहीं था, मुझे भी नहीं मालूम थी। तो मेरे को लगा, अरे यार क्या बात है, ऐसी कमाल की यात्रा है अटल जी की, और ये पहलू जो हम नहीं जानते हैं किताबों के या मीडिया के माध्यम से, वो शायद फिल्म के माध्यम से जानने को मिलेगा, और खास करके युवाओं को जानने को मिलेगा कि हमारी पीढ़ी ने अटल जी को मंच पे बोलते देखा है, भाषणों में, रैलियों में, मीडिया में। ये जनरेशन जो यहाँ मौजूद है, इन लोगों ने लाइव उनके स्पीचें, उनके कार्यक्रम नहीं देखे होंगे।
अब देखेंगे ना आपके माध्यम से।
तो हाँ, फिल्म बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, तो मैं थोड़ा डरा हुआ भी हूँ कि चुनौतीपूर्ण काम है। उनका जीवन चुनौतीपूर्ण था, उतना ही मुश्किल और चुनौतीपूर्ण उनके किरदार को निभाना है।
इसीलिए तो कहा जाता है कि कीचड़ में, राजनीति के कीचड़ में सफल हर कोई नहीं हो सकता, और इसीलिए हर कोई अटल नहीं हो सकता।
हाँ, और इसीलिए हर कोई पंकज नहीं हो सकता। तो कीचड़ से इन्होंने बात किया, तो कीचड़ से ही पंकज, कमल का जन्म होता है। कमल का दूसरा नाम पंकज भी है, तो पंकज मतलब कीचड़ से जन्म लेने वाला।
पंकज जी, आप जिस इलाके से आते हैं, सबको पता है, जब हमने फिल्म के बारे में बातचीत की और लोगों से जाना, तो ये कहा गया कि अगर पंकज त्रिपाठी जैसे अभिनेता इस वक्त इंडस्ट्री में नहीं होते, तो शायद मेकर्स ये फिल्म भी अभी बनाना नहीं शुरू करते।
हाँ, वो तो विनोद जी, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर सामने ही बैठे हैं, विनोद भानुशाली जी। वो भानुशाली स्टूडियो से बन रही है फिल्म। संदीप हैं, सैम हैं, और एक दो लोग हैं। तो मेरी याद है, मेरी पहली मीटिंग में सबने यही बोला कि ये तुम ही कर सकते हो, तुम्हारे सिवाय कोई नहीं कर सकता है। फिर हमारे कुछ मित्र हैं जो पढ़ाते हैं विश्वविद्यालयों में, शिक्षक, प्रोफेसर हैं, उन सब ने, मैं थोड़ा डरा हुआ था, उन लोगों ने मुझसे ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे में दिखा दिया, मेरे प्रोड्यूसर्स ने, मेरे दोस्तों ने, कि तुम सटीक व्यक्ति हो इस चरित्र के साथ न्याय करने के लिए। हाँ, हाँ।
अच्छा, वादा रहा सनम, प्लीज नहीं करेंगे? हाँ, जब भी खुशी हो तो क्या करना है, क्या करना है करके दिखाओ। अपनी टिक्की छोड़ के आई हूं आपको ये बताने के लिए।
इशारों इशारों में दिल लेने वाले,
बस यही चाहिए। हाँ, वी नो यू लव हिम, बट कीप इट डाउन जस्ट फॉर अ लिटिल बिट। या, थैंक यू एंड एंजॉय योरसेल्व्स। थैंक यू पंकज जी।
पंकज जी, वैसे आप यहाँ पर हैं और आप जितने शांत स्वभाव के हैं, आपको देखते ही लोग शांत नहीं रहते हैं, तो
नहीं, इन सबका प्रेम है, और शांति तो जरूरी है ना जीवन में दोस्त। लेकिन चूंकि ये फेस्टिवल है, अर्थ फेस्टिवल, फेस्टिवल मतलब उत्सव, तो उत्सव में शांति थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है। क्यों?
बिल्कुल,
उत्सव में बुला लिया, बोल रहे हो शांत हो जाओ, फिर उत्सव का आयोजन नहीं करना चाहिए था।
बिल्कुल। तो ये प्यार है पंकज जी के लिए आप लोगों का। अच्छा पंकज जी, तैयारी
कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी है ना बात।
हाँ।
उत्सव में शांत रहना है,
बस वही तो आपका नियम कानून
पर
जो
फिर
है,
भी ये एक प्रोटोकॉल है, जिसलिए वो मंच से आके बोल रही हैं। तो हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे कि अपने प्रेम को हम शोरगुल से नहीं, मुस्कुराहट से व्यक्त करें, आप मेरे प्रति और मैं आपके प्रति। तो एक बार मुस्कुराइए कि आप लखनऊ में हैं।
हाँ, बिल्कुल। पंकज जी, आप इस वक्त दिल्ली में हैं, मुंबई आपने देखा किस तरह से आपकी जीवनी हमने देखी, और पटना से लेके आपने बार बार इस बात का जिक्र किया कि पटना में आप ड्रामा देखने जाते थे, अलग अलग, कहीं झुमरी, कहीं कुछ हो रहा है तो आप बस देख लेते थे, पेपर में पढ़ लेते थे और चले जाते थे। तो उन सब चीजों का अब आपके एक्टिंग करियर में वो क्या वाकई वो चीजें बहुत ज्यादा काम आ रही हैं जो आपने तब सीखा?
बहुत बहुत। इनफैक्ट मैं, आप लोग जो इस फेस्टिवल में आए हैं, इसके पहले भी बहुत वक्ता आए होंगे, आएंगे और बोलने वाले, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जान लो कि ये चर्चाएं, ये परफॉर्मेंस, जैसे दोपहर में क्लासिकल गायकी हो रही थी, मैंने भी सुना यहाँ पे, तो वो आपको इनरिच कर रही हैं। इसीलिए हम उत्सवों में जाना चाहिए। किसी भी प्रकार का कल्चरल फेस्ट होता है या कल्चरल इवेंट होता है हमारे शहर में, दिल्ली में या और भी जहां जिस शहर से आप सब आए हो, तो उनमें जाना चाहिए। उससे क्या होता है कि बतौर व्यक्ति, बतौर इंडिविजुअल हमारी ग्रोथ होती है, क्योंकि हम जीते तो आर्ट के लिए ही है ना।
बिल्कुल।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सुविधाओं के लिए होता है, मेडिकल साइंस मतलब बीमारियों के लिए होता है, लेकिन जीवन किसके लिए होता है? वो आर्ट के लिए होता है, वो कविता के लिए होता है, वो पेंटिंग के लिए होता है। तो जाना चाहिए। और मुझे, मेरे में जो समृद्धि आई है, जो बतौर अभिनेता मैं जो भी बना हूं, उनमें उन फेस्टिवल का, उन आयोजनों का, उन संगीत का, उन मुशायरे का बहुत योगदान है।
आप बार बार ये भी कहते हैं कि इंसान को घुमक्कड़ होना चाहिए, इंसान को घूमना चाहिए, फिरना चाहिए, नए नए लोगों से मिलना चाहिए। तो जो पहले आप घूमते थे वो, और अब एक कलाकार के रूप में जब आप घूमते, बहुत रिस्ट्रिक्शंस हो जाती होंगी आपको, कितना अंतर है? खुल के घूम पाते हैं या बहुत सारी चीजें अब?
नहीं, मैं बिना सायरन बजाए, आजकल तो कोविड के बाद मास्क की एक सुविधा आ गई है, तो मैं मास्क पहनता हूं, एक टोपी लगाता हूं, चश्मा पहन लेता हूं कभी कभी। और मैं मेट्रो में, अभी पिछले 10 दिन में मेट्रो, मुंबई मेट्रो में शूटिंग करने जाता था, वर्सोवा से घाटकोपर।
किसी को पता नहीं,
किसी को नहीं पता। मैं मेट्रो में 10 डेज गया हूं शूट करने, और आराम से गया और करके आ गया। तो हाँ, अब अनाउंस करके जाएं तो मुश्किल होती है, क्योंकि आजकल क्या है ना, आप सबके पास मोबाइल है, उसमें कैमरे हैं, और सबको सेल्फी चाहिए,
सब पेपराजी हैं,
फिर बैक कैमरा से एक चाहिए, फिर एक हिल गया चाहिए, और एक ब्यूटी ऐप चाहिए। तो हर इंडिविजुअल 4 फोटो लेता है, सेल्फी, हिल गया, बैक कैमरा, ब्यूटी ऐप। तो
आपको कौन सा पसंद है?
मुझे तो बातचीत पसंद है, कि अब बात करो ना, सेल्फी वेल्फी क्या है।
लेकिन लोग याद के तौर पे फोटो तो रखना ही चाहते होंगे।
स्मृतियां हैं ना, बहुत बड़ा मेमोरी कार्ड हमारे पास है। एक कोई चिंतक बता रहे थे कि अब लोगों को बोलना पड़ेगा कि दुनिया का सबसे शानदार ऐप जो है वो तुम्हारा ब्रेन है, तब जाके ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल करेंगे।
यूथ को आप कैसे, देखिए हमारी ऑडियंस में भी आप देख सकते हैं यूथ, और यूथ आपको देखता है, आप जिस तरह का काम करते हैं, और काम से ज्यादा लोग आपकी शख्सियत के बारे में, या फिर जिस तरह से बदलाव नहीं आया है। एक होता है कि इंसान जब आगे बढ़ता है तो मैं ये नहीं कहती कि वो खुद ऐसे बदलाव लाता है, लेकिन परिस्थितियां उसको वैसा बना देती हैं। आपने अपने आप को मेंटेन ऐसे कैसे रखा है, डाउन टू अर्थ?
मेरी तासीर बुनावट वैसी है। एक पौधे से आप पूछोगे कि हे नीम का पेड़, तो नीम का पेड़ कैसे मेंटेन किया है अपने आप को, तो मैं बस नेचर की तरह हूं।
ऊंचाइयों के साथ साथ जिम्मेदारियां भी आती हैं, और फिर
हाँ, तो जब उस पेड़ में फल लगता है तो वो विनम्र हो जाता है, वो और झुक जाता है। तो ऊंचाइयां मिली हैं, तो मेरे लिए तो ये वक्त और झुकने और विनम्र होने वाला है। इसमें तो परीक्षा होती है आदमी की, असफलता में परीक्षा से ज्यादा सफलता में परीक्षा होती है।
अच्छा, जरा गांव की बातें कर लेते हैं। जब आप नाटक के दिनों में, आपको कई बार महिला बनने का भी रोल मिला, आपको जिस तरह का रोल मिला आपने बस उसको किया ताकि एक्सपीरियंस हो। वो लोग जो उस वक्त मजाक बनाते होंगे या कहते होंगे कि ये क्या कर रहा है, आज कभी आता है कि अरे हम आपके फलाने चाचा हैं, हम आपके फलाने ये हैं, आप हमको जानते हैं, हमारे यहाँ आया करते थे, ऐसे कॉल्स?
हाँ, नहीं, गांव वाले तो मजाक नहीं उड़ाते थे। एक वाक्य है, मैं होटल में नौकरी करता था, तो उसके एचआर जो थे मुझे बहुत परेशान करते थे। मैं नाटक के लिए छुट्टी मार दूं तो नौकरी मेरी हमेशा खतरे में रहती थी। तो मैं अपने कलीग को बोलता था कि एक दिन एक्टर बन जाऊंगा ना, तो इसी होटल में आऊंगा और इनसे मिलूंगा। तो अब वो एचआर मेरे दोस्त हैं, अब वो दूसरी कंपनी में हैं, और हमारी अच्छी बातचीत होती है। बोले यार तू बोलता था तो मैं सीरियसली नहीं लेता था। तो मैं बोला हाँ, हम भी सीरियसली नहीं बोलते थे, मैं तो मजाक में तुक्का मार देता था। लेकिन कई बार हमारे तुक्के हमारे अवचेतन मन में काम कर रहे होते हैं, उसके टुवर्ड्स आप काम कर रहे होते हैं, और वो चीजें हो भी जाती हैं।
नहीं तो आपने ठानी, तभी तो आपने कर भी लिया कि ये गुस्सा था उनके प्रति?
नहीं, गुस्सा, मेरे मुंह में गुस्सा नहीं होता हूँ बहुत जल्दी।
गुस्सा नहीं करता?
मैं गुस्से वाला व्यक्ति
कहते हैं कि अगर कोई मुझे अपमानित करता है तो मैं अपमान नहीं लेता हूँ।
हाँ, मतलब अपमानित तभी होंगे ना जब हम मान लेंगे कि मैं अपमानित हो गया हूँ। मैं होऊंगा ही नहीं अपमानित, इतना आसान थोड़ी है अपमानित करना।
कितनी अच्छी बात कही इन्होंने। तो जो लोग बात बात पे अपने आप को सोचते हैं कि कोई हमारा अपमान कर रहा है, ये सीख लीजिए कि जो अपमानित कर रहा है वो अपना अपमान कर रहा है, अपने शब्दों का अपमान कर
अब
रहा है।
ऐसा नहीं कि आप सबके पिताजी घर में डांटेंगे तो बोलना हम अपमानित नहीं हुए। आप करिए, एक एक्टर आया था बोल गया अपमानित नहीं होना है। वो हमारे अच्छाई के लिए बोलते हैं हमारे पेरेंट्स, तो हमारी बातों को दूसरे तरीके से अमल में लाना।
अच्छा, पेरेंट्स की बात की आपने, आप भी पिता हैं, आप ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हैं या मृदुला मैम यहाँ बैठी है वो ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट है?
नहीं, वही स्ट्रिक्ट है, मैं नहीं हूं उतना स्ट्रिक्ट। मुझसे मुश्किल है स्ट्रिक्ट होना। कल ही बेटी ने फोन तोड़ दिया था तो मैसेज आया कि फोन टूट गया, तो मैं बोला कोई बात नहीं दूसरा ले लेना। तो पत्नी बोली तुम इतनी जल्दी मान गए? मैं बोला मुझसे तो होता नहीं, तो मैं इतना स्ट्रिक्ट नहीं हूं। हाँ, मैं सेहत को लेकर थोड़ा बोलते रहता हूं कि फिटनेस जरूरी है, उसके लिए थोड़ा जॉगिंग करो, बाकी कुछ नहीं।
दिल्ली, मुंबई, पटना, विदेशों की यात्रा, इन सब में पंकज त्रिपाठी को कहां सबसे बेहतरीन लगता है रहना या समय बिताना?
दो जगह पे, एक मुंबई मड आइलैंड मेरा घर, और एक वो भी गांव है, मड गांव है, और दूसरा मेरा अपना गांव जो बेलसण में है, गोपालगंज में। तो उन दोनों जगह पे मुझे बहुत पसंद है रहना।
अटल जी की बात हम लगातार कर रहे हैं और उनका जैसा जीवन है, एक तरफ राजनीति एक ऐसा करियर है जहां बिना कीचड़ उछाले या बिना आरोप प्रत्यारोप किए या बिना एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाए काम नहीं चलता। लेकिन वो एक साहित्यकार भी थे, लेखक भी थे, और अपने शब्दों से, अपनी बातों से चीजों को बहुत अच्छे से संभाल लेते थे। तो आपने जब ये प्रेप शुरू किया, सो व्हाट इज द वन थिंग जो आपको लगा कि ये कोई ऐसी चीज है जो इनकी इस जीवनी से मैं अपने जीवन में अडेप्ट करूंगा और इसको मैं आगे लेके चलूंगा? कोई एक ऐसी चीज जो आपको लगता है अटल जी की जीवन से ये जुड़ा हुआ पहलू तो मुझे अपने
वो एक चीज से मैं ये रोल करने के, अभी रोल का प्रिपरेशन मैंने शुरू नहीं किया है। अभी एक फिल्म कर रहा हूँ, ये खत्म होने के बाद उस पे जाऊंगा। बट एक चीज है उनके व्यक्तित्व की कि वो विरोधियों का भी बड़ा सम्मान करते थे और हेल्दी आलोचना के बड़े समर्थक थे। तो उनके कई पार्लियामेंट की स्पीच या किस्से उठा के देखेंगे आप तो, और वो सर्वमान है, दूसरे दल के लोग भी उनका उतना ही आदर करते हैं। तो उतना सर्वमान्य नेता बड़ा मुश्किल से होता है देश में।
आपको भी सब बहुत प्यार करते हैं।
कि हाँ, मैं भी सर्वमान्य टाइप का हूँ। नमस्ते नमस्ते, क्या बात, घर में सब ठीक? तो वो एक बहुत खासियत, अच्छी बात है कि आलोचनाओं को स्वीकारना। कभी हृदय थे ना, पोएट्री कविता लिखते थे ना, तो वो बहुत कमाल का कॉम्बिनेशन है राजनीति और कविताओं का। तो एक पोएट थोड़ा नरम दिल थोड़ा होता ही है व्यक्ति।
ये आपको लगता है कि प्लस पॉइंट भी था, क्योंकि एक राजनेता साहित्यकार नहीं हो सकता और साहित्यकार राजनेता नहीं हो सकता।
उनके कुछ निर्णय ऐसे हैं जहां पे आपको फिर लगता है कि ये कवि ही थे क्या। बहुत कठोर निर्णय भी लिए हैं उन्होंने राजनीति में। ऐसे नहीं है कि आप कि कवि हृदय हैं तो जहां चुनौतियां थी उसको बिल्कुल लिया है। वो फिल्म में भी हम उस पे इस पहलू पे हमने राइटर्स ने अपने रवि यादव जो डायरेक्टर हैं, रवि यादव मराठी के बहुत मूर्धन्य और कमाल के डायरेक्टर हैं जो इस फिल्म को डायरेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो रवि जी, हम सब ने, उत्कर्ष ने बात की है और वो पहलू फिल्म में आएगी, दिखाएंगे। हाँ।
इंतजार है फिल्म का और आपकी अदायगी का।
धन्यवाद।
लेकिन इसी के साथ साथ अटल जी की पसंदीदा कविताएं हैं और ऑफ कोर्स आप पढ़ते ही होंगे। आपकी प्रिय कविता जो यहाँ तमाम दर्शक आपको सुनने आए, कोई सुनाना चाहेंगे आप?
ठीक है, मैं एक छोटी सी कविता पढ़ देता हूँ। और मुझे कोई याद नहीं है, मतलब याद है लेकिन मैं भूल ना जाऊं इसलिए मैं मैं इस वक्त पंकज त्रिपाठी के रूप में पढ़ रहा हूं, तो इसको बिल्कुल ना माने कि मतलब अटल जी की प्रिपरेशन नहीं है,
हम वही
चालू
चाहते हैं,
करनी
पंकज
है।
जी
तो मैं अटल जी की कविता पढ़ रहा हूं। फिल्म में होगा वो हम प्रयास करेंगे कितना न्याय कर पाएंगे और उनके आयाम में, उनके व्यक्तित्व में होकर पढ़ने का प्रयास करूंगा। अगर कविताएं होंगी ही फिल्म के अंदर तो ये मैं पढ़ रहा हूं पंकज, और ये पसंदीदा कविता है मेरी, मुझे खुद भी बहुत पसंद है। गीत नया गाता हूं, गीत नया गाता हूं, टूटे हुए तारों से फूटे बासंती स्वर, पत्थर की छाती में उग आया नव अंकुर, झरे सब पीले पात कोयल की कुहुक रात, झरे सब पीले पात कोयल की कुहुक रात, प्राची में अरुणम की रेख देख पाता हूं, गीत नया गाता हूं। टूटे हुए सपनों की कौन सुने सिसकी, टूटे हुए सपनों की कौन सुने सिसकी, अंतर की चीर व्यथा पलकों पर ठिठकी, हार नहीं मानूंगा रार नहीं ठानूंगा, हार नहीं मानूंगा रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पे लिखता मिटाता हूं, गीत नया गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं। बेनकाब चेहरे हैं, बेनकाब चेहरे हैं, दाग बड़े गहरे हैं, बेनकाब चेहरे हैं, दाग बड़े गहरे हैं, टूटता तिलस्म आज सच से भय खाता हूं, टूटता तिलस्म आज सच से भय खाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं। लगी कुछ ऐसी नजर बिखरा शीशे सा शहर, लगी कुछ ऐसी नजर बिखरा शीशे सा शहर, अपनों के मेले में मीत नहीं पाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं। पीठ में छुरी सा चांद, पीठ में छुरी सा चांद, राहु गया रेखा फांद, पीठ में छुरी सा चांद, राहु गया रेखा फांद, मुक्ति के क्षणों में बार बार बंध जाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं। काल के कपाल पे लिखता मिटाता हूं, गीत नया गाता हूं, गीत नहीं गाता हूं।
हाथ हिलाकर इनका स्वागत कीजिए। कितने प्यार से और कितने शब्दों, कहते हैं ना कि जब शब्दों को सही बोलने वाला व्यक्ति मिल जाए तो उसमें और भार आ जाता है। खैर, मैं अब विनोद भानीशाली जी को बुलाना चाहूंगी जो कि फिल्म मेकर हैं यहाँ पर, और विनोद जी से भी बातचीत करेंगे कि पंकज जी के साथ विनोद जी यहाँ पर आ गए। विनोद जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
आइए विनोद जी।
विनोद जी, आपसे सवाल ये है कि पंकज जी ही क्यों?
क्योंकि पंकज जी ही हो सकते हैं। मतलब अगर यहाँ पे अगर जिनसे भी पूछा जाए कि इस रोल में, इस फिल्म अटल जी का अगर कोई एक्टर अगर रोल निभा सकता है या उनकी छवि को फिल्म के पर्दे पे उतनी ही ईमानदारी से लेके आ सकता है, तो आई थिंक सबके नाम पे एक ही नाम आएगा, पंकज जी।
आप यही वोटिंग करा के देख लो, इन्होंने कास्टिंग सही की है, हाथ उठा के बता दो।
आपके पास में कोई और नाम है तो बताइए।
कास्टिंग सही है ना? बस 60% सरकार बन गई अपनी।
फिल्म हिट है, फिल्म हिट है। अच्छा, हमने ये भी सुना है कि ये कहा गया था कि अगर पंकज जी इस वक्त इंडस्ट्री में नहीं होते, पंकज जी जैसे मजे हुए कलाकार नहीं होते, तो शायद आप लोग ये प्रोजेक्ट अभी शुरू भी नहीं करते।
नहीं हो पाता, बिकॉज एक्चुअली ये प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है हम लोग का। हम ये सब लोग को ये समझना होगा कि चाहे डायरेक्टर हैं या चाहे हम लोग की जितनी पूरी टीम है, हम लोग ये सोचा कि अटल जी की फिल्म बननी चाहिए, बिकॉज आज के यूथ को बहुत कुछ नहीं मालूम उनके बारे में। मतलब जब आप फिल्म देखेंगे तब लोगों को ये नहीं मालूम होगा कि वोटिंग राइट्स के लिए 18 ईयर्स की जो एज ग्रुप थी वो अटल जी ने शुरुआत की थी। आज अगर जो हम लोग इंटरनेट पे इंटरनेट के जमाने में इतना डिजिटलाइजेशन हुआ तो शुरुआत वहां से हुई थी। प्लस अगर हम न्यूक्लियर देश हुए हैं तो पोखरण में दैट वाज हिज ब्रेन चाइल्ड। सो आई थिंक वो आज की तारीख में हमें बताना होगा, सबको बच्चों को बताना होगा, एंड द यूथ दे शुड नो दैट व्हाट देयर लीडर्स हैव डन, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स द ओनली रीजन।
पंकज जी, जिम्मेदारी बढ़ती है, लेकिन जब लोगों का इतना भरोसा हो तो एक साथ एक बैक ऑफ द माइंड आपकी ये भी चलता होता है कि मैं कर तो लूंगा। आपको अपने पे भी भरोसा होता है कि हम जो करने जा रहे हैं उसमें हम कितना दे पाएंगे। लेकिन जब इस तरह से लोगों का भरोसा होता है तो एक थोड़ा सा दिल में ये भी होता है कि आई हैव टू गिव माई 200%। जितना मैं काम करूंगा उससे ज्यादा मेहनत करने की जरूरत है क्या? ऐसा भी होता है?
हाँ, मुझे मेरे हर प्रोजेक्ट में मैं अपनी क्षमता और अपनी प्रतिभा का 200% ही देना चाहता हूं। ये चूंकि एक वैसे लेजेंड व्यक्ति का किरदार है जो कि काल्पनिक नहीं है, तो यहाँ मुश्किलें और चुनौतियां और ज्यादा बढ़ जाएंगी। मैं चिंतित भी था, मैं तो और इस बात का थोड़ा ये है कि मैं कितना न्याय करूंगा। हालांकि सब दर्शकों को मालूम है कि पंकज त्रिपाठी अटल जी का रोल कर रहा है, मैं अटल जी नहीं हूं। तो एक अभिनेता है जो प्रयास कर रहा है जाने का, और उनके रंग रूप के संग संग उनके विचारों को, उनके व्यक्तित्व को जितना हम दिखा पाए वो तो सिर्फ फिजिकलिटी अडॉप्ट करना थोड़ा आसान है, मेकअप प्रोस्थेटिक्स से हो जाएगा, लेकिन वैचारिक स्तर पे उनको छूना और मुश्किल काम है, तो उसका हम प्रयास करेंगे।
नहीं, हमने जो पोस्टर्स आए हैं बाहर और उसके बाद जो चीज़ें देखी हैं, देखिए बात हमसे ये कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीच बीच में कहीं वहाँ से हेलो आ रहा है, कहीं यहाँ से हाय आ रहा है, और ये किसी को भी निराश नहीं करते। इनकी खासियत ये है कि ये निराश नहीं करते हैं। तो कुछ कहना चाहते तो आप कह लीजिए, मंच आपका है।
नहीं, मुझे कुछ नहीं करना है, बस प्रणाम आप सभी का, आप सबों का प्रेम है जो मैं यहाँ बैठा हूँ।
अच्छा, प्रेप हो गई। मुझे ये जानना है कि जब पंकज जी के साथ आप लोग पूरी फिल्म की सिटिंग के दौरान बैठते थे, तो आइडियाज़ का जो आदान प्रदान है, कंट्रीब्यूशन, क्रिएटिव टीम होगी, सब लोग होंगे, लेकिन क्या चेंजेस, मेजर चेंजेस आप लोग देख रहे हैं? क्योंकि उस वक्त चीज़ें अलग थी, इस वक्त अलग हैं, और गेटअप से लेके एक एक डिटेल जो है, सबसे ज़्यादा आप लोगों को मेहनत कहाँ करनी पड़ रही है या फ्यूचर में कहाँ करनी पड़ेगी जब ये प्रोजेक्ट शुरू होगा तब?
एक्चुअली ऑनगोइंग प्रोसेस है, अभी हमारी और मीटिंग्स बहुत सारी होने वाली है। जैसे पंकज जी ने अभी कहा कि वो एक फिल्म शूट कर रहे हैं, वो होने के बाद में पूरी तरीके से हम लोग पूरी क्रिएटिव टीम वगैरह इस फिल्म के स्क्रिप्ट और उनके न्यूआंसेस होंगे या किस तरह से शूट होगा, लुक वगैरह क्या होगा, और बाकी लोग क्या करेंगे इन स्टफ लाइक दैट। तो जहाँ तक पंकज जी का लुक का था, अटल जी एंड पंकज जी, वो हमने अचीव कर लिया है। आई थिंक वी आर ऑल हैप्पी विथ द वे वो दिखने वाले हैं वहाँ पे। एंड ऑब्वियसली जब हमने लुक टेस्ट किया तो लगा कि हम अटल जी को ही देख रहे हैं, एंड दैट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ हिज, ही गॉट इनटू दैट बॉडी लैंग्वेज एंड एवरीथिंग। सो आई थिंक वी आर वेरी नियर टू।
क्या पंकज त्रिपाठी एक प्रोजेक्ट के बाद दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट शुरू करने के पहले बीच में कोई गैप लेते हैं या क्लिंस करते हैं, जो पीछे हम किरदार कर रहे थे और फिर नए किरदार में उतरते हैं, या फिर स्विच कर सकते हैं इजीली?
आजकल समय ही नहीं मिलता है, रात को एक शूटिंग खत्म होती है, अगले दिन सुबह दूसरे की फिल्म शुरू। तो बट वो फिल्म के आखिरी 5 दिन मैं मेंटली दूसरी फिल्म के प्रिपरेशन में लग जाता हूँ रात को। तो बट आफ्टर अटल जी के बाद से मैं गैप लूंगा, 15-20 दिन के गैप के बाद ही दूसरा काम करूंगा।
पर अगर समय मिले तो आप, कोई भी एक्टर वो गैप लेना जरूर चाहेगा?
बहुत जरूर, मतलब अब तो मैं ना भी मिलेगा, अब मैं जबरदस्ती गैप लूंगा, क्योंकि अभी तक मेरे को लोग छोड़ते नहीं थे कि डेट मैनेज हो जाएगा, रात की फ्लाइट से आ जाओ, ऐसे कर लो। अब तो मैंने संकल्प कर लिया, अटल जी, मतलब अटल के बाद से मैं 15 दिन का कुछ भी हो जाए मैं घर में बैठूंगा, खाने बनाऊंगा, लेकिन शूटिंग दूसरी रोल का चालू नहीं करूंगा।
अच्छा, चलिए, युवा हमारे साथ इतने सारे दर्शक जुड़े हैं, हमारे सवाल जवाब तो चलते ही रहेंगे, लेकिन अब ये मंच युवाओं के लिए खुला हुआ है, Q&A के लिए खुला है। तो पंकज जी से आप लोगों का कोई सवाल हो तो जनता तक माइक पहुंचाया जाए, और पंकज जी के लिए सवाल ऑडियंस से।
माइक आ गया।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते
सर, मैं आपकी बहुत बड़ी फैन हूँ एंड आई लव योर एक्टिंग सो मच।
थैंक यू।
सर, मैंने देखा है कि आपके बहुत वर्सेटाइल रोल्स होते हैं, आप बहुत अलग अलग तरीके के रोल लेते हैं, और जैसा अभी आपने बताया कि आपको टाइम भी नहीं मिलता है कि आप दूसरी मूवी के लिए शूट स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, और जब आप कोई भी एक्टर होता है, मैंने थिएटर किया है, तो उसको कोई रोल पकड़ के छोड़ने में बहुत टाइम लगता है, क्योंकि वो उस फील्ड में इतना घुस जाता है या उस कैरेक्टर में इतना घुस जाता है। तो आप कैसे मैनेज करते हैं एकदम वर्सेटाइल चेंज करना इतनी जल्दी?
वो तो मेरा एक यूनिवर्सल आंसर है, कैरेक्टर से निकलने के लिए आखिरी पेमेंट मिलते निकल जाता हूं। आखिरी चेक आया, मेरा कैरेक्टर मेरे से निकल जाता है। नहीं, वो देखो, एक्टर को बनने में ना, एक्टर के प्रिपरेशन में वक्त लगता है बहुत। वो 20 साल का अनुभव, थिएटर का एक्सपीरियंस है। कैरेक्टर में आना जाना छोटा काम है, मतलब वो 2-4 दिन में हम उसके बारे में सोचते हैं। हाँ, तो अगर कोई फिजिकलिटी हमने अडॉप्ट करी है प्रैक्टिस कर करके, उसके कुछ मैनरिज्म या फिजिकलिटी मतलब जो शारीरिक भाव भंगिमा, तो उसको निकलने में 2-4 दिन लगता है। कई बार घर में भी वैसा बिहेव करने लगते हैं, तो हमारी पत्नी बोलती है अब घर में हो तुम, सेट पे नहीं हो, क्योंकि वो आप एक चीज का प्रैक्टिस करो तो आपकी बॉडी में आ जाती है ना। तो बट ट्रेनिंग उसी लिए, नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा यहीं पे पढ़ा हूं मैं, 4 किलोमीटर बाजू में मेरा स्कूल है जहां से एक्टिंग सीखा हूं, तो वो काम आता है और हो जाता है, मैनेज कर लेते हैं। लेकिन यस, टाइम चाहिए और वो अब मैं लेने वाला हूं।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
कोई अगला सवाल? माइक क्या ले लीजिए।
अरे भैया पीछे।
हेलो हेलो।
हाँ जी, हाँ।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते।
वेरी बिग फैन ऑफ योर्स। मैं मतलब हर चीज आपकी, मतलब हर इंटरव्यू देख चुका हूँ मैंने आपका, हर एक इम्प्रोव करते हुए, वो जो एक पीछे इंटरव्यू आया था जिसमें आपने अपने नाटक के एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में भी बताया था, वो सब मैंने देखा था। बट सर मुझे बस ये जानना है कि मैं लिखता भी हूँ, मतलब कभी भगवान करे मुझे भी ऊंचाई मिले, तो आपके जैसे जमीन से जुड़े रहने के लिए आदमी को क्या वो वैल्यूज इनकॉर्पोरेट करनी चाहिए?
क्या इनकॉर्पोरेट किस,
मतलब वैल्यूज अपने अंदर कौन सी वैल्यूज रखनी चाहिए जो आदमी आपके जैसे जमीन से जुड़ा रहे?
उसके लिए जमीन ही चाहिए, और क्या चाहिए जमीन से जुड़ने के लिए? जमीन से जुड़ने के लिए कुछ कैल्शियम फास्फोरस नहीं चाहिए, जमीन ही चाहिए। तो इसको मत भूलो, फिर अपने आप सब सही रहेगा। तो अब वो बड़ा मतलब ये थोड़ा मेटाफर टाइप का आंसर है, बट ये सच भी है। जमीन से जुड़ने के लिए सिर्फ जमीन ही चाहिए।
अगला सवाल दर्शकों की ओर से, प्लीज माइक।
नमस्कार कालीन भैया, मेरा छोटा सा सवाल है।
कहाँ हो बालक?
सर मिर्जापुर 3 का।
अच्छा, हाँ 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 हाँ, देख लिया। हाँ मुन्ना
सर, सर मिर्जापुर 3 कब आ रहा है?
यार तुम्हें एक मौका मिला था कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल पूछने का। तुम जो इनका काम है मीडिया पत्रकारिता से, सबको हमसे पूछ रहे हो कब आ रहा है। आना होगा तो आ ही जाएगा, डंके के चोट पे सबको मालूम चल जाएगा। अभी तय नहीं है वो तारीख, और मुझे पता नहीं है। कुछ अच्छा पूछते यार।
यार लड़कियां कहाँ हैं? एक आध सवाल, किसी लड़की को भी हमें माइक देना चाहिए।
वो देखिए वहीं पे उधर ही है।
एक सवाल, ये आखिरी सवाल होगा।
हाँ बहुत लंबा।
सर हम दोनों बोलना चाहते हैं। सर एक्चुअली मैं भी बिहार से हूँ और मैंने आपकी जितनी भी सीरीज देखी है सर, आपकी एक्टिंग मतलब ऑसम, अमेजिंग। सर मेरे पास वर्ड्स नहीं है, बस मैं यही बोलना चाहती थी।
हेलो सर, हेलो एवरीवन। आई हैड दिस क्वेश्चन। आप अपनी चेतन सबकॉन्शियस माइंड की बात कर रहे थे टू अचीव एनीथिंग, राइट? सो हाउ कैन वी मैनिफेस्ट इट? लाइक इफ वी एक्चुअली एक्टिंग हो और फैशन हो, सारी भीड़ आ जाती है। आई हैव सीन दैट, बट पोइट्री वगैरह डिबेटिंग में नहीं आती है। सो इफ वी वांट टू मैनिफेस्ट अ कल्चर वेयर दिस क्राउड इज स्टैंडिंग, हाउ कैन वी बिल्ड दैट?
हम कर रहे हैं ना। अटल जी की कविता सुनाए। उस भाई ने बोला इंटरव्यू देखता हूं, मेरे हर इंटरव्यू में फैशन और बाकी चीजें नहीं, कविता कहानी की ही बातें होती हैं।
जी सर।
तो उसके लिए एक चीज, मैं ड्रामा स्कूल में पिछले हफ्ते था भारत रंग महोत्सव में, और बहुत नौजवान आए थे उस दिन। कईयों को एंट्री, हाउस पैक हो गया तो नहीं मिली जगह। तो उसके लिए ना वो पोएट्री को, कविताओं को ना हम आर्ट फॉर्म को बहुत रिजिड कर देते हैं कि ये क्लासी चीज है और ये मासी चीज है। नहीं, उस बैरियर को तोड़ना पड़ेगा। तो फिर पोएट्री के लिए भी और पर्यावरण के बातों के लिए भी इतने यूथ आएंगे और सुनेंगे। लेकिन आपको ऐसी भाषा का और इस तरीके से उस गंभीर बात को कहना पड़ेगा कि वो हर किसी के समझ में आ जाए। एक हार्डकोर आर्ट की और पोएट्री की समस्या होती है कि उसको नीरस बना देते हैं। इस नौजवान को रस चाहिए, तो उनमें रस इंक्लूड करना पड़ेगा उन बातों में या उन कार्यक्रमों में, तो फिर बिल्कुल सुनेंगे।
सर जस्ट अ फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन, हाउ आई कैन मैनिफेस्ट इट इन माई रियल लाइफ इफ वी और आई वांट टू बिकम एन एक्टर? हाउ कैन आई मैनिफेस्ट इट? जैसे आपने कहा कि मैं बस ऐसे ही कर देता था कि मुझे एक्टर बनना है और मैं तब आपसे जाके मिलूंगा। So you had this thing as a joke, and subconscious doesn't take jokes, it takes you as a reality. So how can we do that?
देखिए, मैंने एक बात के बीच में एक चीज कही थी कि किसी चिंतक का सुना था कि अब नौजवानों को बताना पड़ेगा कि तुम्हारे पास एक दुनिया का सबसे कमाल का ऐप है, उसका नाम दिमाग है।
Yes sir.
हम इसका प्रयोग करना शुरू कर देंगे। तो ये बहुत स्ट्रांग और पावरफुल चीज है। और एक अभिनेता के लिए ना उसकी बॉडी और ब्रेन का ना बहुत कमाल का खेल है। मैं ठीक है, कालीन भैया पॉपुलर हैं, बाकी किरदार मेरे पॉपुलर हैं, लेकिन उन किरदारों के पीछे की जो तैयारी है ना, प्रिपरेशन है ना, बहुत सीरियस काम है। और उसके लिए बहुत पढ़ना लिखना, मेंटल, फिजिकल, स्पिरिचुअल, बायोलॉजिकल, हर किस्म की जानकारी और प्रिपरेशन चाहिए। तो वही है कि यहां से आप इसको, ये CEO है हमारे बॉडी का, तो सीईओ को बोलो कि ठीक से ऑर्डर दे, तो नीचे के कर्मचारी ठीक काम करेंगे और उस रास्ते पे कंपनी पहुंच जाएगी।
थैंक यू गाइस। और पंकज जी, अर्थ के इस मंच पर समय देने के लिए और अपने जो भी विचार है साझा करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आखिर में हमारे दर्शकों से जो आपको वर्चुअली देख रहे हैं या देश की जनता के लिए कोई संदेश पंकज जी की ओर से?
नहीं, कोई नहीं, आप सभी का प्रेम, आभार। मैं 15-20 साल पहले एक्टर बनना चाहता था, जैसे बहन ने कहा, और कोई चीज दिमाग में आई और मैं ईमानदारी से मेहनत करता गया। मेरी पूरी यात्रा में एक पैसे का करप्शन और चालाकी नहीं है मेरी जर्नी में। एक पैसे की चालाकी नहीं है कि मैं उसे आदमी से रिश्ता बना लूंगा तो मेरे को कास्टिंग कर देगा या मैं फिल्मों में फायदा हो जाएगा। कभी नहीं किया जीवन में। तो मेरी जर्नी इस बात का प्रमाण है कि सिर्फ मेहनत और ईमानदारी से और प्रयत्न से, बिना कुछ साम दाम दंड भेद किए आप किसी भी मुकाम को हासिल कर सकते हैं। ईमानदारी और मेहनत दो ही एलिमेंट हैं।
पंकज जी, जानकारी मिली है, हमारे पास 5 से 10 मिनट और हैं, तो आपके अगर सवाल हैं, ढंग के सवाल हैं तो प्लीज आप पूछिए, लेकिन सवाल आपके अच्छे होने चाहिए। प्लीज माइक इस तरफ दे दीजिए।
पानी पीने
अच्छे सवाल।
गुड इवनिंग सर, मैं विभोर हूँ एंड मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ एंड मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आप किस एक्टर को अपने घर में बुलाएंगे और एडवाइस लेंगे फ्रॉम द 60s एंड 70s, अगर आपको मौका मिला तो?
किस एक्टर को घर बुलाएंगे और क्या लेंगे? अच्छा, फ्रॉम 60s।
हाँ। अगर आपको चांस मिला तो?
बलराज साहनी साहब।
ओके,
बलराज साहनी साहब। मैं पुरानी फिल्में कम देखा हूं, तो मैं बहुत आइडिया है नहीं उनके बारे में। अभी एक किताब पढ़ रहा था कुछ दिनों पहले, और वो किताब पढ़ के मैं उनको जाना और मुझे लगा कि वो बाकी कौन, पता नहीं मुझे। मैं पुरानी फिल्में बहुत ना के बरोबर देखा हूं। नॉट पुरानी, नई भी नहीं देखा हूं। मेरी लाइफ में 50 फिल्में देखा होऊंगा, सब मिला के, रीजनल और हिंदी मिला के। अंग्रेजी तो 4 देखा होंगे या 3। तो मुझे, लेकिन बलराज साहनी की उस किताब से मैं बड़ा पढ़ के प्रभावित हुआ, उनके विचारों से अच्छा लगा।
Yes, there.
नमस्ते पंकज सर, माई सेल्फ दिलनशी एंड आई एम परसुइंग जर्नलिज्म। और मेरी ये बहुत बड़ी ख्वाहिश है, आई रियली एडमायर यू, कि मैं भी किसी वक्त पे आपका इसी मंच पे आपका इंटरव्यू लूं। फिलहाल मेरी इच्छा ये है कि स्त्री मूवी से आप अपना एक फेमस डायलॉग बोल दें। धन्यवाद।
देखिए, आप बिल्कुल इस मंच से मेरा बातचीत इंटरव्यू करेंगी।
थैंक यू सर।
हमारे पास जो बैठी हैं ये खुद बिहार से हैं, शिवांगी, और पहले ये बॉम्बई में इंटरटेनमेंट जर्नलिस्ट थी, सिनेमा पे काम करती थी, और वहां हम लोग कई बार मिल चुके हैं। और अभी पता चला परसों यूक्रेन से लौटी है, वहां पे युद्ध का कवरेज करके। तो कितना संभावना है कि एक मनोरंजन का पत्रकार, इंटरटेनमेंट जर्नलिस्ट यूक्रेन जाके और किसी और चीज का कवर कर सकता है उतना कठिन परिस्थितियों में, हालात में। पिछले साल भी गई थी, आई थिंक ये दूसरा ट्रिप था।
ये दूसरी बार मैं यूक्रेन गई थी।
तो आप भी इंटरटेनमेंट भी कवर करेंगी और वॉर भी कवर करेंगी। आप अपने रास्ते पे लगे रहो।
डायलॉग
स्त्री का?
जी,
वो स्त्री है, कुछ भी कर सकती है।
चलिए,
नमस्कार। नमस्कार सर। सर, वैसे तो आपको देख के मेरे शब्द भी धीरे धीरे ओझल हो रहे हैं, मगर भाव समझने का प्रयास कीजिएगा कि आपने कला और कला के समर्पण की बात की, तो आपकी चर्या में, आपकी प्रैक्टिसेस में ऐसा क्या है जो आप, वो जो अलग जो शिखर है उस पर आप कैसे, क्या करते हैं आप, जिससे आपकी एक्टिंग में वो कला दिखती है? आप अपनी कला को शार्प कैसे करते हैं? आपकी क्या प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, ये जानना चाहता हूँ।
आप 3-4, मैं उत्तर क्या दूंगा आप बताओ? आपके पास है उत्तर? अरे उत्तर तो बताने दो, या किसी लड़के को दे दो, ये उत्तर क्या हो सकता है बता देगा। क्योंकि
सर कुछ तो, जैसे आप डिसिप्लिन तो आपकी वो दिखता ही है, आपकी रख रखाव में डिसिप्लिन दिखता है, मगर कुछ एक तो आपकी अलग चीजें होंगी ना जो आपको बाकियों जैसे, क्योंकि आप में दिखता है, बाकी कितने कलाकार हैं इंडस्ट्री में जो जिनमें है कैलिबर, बट वो चीज निखर के नहीं आती, तो कुछ तो आप अलग करते होंगे। आपकी अलग बात क्या है?
हाँ, सबके पास मृदुला तिवारी नहीं है, तो वो अलग बात है। ऑफ कोर्स मेरी जर्नी में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है उनका, बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। शुरुआती दिनों में, पीछे भी माइक दे दो, पीछे के लोग ज्यादा परेशान हैं।
सर
तो और नहीं, कुछ अलग करता हूं। मैं बता दूं, एक चीज मैं बहुत रेगुलर बेसिस पे करता हूं। मैं 2 अखबार पढ़ता हूं, एक हिंदी का, एक अंग्रेजी का, और उन दोनों अखबारों में ना एडिटोरियल का हिस्सा, पेज जो होता है ना, जिसको सबसे कम पलटा जाता है, वो मैं रोज पढ़ता हूं। तो देश दुनिया में जीके जीएस में क्या चल रहा है, मेरे जॉब की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, ना ही मुझे यूपीएससी का इम्तिहान देना है, पर मैं वो पढ़ता हूं। और वो आप देखेंगे तो मेरे किरदारों में हल्का हल्का कहीं कहीं दिखेगा। बड़े अवेयर और बहुत जीके जीएस के जानकार होते हैं।
सर हम लोग दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के छात्र हैं। सबसे पहले बिहार के लाल को बक्सर से प्रणाम है।
वाह
सर, सुबह से विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यकर्ता आपके लिए यहाँ इंतजार कर रहे थे, आपके शो के लिए। शाम हो चुकी है और खासकर विद्यार्थी परिषद का कार्यकर्ता आपसे एक विशेष जुड़ाव महसूस करता है। तब से आपका वो हमेशा हर स्टेटस पे दिखता है कि मैं विद्यार्थी परिषद का कार्यकर्ता रहा हूं। तो हम सभी यहाँ जानना चाहते हैं, सर आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस था?
नमस्ते, मैं तो क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं। भोजपुरी में?
भोजपुरी में
हम पहले तो क्षमा प्रार्थी बानी। रोवल उन्हीं के समय ना बताओ रहा कि शाम में आए हम।
आपको देखना था, बस यही काफी, उतने काफी रहा। बस रहुआ आवतानी बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगन खाती इतने काफी बात। दिन रात कबो हो गए हमने के आइब जा
ना हम जितना बिहार यूपी के हैं उतना भी बाकी हरियाणा पंजाब हर प्रदेश के हैं, हमने के देश के अभिनेता हैं जा। और तो धन्यवाद भाई, आप रहुआ इन्हीं प्रतीक्षा करनी। अरे माइक दो, वहां सरदार जी के बाजू में कुछ लड़के बेचैन है। तो धन्यवाद रहुआ प्रतीक्षा के।
इस तरफ दे दीजिए।
और ये पूछे ना वो बहन,
सुन लीजिए जी।
हाँ, तो वही है कि उनमें बहुत योगदान है, उनमें आर्ट फेस्ट का योगदान है, उसमें छात्र संगठनों का योगदान है, किताबों का योगदान है। पूछो बहन।
हेलो सर।
हेलो
मैं
नमस्ते।
आपकी बहुत बड़ी फैन हूँ सर।
नाम
सर
बता
एक
दो।
चीज पूछना है सर।
नाम बता दो।
अदिति।
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते सर, आपके यंग दिखने का राज बता दो सर। अनिल कपूर को भी पीछे छोड़ रहे हो आप सर, क्या राज है?
अरे मैं 47 का हूँ
सर, फिर भी सर आप इतने यंग दिखते हो।
नहीं, वो तो सिनेमा वालों ने मेरे को पिताजी का रोल दे दे के बुजुर्ग बना दिया था, तो मैं उतना बुजुर्ग नहीं जितना पिक्चरों में दिखता है। तो मैं उसके लिए सुबह में 1 घंटा प्राणायाम योग करता हूँ, थोड़ा डिसिप्लिन लाइफ जीता हूँ।
पंकज जी दिल से भी जिंदा है और यंग है और जवान है, तो ये राज है उनका। और डाइट भी करते हैं।
और हमारी पत्नी ताने मारते रहती है, शूटिंग ना हो तो सुबह मेरे नहा लो, कुछ कर लो। तुम कैसे? तो
नमस्कार सर, मैं अंशिका अग्रवाल।
जी अंशिका।
तो मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जैसे आजकल की जनरेशन में वी आर सो मच इन्वेस्टेड इनटू सोशल मीडिया, तो जब आप हमारी उम्र के थे तो आप अपना टाइम कैसे पास किया करते थे?
जब मैं आपकी उम्र का था ना, तो हमारे पास इंटरनेट नहीं था, सोशल मीडिया नहीं था। मेरे गांव में तब 2-3 रेडियो सेट हुआ करते थे। तो हम क्या करते थे ना कि प्रश्न आते हैं तो हम अपने उन सारे प्रश्नों को ना अपने इमेजिनेशन से उनका आंसर ढूंढते थे। अपनी कल्पना, एक ईश्वर ने हमें बहुत बड़ी शक्ति दी है कल्पना की, कि आप अपने प्रश्नों को पहले अपने कल्पना में ढूंढो कि पत्ते गिरते क्यों हैं इस मौसम में सर्दियों के बाद, या बसंत में फूल खिलते क्यों हैं, काले बादल बरसते क्यों हैं। तो हम, जब हमारे पास इंटरनेट नहीं था, सोशल मीडिया नहीं था, तो हम रियली सोशल थे, एक्चुअल मायने में हम सोशल थे। तब हम अपनी दादी के पास बैठ के कहानियां सुन लेते थे। और हम सबके बीच, उसने बहन ने बोला आर्ट की बात की, एक सीरियस आर्ट में इतनी भीड़ क्यों नहीं आती है, कमर्शियल आर्ट में सिनेमा के एक्टर को क्यों सुनने आ जाती है। हम सब कहानी के भूखे लोग हैं। मेरा एक संवाद था सेक्रेट गेम में कि ईश्वर हमसे कहानियों में बात करता है, हमारी कहानियों को मोड़ के तोड़ के एक दूसरे से मिलाता है। तो जब दादी, नानी, माँ, बहुत कहानियां थी हमारे पास, हम इंसान से इंसान बातें करते थे। अब वो स्पेस कम होते जा रहा है। सोशल मीडिया के दौर में हम बहुत अनसोशल होते जा रहे हैं।
चलिए
जरूरी है कि मोबाइल पे कम वक्त जाया करो।
और इसी अच्छी जवाब के बाद अब इस मंच से विदा लेने का समय हो गया है। तो
थैंक
आखिर
यू,
में बस
धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया पंकज जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया विनोद जी।
धन्यवाद भाई। और सुविधा के लिए खेत बा, सुबह से आके इंतजार करता नहीं है लोनी।
थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन, थैंक यू।
हाँ, कुछ नहीं समझ आ रहा मुझे। हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा, वो तो मिल जाएगी आपको कुछ देर में, उसका वादा मैं करती हूँ। वैसे जिंदगी में क्या खोज रही है भारत की नेक्स्ट जेन? What is most important to you? Money. What is most important to you? Huh? Success, peace. What is most important to you? प्यार। कौन है ये? कौन है ये जिसने प्यार कहा? कौन है ये आदमी? इधर आ जाओ तुम। You're the man. You know, my spiritual guide, Maitri Dadashri ji, has said that the cause of all suffering in the world is the lack of love. And the true nature of human spirit is love. We all are nothing but love. So aapne jo kaha ki you're waiting for love, you want love, it's the best thing to want. Love solves everything. Okay, so we are heading into a performance. There will be a bit of setup that will now happen here on stage. So while we wait for our guest to just make his way to us because it's a bit of a traffic issue outside, I'm going to quickly thank our partners. Media partner, Zee News, entertainment partner, Zee Studios, session partner, Rekta Foundation, heritage partner, Incredible India. Channel partners, Zee TV, Zee Cafe HD, and Pictures HD, and TV, and Flix, and Prime, Zing, Big Magic, Zee Ganga. Storytelling partner, Amar Chitrakatha and Guru Leela. Radio partner, Red FM. DOOH partner, ताली क्यों बजा रहे हो? Partners के लिए या मेरे लिए? पता है मुझे मेरे लिए. DOOH partner, Cash UR Drive. I love you too. Ambient media partner, Khushi Advertising. Outdoor partner, Publicity Engineers. Publication partner, Penguin Books. Westland Books. Bookstore partner, Kunsum Books. Digital outreach partner, Hex Tech. Food curation partner, Blue Lemon. Registration partner, Book My Show, and Paytm Insider. All right, everyone, we are at Arth, a Culture Fest, and here comes your next session. It's Kabir Bedi time! An actor on the international horizon. We've enjoyed his work in Octopussy, The Bold and the Beautiful, Sandokan, The Thief of Baghdad, Kites, Kunburi Mong, The Black Corsair, and many more. He's been knighted by the Italian Republic with the highest civilian honor. He is also a voting member of the Academy of Motion Pictures for the Oscars. His autobiography, Stories I Must Tell, The Emotional Life of an Actor, has won Amazon Most Popular Book Award 2021. His book has also won the Diva and Donna Award of Italy and the Book of the Year at the Venice Film Festival in 2022. Everybody, put your hands together and welcome Kabir Bedi. And to discuss the finer nuances of his book, I'd like to invite on stage Ajay Jain, an ardent book lover who champions the cause of reading books to help societal development, owns a chain of bookstores by the name Kunzum. I request you both to please launch the book Stories I Must Tell by Kabir Bedi. Okay, I'm Kabir Bedi. नहीं क्या है ना अभी मैं सच बोलती हूँ हमेशा वो थोड़ा सा There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Devi Sajno, boys and girls, give it up for this man like you've never put your hands together. The fantastic Kabir Bedi at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. Namaste, sir.
Good evening, good evening. Good evening, Delhi. Good evening, book lovers. All those of you who have come to the Arth Festival. मुझे यहाँ आकर बहुत खुशी होती है. जब मैं अब मेरा इंटरव्यूअर नहीं आया, वो भी ट्रैफिक में फंसा, मैं भी भागा भागा दौड़ा दौड़ा आ रहा था, अपना नाम वहां से सुन रहा था. खैर पहुंच गया. अभी सांस थोड़ा इतना फूला ना हो तो ज्यादा बात कर सकता हूं. खैर मेरी परवरिश यहीं हुई थी. मैं निजामुद्दीन में रहता था. दिल्ली का लड़का हूं मैं. जी हाँ, दिल्ली का लड़का. दिल हमेशा दिल्ली में रहा है. निजामुद्दीन में पढ़ता था और यहां हुमायूं स्टू में आया करता था, अक्सर आया करता था. और मेरा स्कूल भी यहां दिल्ली पब्लिक स्कूल, वो भी बहुत करीब था यहां के. और जब भी मैं स्कूल स्किप करता था तो हुमायूं स्टू में आया करता था. यहाँ के पौधे मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगते थे, झाड़ पत्ते, दरख्त, और ऑफ कोर्स द फैंटास्टिक आर्किटेक्चर ऑफ हुमायूं's tomb, which left a great memory for me in my Delhi days, because this was where I grew up. तो मैं समझिए घर लौटा हूं और ये बहुत ही खुशी का अवसर है मेरे लिए. हर बार दिल्ली आता हूं बहुत खुश होता हूं और हुमायूं's tomb आना बहुत खास चीज है. और अर्थ फिल्म फेस्टिवल में ये जो मुझे अवसर दिया है आने का, मैं बहुत ही आभारी हूं कि मुझे यहां बुलाया गया है. Is Ajay here? No, but Vikram is joining us for the book launch. Okay. तो अभी मैंने अपनी आत्मकथा लिखी है, Stories I Must Tell, The Emotional Life of an Actor. ये मेरे दिल की कहानी है, दिल से कही है. किस तरह मैंने हॉलीवुड, बॉलीवुड, यूरोप की सिनेमा का रोमांचक उतार चढ़ाव कैसे पार किया, कैसे सरवाइव किया, क्या विजय प्राप्त की मैंने, क्या ट्रेजेडीज हुई मेरी जिंदगी में, क्या क्या मैंने दिल्ली से सीखा, क्या क्या यहाँ बीती मेरे साथ. बम्बई गया, बॉलीवुड, थिएटर, फिर बॉलीवुड, इटली, बहुत सी चीजें. तो ये किताब दिल से लिखी गई है. और मैं मानता हूं कि जो भी आजकल के नौजवान हैं, नई जनरेशन है, all of them, all of you will learn not just of my life but the times that I have lived through, the 60s and the whole world revolution of pop culture, social culture, political change, हिंदुस्तान में क्या हुआ, अब्रॉड क्या हुआ, तो बहुत सी चीजें मैंने लिखी हैं. And I must say, I'm very grateful that my book has been very successful. It won the Amazon Most Popular Book of the Year award in biographies. Thank you for that. It was a national bestseller. The Italian edition won the Book of the Year at the Venice Film Festival, which is no small achievement. And the Hindi and Marathi editions have also come out. The Hindi edition is Kahi and Kahi, and that is also uski translation, उसका अनुवाद भी बहुत ही बढ़िया किया गया है. और जो भी हिंदी पढ़ने वाले हैं, जरूर हिंदी एडिशन तो पढ़िए, क्योंकि इसमें दिल की बात है, दर्द की बात है, ट्रेजेडीज, ट्रायम्फ्स, एवरीथिंग. बट वो सब इंटरव्यू जब होगा कुछ उसकी चर्चा करूंगा. लेकिन अभी बुक लॉन्च हो रहा है, तो प्लीज सपोर्ट माय बुक and spread the word. God bless you all. Thank you, Delhi.
And to join Kabir sir in the launch of this book, may I please invite on stage Arth Festival Director Dr. Vikram Sampath. Aaiye, sir. Stories, I must tell, the emotional life of an actor by Kabir Bedi. Under the spotlight, once again, at Arth, a Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL. Thank you, Dr. Vikram Sampath, for joining us. And in conversation with Kabir Bedi is Ajay Jain.
हेलो,
Are we all here?
हाँ, ये माइक्रोफोन बेहतर है, आवाज कुछ सुनाई दे रही है. ये अजय जैन साहब हैं, जिनका कुंजम बुक शॉप ग्रेटर कैलाश में है. वो भी बहुत बुक लवर हैं, किताबों और बुक लवर्स की बहुत सेवा करते हैं. कई बुक शॉप्स हैं दिल्ली में, और मैं बहुत खुश हूं कि मैंने इनसे मुलाकात की, और मुलाकात के बाद कई चीजें हुई यहाँ और गुड़गांव वगैरह इनकी वजह से. So all book lovers should thank Ajay Jain for what he is doing with his Kunzum bookshops.
Thank you so much. I thought it was about you and not about me. But
No,
that's very,
I cannot
that's very
have
gracious
anything.
of you.
Thank you. Is your microphone working?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
Great, great.
Right. So Kabir, we'll hit the ground running.
Let's hit the ground running, yeah.
Yeah. So I see a lot of young people in the audience, right? I think I see a lot of college students, university students. All of you just give a big cheer.
All
Wonderful.
right,
Thank
all
you
right.
so much.
I like that. I like that.
So, we are going to go back in time and we are going to talk to the 21-year-old Kabir Bedi. What do you say, Kabir?
That's a good place to begin, because we'll talk about a time when I was your age.
So, Kabir, if you were to talk to your 21-year-old today, what's the advice you would give yourself for a career your career?
I'd give myself a lot of advice, but let me explain what I was when I was 20 years or 21 years old. 20 years old, in fact. My parents had sacrificed a lot for the Indian freedom struggle. There's a separate story in my book, as one chapter. An amazing story of amazing people. Basically, they sacrificed a lot for the freedom of the country. So they were very rich intellectually, culturally, in terms of the friends they had, the books they read, the cause they fought for. But they had no money. And money was always a big problem. So while they sacrificed to get me a good education, and that education got me into St. Stephen's College, I didn't have money to pay the fees. So I had to work my way through college. And the way I did that was by freelancing with All India Radio. Now, I was also, I'm talking about the mid-60s here. I was also the biggest fan in the world of the Beatles. And I heard one day that the Beatles had come to town. And they were staying at the Oberoi Intercontinental Hotel, which is right here, next to us. And I went to my boss and said, I'm going to interview the Beatles. अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो, पूरी प्रेस उनके पीछे पड़ी है, तुम कहाँ हैं, तुम्हें कैसे देंगे इंटरव्यू, क्यों दें? अच्छा साहब मुझे टेप रिकॉर्डर दीजिए, बिल्ला दीजिए, मैं कोशिश तो करूं. नहीं. I said, sir, please, आपका क्या जाता है, मुझे टेप रिकॉर्डर दीजिए ना. So finally they gave me this tape recorder. I went to the Oberoi Intercontinental. All kinds of reporters in the lobby, etc., etc. Everyone looking for the Beatles. I was a Beatles fan, and I knew the manager was Brian Epstein. So I was looking for the manager in the restaurants. I was not looking for the Beatles, just the manager. Eventually, 2 hours later, I saw him come down the lift with one member of the hotel, and he was walking across the lawn, across the lobby, to his car. And I accosted him. I said, Mr. Epstein, Kabir Bedi here, All India Radio. Yes. I said, sir, the government have scheduled an interview with the Beatles tonight at 10 o'clock. He said, what? I said, yes, sir, the government have scheduled an interview with the Beatles tonight at 10 o'clock. They've announced it. It was a bit of a white lie, but fibs do nobody any harm. So he said, the boys will not give any interview to anybody. I said, sir, but, and I knew that they'd just come from Manila. And in Manila, they'd had a problem with the government because the dictator at the time, Ferdinand Marcos, had invited them to this palace after their concert to say, come sing to my children, sing happy birthday to my children. And they refused. When they refused, he got angry and they were literally thrown out of the country, manhandled at the airport and everything. And being a Beatles fan, I knew what had happened. So I kept stressing the government angle. I said, sir, I'm a fan of the Beatles. If they don't give an interview, it'll get very bad for them. I don't want them to suffer. I'm a big fan. The boys will not do any interview. I will give the bloody interview. I thought, fantastic. Brian Epstein's good enough for me. So when I went up, so I fixed the time for the interview, etc. In the evening, I went up to his room, and he opened the door, and he was looking absolutely deathly. He was in a hotel robe, sweating, not well. And I said, good evening, sir. Kabir Bedi, All India Radio. He said, oh, God, I can't do this. So I said, sir, government have announced it. He said, wait a minute. He slammed the door in my face, came back, had put some trousers on, etc. He came back, caught my hand, took me across the floor of the Oberoi Intercontinental to the suite at the other end of the floor. I knocked on the door, and Paul McCartney opened the door, and he said, boys, do me a favor, give this chap an interview. And there I was, in the room with the 4 Beatles, and I was in heaven. I was in heaven. Because the Beatles were not just great musicians. Yes, they were part of a great musical revolution with the Doors and the Rolling Stones and the Fleetwood Mac and Bob Dylan and Joan Baez and all the whole shebang that performed at Woodstock 2 years later. But they were part of that generation. And they epitomized the whole hippie culture, the whole new wave of openness and sexuality and social change. So to be in the room with the Beatles was to be in the room with the icons of the age. And of course, I did the interview. Now, what I said in the interview, etc., I haven't got time to narrate it here because Ajay is here. And there's lots of ground we have to cover. You can read it in my book. But the fallout to this interview was, after broadcasting it, when I went to get a copy of the interview, they couldn't find it. All India Radio. I said, what happened? It turned out that because they had no money for tapes, they were so badly funded those days, they had recorded somebody else's interview over the Beatles interview. And I was so crestfallen. It so shattered me that my Beatles interview had been erased after being broadcast, that I said, I can't work here anymore. There were some other things that had happened also, but I said, I can't work here anymore. So, and with 700 rupees in my pocket, I caught a train and I left to make a new fortune in the city called Bombay. So that's chapter 1 of my book. So my advice to the 20-year-old Kabir that did that interview would be, your spirit was good, you did the right thing, and you followed your heart and you did the right course. So no advice to the 20-year-old. Lots of advice for the 70-year-old, but not to the 20-year-old.
So I think all of us have been like 18, 19, 20, 21, and we've got great aspirations, we've got dreams, we want to do great stuff. We see film stars, we see authors, we see, different stars, and we want to be like one of them. But behind every star, behind every glamorous thing that you do, I'm sure there's a lot of hard work, perseverance, determination, sacrifices that go, right? So it's not easy, right? Being at the top, reaching the top, no matter how glamorous, how famous you are, it must not be easy, right? So that's what the young people need to know.
No, I'm sure they know that. I'm sure they're very bright. Today's generation is very bright. They know everything. They know far more than we ever knew because they have far more access to information. And they're just brighter. But what I want to say is that it is true that if you're a celebrity of any kind, any shape, size or description, the demands on your time are constant. It's bloody hard work being a star. Wonderful being a star for all the benefits and the perks and the money and the lifestyle, etc. But it is unremitting and unrelenting work. You could be Shah Rukh Khan at the top of your popularity today, he won't have 1 minute of his own time. So, yes, it's hard work, but I guess it's worth it because that's what they worked for. That's what they want. But having said that, even if you're a minor celebrity, constant demands from appearances, relatives, functions, producers, weddings, then of course your work and your personal life. So everyone is time challenged. In this world today, everyone is time challenged. Every single one of these people is time challenged because there's so many options as to what they can do. But a celebrity is often pulled away from the more pleasurable aspects of life because of all the things he must do as a celebrity.
Would somebody like some dating advice from Kabir Bedi? Do you want some dating advice? You have some dating advice for the young people here?
I don't know about any dating advice. I've had enough marriages and divorces behind me. I'm not the best expert on giving advice on relationships. But I will only say one thing. For all my marriages and divorces, number one, I have found a wonderful woman today who I've been with for 17 years, and it's been deeply satisfying to find the relationship that I want. One. Two, that no matter what, somehow I managed to stay friends with all my ex-wives. Every single one of them. And it's possible. There's no such thing as a painless parting. Partings are always very, very, very painful. But once that's passed, if you've been honorable, if you met your obligations, if you recognize and remember what drew you to that person in the first place, there's no reason you can't be friends. In my book, if you buy my book, you will see there's a picture with my ex-wife Nikki sitting under a Christmas tree together with my American ex-wife Ishel and Pratima, all under a Christmas tree having dinner together. Buy my book and you'll see what I mean. They're all friends of mine.
So the copies of the book are available at the Kunzum stall here. And if Kabir stays on, we're going to get some signed copies from him.
I'd be very happy to sign any copies and personalize them to you if you come to the bookstall after this chat.
So it's all right here.
Right here, Kunzum bookstall.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Kabir, you said stories I must tell. Why must tell? Why not I can tell or I should tell, but why must? What was so important to you that you had to tell these stories?
Well, Ajay, Nobody knows my story. Nobody. No, firstly, nobody's seen all my films. Because for all the films I've done in Bollywood, people here might have seen them. You haven't seen all, you might have seen some big things I did in America, like the James Bond film Octopussy, or Bold and Beautiful, which I did for 1 year. But most of my television series that I did in America, nobody's seen. And nobody's seen all the work I did in Italy, which is actually the bulk of my work. And they've honored me greatly for my work in Italy. So firstly, nobody knows even my film work. And then nobody knows my personal stories. The emotional stories, relationships, all kinds of dramas that happened in my life, the emotional highs and lows. And I came to a point where I said, if I don't tell my story now, when will I tell it? And if I don't tell it, who will? So when the pandemic began, I thought this is a fantastic opportunity. Cut out the noise, sat down, I wrote like a maniac. A year and a half later, I had the book. And then I asked a few friends for their advice, rewrote a few portions, and literally within 2 years, the book was published. So this is a story of a life, of a very adventurous life. If you ever wonder what it is to lead an adventurous life and the dangers of an adventurous life and a freelance life, you can read it. You know, today, when I see young people moving jobs in the tech industry continuously, one job, then they left it, they moved to another one, they left it, I think they're almost like freelancers. They are serially employed, but really they have the spirit of freelancers because they just move. And incidentally, because my son, Siddharth, was a techie, this book is dedicated to all the techies and the new words they want to build.
So, so I think the young feel, you know, we used to feel, oh, we're going to stay young forever. How do you stay young forever?
Positivity. Positivity. Stay positive, you'll stay young. You know, we all have dreams. We all want to achieve things in our life. We all want to express our creativity in different ways. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter, you can be a banker, doctor, insurance. There's a creative part of you. And constantly in our life, we are surrounded by people that are negative. People that pull other people down. People that say, ye theek nahi hai, wo theek nahi hai, ye kab karoge, waise karoge, arey kahan jaoge, kaise, you know, this kind of negativity that wears you down. And so, two things. One is, try and minimize the influence of such people in your lives. Minimize, spend the least time you can with them. And secondly, your creativity, your own creativity, comes from your positivity. If you believe in your positivity, if you believe in your dreams, if you want to express things, you want to do things, focus on that. You know, actually, when you're young, you think you live forever. The fact is, every day has only 24 hours. We all live those 24 hours. And each day can be filled with distractions. And it's very important to tell yourself, like Obama said, yes we will, yes we can. Yes I will, yes I can. And be positive. Be positive. Be a source of positivity to people. When people see you coming, they should think, he's going to give us some joy. Not that, oh God, here he comes, he's going to complain again and duck inside. You know. We need to remember that there is an importance to life, to all the beautiful things, creative things, positive things. And how you do that takes effort. It doesn't come automatically. It's a decision you have to make, and you can do it. And you should.
And if someone were to make a biopic on you or a Netflix series, who amongst all the actors in the world today, who would you think would do justice to being Kabir Bedi on screen?
Kabir Bedi. But fact is, I have had some offers for my book. I have not made a decision yet. But hopefully when my book finds a home and a biopic is made on me, it will be a very fascinating biopic. But I will not interfere in the decisions of the producer or the director in terms of who they choose and how they choose to make this film. Because my job is to tell my story. How they put it on screen is their job. Because, you know, in my life I've seen many film conflicts occur because the writer says, I didn't mean this, I didn't think that, why are you making it like this? And the director's life becomes hell. Producer's life becomes hell. So, if you trust the people you sold the rights to as having integrity, having vision, having the ability to make a good film, leave them to it, they'll do it. So I won't predict who should be or can be or would be best, because that's their job, not mine.
So, you know, like the general perception about you, right, a lot of people is you're a ladies' man. But I think more than that, what comes out in your book is you're a family man. You know, we don't have too much time, but tell us something about your relationship with your parents and your children.
Well, I have had a lot of relationships in my life. And I have had met and been with some truly wonderful women in my life. And my whole success of Sandokan in Italy, which made me a megastar in Europe, that I shared with Parveen Babi because she came with me. And there were many consequences to that as well, all in the book. But, like I said, if I just wanted to be a bachelor and have all the fun, why would I get married? Why would I get married 4 times? Am I a glutton for punishment? I like the idea of sharing. I like the idea of family. I like the idea of people being together and sharing the joy of this journey on this planet Earth together. So, absolutely, I accept there were many relationships, most of them gave me much, and I thank them for it. But you talk about my parents. Now, my parents, you know, the chapter on my parents alone is worth the price of the book. Because here were people, I won't get into the details of it. In synthesis, 2 Oxford graduates gave up all the possibilities of the best jobs in India, joined the freedom struggle. My mother was picked by Mahatma Gandhi to lead the Satyagraha in our hometown in Punjab, Dera Baba Nanak. My father was a rabble-rousing communist trade union leader. Both were imprisoned for their time for trying to struggle for India's independence. Both suffered greatly, economically, financially, etc. But eventually, after freedom was attained, my father became a philosopher and lived most of his life in Italy. My mother became a Buddhist and then, by the end of her life, became the highest ranked Buddhist nun in the world. These are remarkable stories. And what's even more important is the relationship of love and respect which existed to the end between my father and mother, even though they were separate in their beliefs, divided in their beliefs, divided by geography, no longer officially married, and yet, to the end of his days, my father in Italy, in his sitting room, opposite his favorite chair where he sat, had a huge framed picture of my mother in her robes on the wall. That was a kind of relationship. And the letters that they wrote to each other will bring tears to your eyes. That is a phenomenal human story. And as I said, if nothing else, read that chapter.
So Kabir is headed to the Kunzum bookshop there. You can pick up copies of the book, get it signed personally by him, and get a photograph clicked. But thank you, Kabir. We can talk forever. But then the rest of the stories are in the book where he's told everything.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see all of you here. You have made my trip to Delhi. God bless you all. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Kabir. Bedi! And thank you, Ajay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you very much.
As Ajay just said, he's heading off over to the Kunzum bookstall, and you can get a signed copy of the book if you want to. Okay. Performance coming up now. अब उस कलाकार का आप लोग स्वागत करें जिसका आप सभी इंतजार कर रहे हैं. ये 12 साल की उम्र से गा रही हैं।
खोजो 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 खोजो